All right, I'm hitting the button. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Not the red button.
Oh no, you're gonna shoot the nuclear missiles.
We're gonna start
The
driving on
family
the roof.
atomics.
Yeah.
And we're live. Look at that. Beautiful.
Hello.
Hello.
We're not live on our end yet because I'm still tweeting.
well.
But it's fine.
Oh.
It's fine.
Nobody
great.
else
I'm
joined me
hearing
on the chat.
myself in the background because I have a stream up. That's very confusing.
Yeah, I've done that a lot.
Oh god, where's the window? That's all messed up.
I won't say weekly, but definitely monthly.
Yes, hello, chat. Thanks for joining us. Metal will be live in a second, too. We're doing a crossover event. We'll both be streaming simultaneously
Yeah.
at the same time. Can you believe it? That's what simultaneously means. Hope you're all having a wonderful Sunday. We're going to talk about Dune 2. The
Yeah.
Dunist.
This time it's
Dune 2
Dune.
Electric
Oh, I
Boogaloo.
finally found the proper window.
I finally found Waldo.
Yo, sick.
Yep, there he is.
An unedited shot from.
Little Easter eggs for the eagle-eyed viewers at home.
If you saw it in IMAX, it was pretty obvious, but I
Yeah.
didn't, so it took me a while.
Right.
I saw it in IMAX. It was really impressive visually. Like, I think.
Yes,
No
I did too.
or anything, but yeah, that
And
was-
audibly is impressive.
Yeah.
It certainly was big. It was big movie. Someone yell at Mark for his sins. What sins exactly? I'd like to know the specifics before I yell at him over it.
What did I do?
Well-
James
Oh.
Moore, be specific.
James, I missed out on Helldivers yesterday because I was.
Boo, you whore.
It is my fault, but and Metal, actually, I got to the bottom of the problem. The reason I saw a notification is because you messaged me on Steam, and it popped up on my stream computer where Steam was just running in the background, and that's the one I saw. So then I checked the Discord messages and realized I was an hour late on spreading democracy.
Alrighty.
All better late than never.
Oh, it was never, though.
Oh. Well, never mind.
Because when he saw it, he was like, "Oh, I'm about to start streaming." It's like, well, then get banned.
Had
Lord
I
of the
not
Pizza
scheduled
Pie
the stream,
says,
though,
hello,
was-
discount
was-
EFAP. Yes, welcome to discount EFAP.
Yeah,
That's-
We got
Good
EFAP
time.
at home.
Yes, exactly.
EFAP.
I should probably just hit that start streaming button. That probably works well.
Yeah, now would be a good time, I would say. But you know, don't let me pressure you. You do what you feel is right.
I will. I'm a big boy. I'm a grown big boy man thing. Boy child. I just need this to. No, I just need YouTube to realize I clicked that button. That would be great.
Christopher Walken saying Dune words is fun. It is fun. He was
It
a
is
fun
indeed.
surprise.
Hello, all my Dune words. And now I'm public as well. We did it. I did it.
Hooray!
Eventually.
We did it. We were
There's
streaming.
Lisan Al Gaib!
Oh,
You
Paul.
did it!
He
He
is
said
the
Lisan
Dune
Al
and
one.
I. He said Dune and I clapped.
I did. Sure.
That's exactly how the Lisan Al Gaib would go live.
He's so humble.
It would do it awkwardly.
All the more reason to know it's him. Is this the right channel? Yes. If you're in my chat, you're in the correct chat.
Yeah, I'm not as mad if you go to the other channel. That's fine. I can take it. I get big leaked by the EFAP boys all the time. It's fine.
Yeah, we decided to join forces instead of talking about this movie at the same time apart.
Yeah.
So
No,
here we
that
are.
would just be silly.
Talk about Dune 2. Well, unless anyone has any objections, I say we jump into it. Talk about our overall impressions of the movie.
I think
Metal,
that's
would you
allowed.
like to start? Would you like to
No.
start us off? No, you wouldn't? Okay. Who would? Anyone, jump forward. What would you think of Dune 2?
I
Mark?
saw it at a early fan event on last Sunday, and I loved
Oh.
it. I got an early viewing.
I feel like
and I wa-
everybody saw it
yeah.
like a week before me. I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't know
I think
how
it
that
came out
happened.
earlier in general in the US or something. I
I
don't
saw
know.
it yesterday.
Yeah.
No, it just
Yesterday-
came out the normal, like, Thursday, Friday of this past
Mm-hmm.
week for me, but then somehow everyone saw it like the weekend before somehow. Like fan exclusive thing.
fan exclusive events. Like some local. If you checked your theater, some of them had a day on Sunday that they called it a fan event. It was just a regular. You could buy tickets if you wanted to,
Right.
but they had this special thing where Zendaya and Chalamet came out right before, not literally, but on screen, and said, "Thank you for coming to this early event." And
We make movies for you. Tom Cruise is
It was
here
like-
with us.
yeah, basically, it was basically one of those, or and then they promoted IMAX, so that's probably what it was for.
Yay, I'm this Canadian. Woo!
Yeah, but
Good for you.
I
guys.
haven't-
Glad you
I-
have something.
I haven't
Yeah.
been into an IMAX screening like ever. I don't even know where I have one.
In Canada, come to Canada, Metal.
I don't know. It seems a bit expensive to see a movie. I don't know.
Well, I mean, we can hang out.
It's like $3 more.
No, okay, fine. I mean,
You have to forgo
Think
the
about
large
that. I'm
popcorn,
on-
but
I'm on Euro. Euro's not as strong, so it's probably like more like $10 more.
oh yeah, that's steep. It's climbing.
Take a boat; they're cheap.
Sure.
So Lofty, you were saying what
Oh
you
yeah,
thought
sorry.
of
Go
Dune
ahead.
2.
Oh, yeah, I loved Dune 2. I thought it was one of the best experiences in the theater I've had in a long time. And it overall, I think my takeaway from Dune 2 is it makes Dune 1 a little bit. Oh, this is hard. I think I like viewing them as one thing. It's hard for
Mhm.
me to separate the two. So,
Makes
And
Dune
after
1
I
look
s-
like a
after-
piece of shit.
well, I was gonna I was gonna say it makes it look worse, but actually, you can't do this without Dune 1. So it's like they're complementary is basically what I'm trying to say. I just think that this is basically bigger and better in every way, I think, than Dune 1. The only thing I think Dune 1 had in benefit over this movie was the slow burn development of Paul's journey from a naive kind of kid to somebody who's been through trauma. And then this one's just more about his false messiah discovery. But yeah, I just think this movie is amazing and pretty much like better than the first one. So it's like a really, really, really good sequel. Just rare, but I loved it.
Nice. Who would like to go next? Mark, I'm picking you. Mark, tell us what you thought of Dune 2.
I liked a lot, yeah. I think I can definitely echo Lofty's statement about being one of the better movie theater going experiences. It sort of had that theme park ride element that
How dare you?
This is true cinema. Seriously, what is this?
No. What I mean by that is, I guess the best thing I can compare it to, even though I know like most people will not be a big fan of the stories in these movies, but the Avatar movies, going to see one of those in like an IMAX 3D theater, it's almost more like hopping on a ride at a theme park and having an experience that is just not something you'd ever be able to get at home in a way that's tangibly different. Whereas I find most of the time I go to the movies, not too much different than if I was just watching it in 4K at home on my TV and like on my couch with my dogs. It's more comfortable. I can get up, I can pause it, I can go pee, like all of that stuff is a better experience at home. Whereas Dune, at least going to see it in 70mm IMAX, which at this point I've only seen it once, and that's the only way I've seen it, was incredibly impressive to just be in the theater for. And I mean, like, I'm not touching anything now about the story at this point, but I'm just talking about the baseline experience was just incredibly impressive. And as far as its comparison to the first movie, again, like I think Lofty's kind of correct that they kind of require each other, because I think the first one, while it wasn't as action packed and didn't have as many events, it was a lot of good world building where it's set up this version of the Dune like world, because I mean I've heard that I read the books when I was in high school, so and I'm turning 40 this week, so that was a while ago. I don't have the clearest memories of them, and honestly, like when people were saying, "Oh God, they make just changes from the book that are unforgivable," I was sitting there like, I mean, there's little things that are different, but what's the unforgivable? I couldn't really figure it out. And now, granted, I'm sure there's someone here that's read the books who could maybe point it out to me, and I'd like to know, because I've tried to avoid secondary sources. Like, I've not been watching videos on it or anything. I just sort of wanted to go in fresh being like watching the first movie.
Did you do that with the first one, or the?
I mean, even the sci-fi miniseries. Like, I just every time a Dune adaptation comes out, I just kind of want to go see it. And for Dune 2, I didn't even watch the trailers really. I saw one trailer, I think, when I was in the theater for Avatar, and it was the IMAX, so Avatar 2, I guess. And I saw that trailer, kind of forgot everything I saw in it. Like, no, it's like, okay, there's sandworms. I know the events of this story. That's fine. Like, but I'm trying to not really engage with it. So pretty much everything in this movie impressed me. Like, I was surprised by almost all of it. Like, or the things seem that, I mean, we can get into the play-by-play later, but just the way the Harkonnens move in the first action scene.
Yeah.
Just it's something as simple as that, being like, wow, this is pretty cool. Like, they're doing this in a way that is not like anything I've ever seen, but kind of it delivers on that idea of like a sci-fi epic, but one that's specifically targeted at adults, because this is like, there's nothing about this that's like even teen movie-ish.
No,
just
not really.
Timothy Chalamet and Zendaya.
Well, I mean, it could have been, because this is like Game of Thrones, right? The story, everybody compares it to Game of Thrones, but Game of Thrones is a little bit more soap opera than this, I think.
And
It's just
based. This is like all plot. And I think that is probably the biggest detriment it has. I think that more character development for like really a lot of the characters in the movie would have been very beneficial, but I don't know. This is just a very enjoyable movie, and I think that it's going to be, or at least my view on it, is that if it is remembered fondly, then I'm willing to bet it's going to get a lot of people to at least fire up the audiobook and listen through it, and then maybe go into the crazier stuff that happens down the line, like God Emperor. And it's if you don't know where Dune goes, it gets weird.
It is a wild ride. Yes,
it goes to space. I have no idea, actually.
Oh boy,
Mark, you mentioned Avatar. I totally agree. I think Avatar was incredible. I saw it 3 times in the theater. I think it's amazing, and the movie is okay. I would give it like, maybe, I don't know. I like the movie more than most people. Probably like an 8 out of 10, probably.
Wait, Avatar 2?
The second one. I'm not a huge fan of the first one, but
Avatar 2, 8 out of 10?
I for sure.
All right.
This is where the stream derives everybody insane.
Yeah, I've already had lengthy debates about Avatar 2. I just think, just personally, I think people are exaggerating how bad the story is to that movie, but that's just my opinion. But
I kind of like the cripple who can't have a body.
Yeah.
One of the takes ever.
But you brought it up. It's funny you brought it up, because somebody on Twitter, it was funny. The most epic movies of the past 4 years, like the iconic movies of this decade, are Avatar, Dune, I would say Top Gun, and Oppenheimer.
Now, by iconic, you mean again, like
for theater experiences. And it's funny because all 4 of those movies make up the elements. So it's like fire, Oppenheimer, air, and then water and earth with Dune and Avatar. Somebody made a funny meme about
which
it.
Which makes the Netflix reboot of Avatar: The Last Airbender like the ultimate iconography, right?
I've avoided that.
I heard very good things about that.
My friend Sonny
Nothing but good things.
I saw
the ER loved it.
He's in Avatar. Or not, Avatar, Avatar: The Last Airbender on Netflix.
Well, you're in a movie too coming out.
Reflection. It's violent. I'll say that much. There will be blood in the movie that I'm in coming out.
Violence.
It's a short. It's not a feature, but
it's a sequel to There Will Be Blood. Is that what you're saying?
Basically,
Mark's gonna drink your milkshake.
Except instead of oil, it's blood.
Do Do cyborgs bleed? What the fuck?
I do,
What's wrong with
yeah.
They bleed oil.
I
But
like.
judging by the creator, they also breathe. So
that?
I mean, yeah,
No,
like-
only good people. Mark,
Yeah.
unless you had more, I was gonna pass the baton to Mr. John Gramson. John,
Yeah.
what did you think of Dune 2?
I liked it. I didn't read the books. I've researched it though. Like I know kind of where the whole thing goes. It does go to weird places. But anyway, I saw the Lynch movie years ago. It was very silly. Like the villains were like campy. I was just kind of baffled by the whole thing. So I didn't really know what to expect from the first Dune when I saw it, and I kind of went over my head the first time I saw it. Like I had a hard time.
First movie or this one? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
No, sorry. Maybe I'm going a little too far back with boring bullshit, but like, just this is the first Dune I'm talking about, part 1.
Oh,
not the
okay,
Lynch
okay,
one.
okay.
Yeah,
I
part 1.
thought you meant part 2 went over your head, but so that's what
no,
other... yeah, because
the first one went over my head. I just had a hard time absorbing it for some reason.
Yeah,
I was just like, what just happened? But then I was probably just tired because I watched it a second time. I'm like, oh wow, this is actually pretty good and pretty straightforward. I don't know why.
Yeah.
I had a hard time getting it.
Sometimes
the
that
first time.
happens. You just watch movies like, I have no fucking idea what's just happened. I'm just gonna go to sleep.
Yeah.
Well, are you talking about like the lore? Because I've heard Yellow Flash said the same thing last night on stream. He was like, I didn't really know what was happening the first hour of Dune at all. He was confused. Like why they were going to Arrakis. Is that kind of the stuff that you're talking
maybe he
about?
just needed a nap. Yeah.
Maybe.
I think that is actually true. I did need a nap, but I think also I was just kind of overwhelmed by all the big. Maybe not the big ideas of it, but just like weird shit, like the hand going in the box and the pin and all the costumes and just everything just kind of overwhelmed me, and I just didn't really know how to process it. I guess I don't know how to phrase it well.
Paint box.
But anyway, I saw it. I saw it the second time and I was a fan. I'm like, this is dope. And then I was excited for part 2. And it was one of the best theater experiences I've had. I mean, the last good one I had was Top Gun, I think, like on that level. Saw it in a theater with a good sound system. And it's like, I think in the same theater, I might have seen movies where like the sound wasn't good, or like the sound system wasn't equipped to like handle the sound, where it's like you can hear like the speakers vibrating. It creates this really ugly sound that just sucks you out of the movie. Like that, I've had that, I think, happen in the same theater, but with this movie that didn't happen. So I wonder like if this movie was just so well crafted in terms of utilizing a theater sound system that problem wasn't there. Maybe it has something to do with like audio ranges or something, but like the sound was dope. Like, so like, this is definitely a theater movie. You want to go 100%. See this in the theater if you can.
Yeah.
And it was dope. The visual effects were like really impressive. I mean, you can tell they do like CGI obviously, but like it's just really well done. A good mix of VFX and practical. I was thoroughly entertained by part 2. Yeah.
Somebody in chat said to make me listen to Mahler's rant. Is that about Avatar?
Oh, he came in on my stream via his phone to rant about the movie for like 5 minutes, and then he left. It was really funny.
I'll listen to it, but I've already debated Little Platoon for like an hour about Avatar, so I feel like if he couldn't convince me, I don't know if anybody else can. But it was a friendly debate. It was fun. It was funny.
Yeah, I think I saw you guys were doing something on Twitter.
You said something about the visual effects. There's a really interesting interview with with James Cameron and Villeneuve, and they were talking about each other's movies, and they came to the conclusion that they're both very similar movies, and in different ways. So like with the not the Messiah thing with Avatar, but it's a Dances with Wolves kind of thing, which is sort of and Dune and like Pocahontas, and there's a bunch of it's a very common tropey thing to do, but the story works really well and people seem to like those stories. So
our chat metal.
Keep
Yeah, I know.
that.
My OBS is just like
oh shit. Chat says F. They're still there.
The OBS just disconnected. I think it should be back now. Yeah, we're back.
Metal ruined
it. Sorry about that. OBS just decided
you can
to
see the
itself.
full uncut version over on Capital O Opinions on YouTube.
It wasn't long enough to end the stream. We'll be back. So good.
Cool.
Yeah, so they're similar. Villeneuve and Cameron are doing similar things with their movies, like the story, the Pocahontas thing. They're also doing production design is interesting because Villeneuve also had this technology where he could see this like 3D world with his iPad that he was holding up around, and so they're advancing technologies with immersion, but they approached exact opposite when it comes to production design because Villeneuve is very much on set practical, and Cameron is 99.9%. What would you call it? Visual effects, CGI. Basically.
Yeah.
Computer.
So,
that stuff. Yeah.
Well,
but both of them
CGI in Dune 2.
Oh, there's a lot of CGI.
No, I don't know what you're talking about, man. They got real sandworms and everything.
Yeah,
right.
The sandworm handler has the most dangerous job on any set in Hollywood, is what I hear.
Absolutely.
That was most of the budget, paying for the sandworms.
Yeah,
I think Mark
making sure
Mark,
Alec
is your
Baldwin
mic
didn't handle
cutting
them.
out. Is that just me?
No. I'm trying to speak and then other people speak, so I'm stopping.
No, I can't hear. I can't hear your first half of your sentences sometimes. I don't know. It might just be me.
No, that's Discord just being like
Discord?
the other
Oh.
person now gets priority. Why? Because I decided to do so.
Frankie told me to turn something on when we were doing a Halo record, but maybe I'll try turning it off because I think that's been happening a lot to me lately. So
that was like a thing that's been going around with the EFAB lads as well. Like sometimes one person just gets cut off and the other one.
yeah.
okay. So, what I was gonna say is I think what he means is James Cameron will be shooting in like a motion capture volume, like just in a studio, whereas Villeneuve is on set and then applying the CGI through that like iPad visualizer thing, which is probably actually similar tech to what the Disney volumes use, like Mandalorian, where they're rendering the set on a big video wall in real time so that people can see. At the same time, I think that is being used.
There's an echo.
Okay, so maybe I should turn that thing back on.
Yeah.
You're ruining it.
Cyborg.
You're ruining it. Way to go.
It's what happens when you cross streams.
Happens when you bleed oil. You bleed oil all over the place.
All right, Mark.
The Cyborg.
You can do it. You can finish your thought. I believe in you.
I'm still trying to figure my settings, but yeah, it was basically done. It was just the on-set versus in studio.
Yeah. And both of them feel like fully immersive. Both movies, in my opinion. Like Pandora feels super real when you're there watching it, and then this feels like I was in the desert. And yeah, they're just interesting how similar they are, but different. Water and desert. Also, it's like interesting parallels between the two.
Before we move on to whoever's next, Lord of the Pizza Pie asks, speaking of sandworms, did everyone get their Dune 2 popcorn bucket? Did anyone
they
actually
weren't
get that?
They weren't the thing here
No,
in Germany.
they didn't have any.
I wouldn't have gotten one in an instant because they look funny as shit.
They had them in
think
my
Canada
theater,
had
but
them.
I'm not currently in the market for any new sex toys, so I didn't get it.
They look like they're a pain in the ass to actually eat popcorn out of.
Yeah. God only knows how they're meant to be used. Let's see.
Only the Messiah knows how to use those.
He will know your ways as if born to them.
If you were a Harkonnen, you would use it differently. If you know what I mean.
Very differently.
Okay now.
Bring the bucket to my cell.
Yeah, Discord has still decided that you're the one who gets cut off if
It's
priority.
just the first like half second of your first sentence or your first words. I don't know why. I don't understand it.
Do a little preparatory before I say anything, and then I'll launch into a point. Then I guess.
So, blah, 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 and then
Anyway, I was saying.
Hugh, would you like to tell us what you thought of Dune 2?
Sure. I really, really, really liked it. I had a very good time with it. I didn't see it in IMAX, and I'm not sure if that was... So towards the end in my theater, there was a couple of... I think there were a couple balancing issues between the score and the dialogue, because there were some points where I could not hear what anybody was saying to each other over the sound of the music, but I think that was probably more an issue with my theater than with the overall film. I have read the first book and the second book recently. I haven't read any of the others because I got kind of annoyed halfway through the second book and I finished it, but I haven't gone back to them. I fully intend to return to them at some point, but when people are talking about the changes, they do make some pretty big ones. I think some of them are kind of significant, especially since Denis Villeneuve has been very concerned with doing Messiah. At least I think he has since the beginning of his tenure here. There are some changes that I find pretty interesting that he would make, considering that that's sort of his end goal. But I don't know if I think they're bad. Or I'm curious to kind of bring them up and get everybody's opinions on these, actually, because I think
how many of us have read the books?
I
mean, you have.
I have read the first two, and that was recently.
From 15 to 17, and I'm almost 40, so it was a while ago.
Oh, okay.
I haven't. The only thing I consumed in terms of Dune was the real-time strategy game that came before Command and Conquer.
Oh, Dune Spice Wars?
Yeah.
That's a good game. It's fun.
I
it's
might
hard.
still actually have that on a disc somewhere.
That's a hard game. Oh, you're talking about an old game.
CDs.
An old. There's a newer strategy game. I think you're talking about the old.
I played it as a little boy child.
Yeah.
I might have that in like a video game collection or something. Yeah.
It's Westwood Studios, guys who made Command and Conquer.
Command and Conquer. Okay.
I have not read the books either, so going into it totally blind. And
I just read the first book like a month ago again, so I'm pretty fresh.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll talk all about it as it goes on, for sure. Hugh, did you have any closing thoughts on the film before we move on to whoever's next?
Big desert movie, go Burr. I enjoyed.
Yay!
Dune. Nobody's gonna join me on this one.
That's fine. See, it's hard to chant in unison over a Discord chat because of the lag.
It's hard for me to know who's talking. Which one of the demon-eyed people are you? On the left or the right? Are you Roger Ebert or are you the other guy?
I am Roger Ebert.
And I am Gene Siskel with
okay, that's Siskel. I could have been Adam Sandler for all I know. I don't know who the hell that is.
I know Ebert.
I know, but Siskel has not a memorable face, though, right? Nobody knows him.
How dare you? No, you're right. He doesn't. Except for when he has
How dare you disrespect the newscasters from Godzilla 1998 like this?
I'm sorry.
Metal, would you like to go?
Fine, I'll do it. No, I would have gone first, but then you just went with the meme, so that's fine.
Yes, and.
So it's really nice to watch a movie in the cinema, and I don't want to fucking kill myself after it. So that's a big plus already. No, I think it was overall it was really good. Very good movie cinema experience. Definitely watch it in the cinema if you can, because that's the best experience by far. Because I did a rewatch that was not in the cinema. I mean, was definitely in the cinema, in a bad cinema, and man, you lose a lot. You do lose a lot with that.
Yeah. You know what? Another movie that I tell people to if they don't, it's like, oh, I don't like that movie very much, and I question their kind of take on it because it's like, well, if you didn't watch it in the movie theater, you're getting like 20% of the experience. Have you ever seen Gravity?
No.
The sci-fi movie Gravity with George Clooney.
But this sounds like it's a space thing that's probably visually very striking just by the name alone. Yeah.
It's Alfonso Cuarón, so he directed Children of Men. He's a really, really visually stunning director. And that movie is like 10 times better in the movie theater. You feel it's horrifying because it's space debris flying at people and killing them. And it's a horror movie in space. And at home, it's just not even close to as good as it is in the theater. It's just not even close to as immersive. And that's like a big one for me. And then obviously Dune and Top Gun. There were some other ones, but Top Gun's still good at home. Got a, charming, it's charming.
Fun stuff. I forgot where I was.
We're talking about Dune 2,
We're
the
talking about
movie we're all
Dune.
here to discuss.
Oh, I didn't see that one.
You're in Germany and you're talking about Dune.
The year is 2024.
Yeah,
Your
I
name
mean,
is
it
Metal.
looks amazing. It's well acted. I feel like I really enjoyed it overall. I don't think there's anything particularly crazy wrong with it. I like it quite a bit, but I'm not in love with it. But that's probably just me personally. I'm not as hyped as everybody else around the interwebs. I feel like I don't see anything wrong with it, but I don't know. I'm just not into it as crazy as most other people are.
Are you a big Star Wars guy?
Valid.
Sorry?
Are you a big Star Wars guy?
Not a big Star Wars guy. I haven't seen the movies in a long time as well.
Okay.
That's a difficult question these days. Like,
I just meant
if you're
the
talking about
original.
recent Star Wars, no.
No, I mean like you know.
I like the good Star Wars.
Ever since Disney bought it.
Well, if you said you're not really like enthusiastic about this, I was just wondering if you were like not into sci-fi or.
Oh no, I like sci-fi. I don't know. It's just
okay.
I can't really put it into words. Like I liked it. I went to the cinema. I was like, yeah, it was pretty good. And then I rewatched it again. I was like, I don't know, I'm just not super excited. Not that there's anything wrong specifically with the movie, as I can tell. It's just like I don't know. It's just one of these movies where I'm just like, I want to see. Actually, I do want to see more of it because I think the universe is pretty cool overall. I want to see more about the Harkonnen. I want to see more about those weird space witches that I still don't really understand what they're up to. I guess there's a Holy Crusade coming up. They kill bloodlines and stuff. They're crazy and they're kind of in the background. I want to see more about these guys. I mean, that kind of goes to the point that Mark already brought up, like some more character development and a bit more of exploring of different factions. Because I've seen people bring up the books. I have no idea about the books, but there's like much more about the Harkonnen and the House Atreides and how their dynamic actually works that we don't really get in this one in both. Yeah. So I feel like there's lots more to explore that you could put in movies as well. That would be kind of cool.
Yeah, for sure.
But I still think it's pretty good. I still give it a big thumbus uppus.
Nice. Thumbus uppus, that's the Latin name for it.
It is.
I'll round out the cast and say that I thought Dune 2 was good. I really, really liked it. How, dare I use the word objectively, well put together the story is in this movie is something I have mixed feelings about. There are things about it that aren't as strong, but on the whole, still really, really good. I would recommend it to basically everyone except for the small percentage of people who saw the first movie and actively disliked it. I don't think it'll win those people over. But otherwise, I think this is a movie almost everyone will at least like, and then some people will love. There's a lot to praise about it that we'll talk about as we go through. There's a couple things that I think are not as strong. I would still happily call it good. And there's something about this movie that really scratched an itch for me. I think there's something about the sort of sci-fi, spiritual, magical aspect that feels very kind of archaic and ancient. I really like that. That's really my cup of tea. I want more of that. That's the strongest element of this film, in my opinion. And you don't really get anything like that these days. So I was very excited to see that. Loved it. A lot of the character work is really strong. I disagree with some people who think the movie doesn't really have a heart. I wouldn't say it's overly sentimental, but I think there's a lot of really good character work here. Visually, I think it's stunning. I think it looks really good seeing it on the big screen, especially with the music. You know, the visuals and the music together make for a big, bombastic, epic experience that I really, really enjoy. There's some things about the movie that I think, broadly speaking, I would call the combat and the warfare that are not super well executed in terms of the logic and logistics and strategy involved.
That's a problem I had with the first one already, where I was kind of wondering, it's like, why are we doing this and not this? But I guess we get to that.
Some of those questions have answers. Some of them, I think, don't. I
feel a lot of these questions will be answered with the lore that a lot of people don't know, I guess. I could imagine.
Maybe. I think there's some of the action scenes, if we'll call them that, in this movie that... So I've seen the movie twice now, and I think on a second rewatch, everything I loved got better and everything I disliked got worse. which is to say, I still think it's good, but there are aspects that I really don't think work super well. So I'm excited to talk about those. That's the gist. I'd recommend it.
Yeah.
Go check it out if you haven't seen it. We're going to,
We're gonna
jump
spoil
in
big time. So if
big spoiler-heimers.
Big spoiling times. So I would go see it. Go see it.
Do you guys know where this falls on your hierarchy, your rank, your what would you call it? The canon of all-time great science fiction movies? Would this be up there for you, or
I mean, personally, I probably wouldn't. I don't see myself going back into it. It's like, oh, I really want to watch Dune Part 1 and 2, to be honest.
I definitely would go back.
I do.
Yeah. I don't know if they're my favorite of all time or anything, but the stuff I do like in it, I really love, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't know if it would crack my top 5, but it is definitely something I would revisit it. I enjoyed it enough that I would recommend it and watch it again.
Right.
I'm
It's
really
definitely
curious
not
to
in my
see.
top 5.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, I was just gonna say it's not in my top 5 because that would involve being better than like Blade Runner and Alien in 2001 and and Empire Strikes Back, but it's right outside my top 5 for me. I've already seen the first Dune like 4 or 5 times. I plan on watching all of the entire 5-hour cut or whatever as soon as it hits, DVD or whatever 4K. I don't know. I understand what you're saying. Some people feel that way, but I think this is a very epic, fun movie to watch over and over to pick up all the details and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's where it's at for me. It's like really, really high up there.
Yeah, I'm interested to see where the conversation with these two movies is going to be in 2-3 years from now. That's always interesting to me.
And I would say
people
that
are like,
sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
I would say that the first book is probably up there in one of my that would crack my top 5 for favorite science fiction novels of all time.
Yeah.
The movies would not make that list, and there are some changes that the more I think about them, the more I kind of go like, that's an interesting diversion. Yeah, there are some. And we'll get into this obviously. Like we can talk about that, and I'm curious to hear what everybody has to say about finding out about some of it, but I think that probably sums it up. Is I would, if you're really into Dune but you feel like the movie didn't give you exactly what you want, you should probably just reread the book or read the book and check it out, see if that scratch the itch, because it is pretty I've heard a lot of people say that the first one is like, oh, it's the first 100 pages are really tough to read. I didn't find that at all.
I didn't either. No.
I thought that it kind of hit that because I was a big Song of Ice and Fire fan for for a while, and the book has a lot of what you want out of kind of like what you get out of a Song of Ice and Fire, so it kind of scratches that itch with a little bit more of a sci-fi vibe to it. But yeah, we can get into it whenever.
I think now is as good a time as any to jump in. I figured we just kind of go through the movie relatively chronologically. I don't like to restrict myself to not being able to jump ahead if conversation demands it. But
we can jump around, sure.
Yeah, but
we should start at the beginning. Mark was already talking about it. Mark, I just wanted to say something, then you can piggyback off of it if that's cool, because we both sort of agree. I think the opening to this movie, the opening to this movie is amazing in my opinion. It's so thrilling. With what they do, there's sort of like a skirmish or like a battle, but I think it was perfect opening, because it's like people who thought the first Dune was slow are going to go into this and they're instantly going to have like tension, and then I just wanted to get Mark and you guys to take. Did you get any Christopher Nolan vibes from the opening to this? Because with what he was doing with the camera, and then the people like the Harkonnen, or was it Sardaukar, but they were like floating up in the air, and then the camera would go like sideways, and it was like this. To me, it felt very Nolan. I don't know. I just thought that was awesome, like something I'd see out of like Tenet or something.
I thought
I loved it.
I thought the audio design of that scene helped it a whole lot too.
Definitely.
It's not like they were wearing jetpacks and you heard like engines going off. They just kind of effortlessly floated up into the air, and that's sort of
so cool.
Gives you some context around when the Baron does that in the beginning, and it's just this creepy, weird shot, and it's like, oh no, they have the tech to just do this. They can. They can move
I think
in
it
any
was
direction.
accompanied by a sort of like choir, like kind of a faint, distant shrieking sort of sound
Yeah.
cue that was really strong. I really like the music in this movie.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah, the
Really
music
helps
was
sell.
it was very complimentary to the lack of sound effect in the movement of the Harkonnen. And then it like the this is a thing that a phrase I might mention a lot, because the scene then breaks out into probably the aspect in the movie I loved the most, that it was mostly desert ninjas fighting spacemen.
Yeah.
For a lot of the movie, I was like, well, this is pretty cool.
When they were getting they had to flee because of a sandworm. They had to jump on top of a mountain to get away. And then that was planned, because then they started getting sniper fire, and they were getting picked off one by one. And when their bodies were falling and slamming into the ground, amazing audio. It was like shocking. I thought the first one at least scared me. I love that whole thing. It reminded me of The Happening, when they were falling off the roof and deleting themselves.
Right.
No.
Yeah, it was really cool.
One of the strongest things I think about the violence and the action in this movie is that there are a lot of moments where something rather aggressively violent happens very quickly. It's very sharp and pointed and unexpected. Those moments seem to hit hardest, I think,
They
to me.
do.
Yeah.
Yep, they do. Good
Yeah,
point.
so Metal, do I understand that you have some notes that you were gonna work us through? Is that right?
I mean, I just took broad notes. I thought
okay.
we were enough people, so I don't need to take particular crazy notes.
That's all good. I was just curious.
Stop yelling at me.
Stop ganging up on me. You guys ever watch the Room? Oh my god. That's
I
funny.
get a lot of oh hi.
Oh hi, Mark.
Yeah, so the movie starts, I would say, with the opening monologue voiceover from Florence Pugh's character,
You're alone.
talking about the immediate aftermath of the end of the first movie, or where the Harkonnen obliterate House Atreides. We learned that, if I understand correctly, this all happened in the dead of night, and so a lot of the other houses aren't aware of what's happened here yet.
Pretty much.
Yeah, they kept it secret, basically, because House Atreides, I rewatched the first one and this one kind of like back-to-back days. I think House Atreides is essentially the ones that are elected to speak for the members of the other great houses. So they're kind of a popular faction for supporting the Holy Roman Emperor, the Holy Roman Empire's sort of Congress or Parliament. And so it is imperative that they do it in secret so that the great houses don't rebel against the Emperor.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then we transition into the fight scene, the tense sequence that has already been mentioned, where the Fremen come up against those are Harkonnen troops, right?
They are, yeah, they're Harkonnen.
Yes. Yeah.
Who are hunting them in the deep desert.
Yeah,
and
the floaty devices.
Yes, and this is clearly around dusk or dawn or something of the sort. It's very rich and orange in a way that mostly Arrakis, especially during the day with the blinding hot sun, is very like white and
talking about blinding. How many times did you guys get flashbanged by the movie in the cinema?
There's several, quite a few times.
I was like, oh, they're in this cave. He's like, oh god.
That's one of the praise I would give the movie. Like when it's dark, it feels dark, and when it's bright, it feels bright, which is something a lot of movies struggle with. So,
also, I'm pretty sure it's someone next to me in the cinema who was translating the movie to someone in a different language, because they talked every time there was dialogue, and he was talking to the other guy. Like not super loud, but I realized I was like, is he translating that? Because they weren't talking in. That's funny. I was watching it in English in Germany, but they were translating it to a completely different language. It was very confusing.
Very interesting.
That's my story. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the Harkonnen are trying to hunt the Fremen in the deep desert. At one point, they use their silent jetpack type things, whatever they do to float, and they float silently up onto this rock, and they're looking for Fremen and signs of worm sign and all that sort of fun stuff. And they're starting to get picked off one by one, not sure where the fire is coming from. And then one of them, who isn't shot, floats back down and what's his name, Paul, and his mother
Oh.
Jessica are there, and they're like, "Uh-oh, he's gonna get us. What do we do?" But Paul runs and grabs a sword off one of the dead guys and has a little fight with him. It's pretty neat, good stuff. But there's a guy with a sniper rifle behind him who looks like he's gonna take him out, and then Jessica grabs a rock and smashes his head in. Thought it was an effective scene, but it did make me wonder how flimsy their armor is. I think there's going to be moments of that later, where I'm not sure quite what the Harkonnens' armor does. They seem to be cut through like butter in a lot of.
It feels like
in this
action
movie.
armor. We have armor, but when you slice me, I'm dead.
Yeah, there's a little bit of that.
That was one thing I was unclear of. Does everyone in this universe have those shields? Like, are we just assuming they're on at all times?
No,
Well,
okay,
no,
so
it-
I can answer
there's
that for you actually. So
Oh, go
the
ahead.
shields are you can't use the shields in the desert because the rhythmic thumping of the shields attracts the worms.
Yeah.
And the reason that they have the shields is because it blocks guns. So that's why everybody uses swords in combat,
Yeah.
and it has to be like super slow, right? So like that, and so but when you're in the desert and you're a Fremen, you don't have a shield, and you have to use the knives anyway.
I mean, then like, why didn't they just shoot them all?
Well, you know,
There are moments where they seem like they really should. Others,
Yeah.
they don't have a good vantage point, or they get snuck up on. But there are moments in the movie where it really seems like they probably should have just shot them, and they had the opportunity. Those are some of the weak moments. We'll get to the specifics later, but that's sort of what I was.
I have one particular thing in terms of weaponry in this universe that kind of
Yes.
breaks everything, I feel like.
Go for it.
Go for it.
Should I? Okay. It sounded like you wanted to. The blue laser thing they use, that seems very powerful with like no doubt signs at all.
Yeah.
Yes.
It has amazing range. It shoots through big metal things. Like you
Yes.
take one and just sweep it in a cone motion on the ground, and you kill everybody.
Yeah.
Yes.
Chop the
True.
whole planet
So
in half.
when those things hit in the book, when those things hit shields, they detonate basically like atomic weapons. If I'm
Oh, that's
Yeah.
what?
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Wow.
So a thing
Wait,
that the movie
did
does
they
not.
mention that in the movie?
No, I don't.
Because if
remember
they
them
would have done
mentioning
that, I would be like, okay, yeah, I probably don't want to do that. Unless they're far enough away, then you definitely want to do that.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's like-
and yeah, that's somebody in chat just mentioned I should bring up the nuke effect on the shields. So yeah, basically, if shields get hit by a big enough laser, they will detonate like atomic bombs. Essentially,
Is that in the movie?
no? That is not something that they
Okay.
mentioned from what I could.
Yeah.
From
So
what
as
I
far
remember
as-
watching it, like as far as we're concerned, in the movie, that's not brought up.
But I believe in the movie they do bring up that the shields don't work in the desert because of the rhythmic thumping, right? Is that something that comes up?
Yeah,
in the
they,
first-
they,
They do in
They
the
bring
first
that up
one,
in the
yeah.
first one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that partly explains why the Harkonnen don't have shields when they're hunting the Fremen in the desert. That's all fine. Someone asked if what they're wearing is armor. It definitely
Certainly
looks
looks
like
like
armor to me.
Mm.
If not, they probably should be. Though, like obviously, the weapons and the knives are sharp. Like obviously, it's not impossible that they could get a knife in through holes in the armor. Armpits and things of that nature. That's not really my main objection. But there are scenes, especially one later, where, oh God, what is as the wrestler Dave Bautista? What's his character's
Dave
name?
Batista.
Oh, that's
Raban.
Raban, yeah.
Yeah,
Raban the
there's a
Bull.
moment later in the movie where his little faction gets just cut through like wet paper towels. It seems like they should be a bit stronger. So one thing I noticed when I was rewatching the first movie is yes, the Fremen have that blue laser that is very powerful and very, very useful.
Mhm.
In the first movie, when very, very beginning of the film, we're getting a little prologue. We're getting voiceover from Zendaya about their struggles against the Harkonnen, and we see them fighting the Harkonnen who are trying to harvest spice, and they have that blue laser. They shoot it through one of the ships. It starts to explode. Then the ship launches these little missiles that swarm. You might remember them from the first movie. They kind of swarm and find their targets, and they suffer heavy. The Fremen, that is, they suffer heavy casualties in trying to destroy the spice harvesting machine ships that have those missiles. In this movie, the second one, I don't feel like they used that very much. There are whole scenes where they're fighting against the Harkonnen who are trying to harvest spice, and they're not using those missiles. And so as a result, the Fremen with that very powerful blue laser just cuts through ships like butter, and they don't really suffer any heavy casualties at all. That kind of undermined some of the tension in those scenes for me. It also kind of, I would have liked it more if the Fremen had to be, if they were more of the underdogs like they were in the first movie, or that's how it felt in the first movie anyway. I don't know if anyone else felt that the same way. There's a whole montage where they're fighting against the Harkonnen spice harvesters, and it seemed like they were just kind of obliterating them.
So I got the impression that the Harkonnen air support made firing those lasers impossible, because it seemed like they didn't.
Well, in the first scene, yeah. In the second one, when you see there's two of them, there's still two copters. Copter, what the fuck are they called?
Ornithopter.
Yeah, those ones. There's still two of them in the air, and they just shoot the fucking thing. So that's what I thought as well. That's what I had in my notes. And then the second scene happened. It's like, oh no, there's two of them, and they just used the laser.
Are you talking about the laser gun?
Yeah, we're talking about the laser gun just now.
Aren't they firing that from like crevices or crevasses in like you can't really know where they're coming from? That's what I thought. They were like hiding and then shooting them from like, unknown areas.
I'd be willing to believe that the Harkonnen horticopters, right?
Yeah. Ornithopter.
Ornithopter?
Orna. Just call it Thopter. Thopter. Thopter.
Like
the Thopters.
It's a funny Google word, Thopter. I don't know.
I can believe that when a weapon of that power starts charging up, they would have sensors that will let them zero in on it, which is why the Thopters are such a problem. And Metal having it in his notes, like, we didn't talk about this at all. So, apparently we got the same impression that it was the air support that needed to be taken care of.
Yeah.
But also like framing Dune as something that's been adapted as a real-time strategy game. It's, that's a good way to give me the impression that, like, okay, this is why this needs to happen before this.
Yeah. I see what you guys are saying. I just don't think. I think these are nitpicks. I think I think I could make this. You can make the same arguments with some other, a lot of other media. I feel like, but when we're doing the guerrilla warfare style stuff, I thought it was just like, what's it called? The word I'm looking for. I thought it was just supposed to be known that they've been stealing this technology from. I don't think they said this, but like they were like slowly gathering all of this stuff from the Harkonnens, right, over the course of a period of time. They didn't have this stuff in before Paul was like leading them, right? Like they just got this technology.
No, they had it.
I don't think that's really, because like the Fremen technology, like the still suits and the thumpers and everything, like they're very well renowned for like building stuff that works well for them, and they don't usually steal the other. Like they're not running out and stealing all.
Well, I just meant like the laser guns.
They have those in the first movie, in the prologue to the first movie. They're using them. Say, like, as I mentioned, they use that blue laser gun, blows up one of the ships, but then they shoot missiles, and a whole bunch of them are killed. So it's clearly very dangerous, and they suffer a lot of casualties. I felt like it was less balanced in this movie, and made it seem like, okay, so there's a scene, and I think this impacts things. I don't think it's just a nitpick. I wouldn't say it breaks the movie or anything, but it impacts the feeling that the Fremen are kind of underdogs here. There's a specific line where Paul says something about how fear is all we have. And it's like, I don't know, you guys are kind of cutting through them like butter. Like things seem to be going really well, honestly. And
I would have liked a couple of scenes where they actually lose a lot of people, or at least a
that would
bunch
have
of people.
Helped for sure. Like they have the blue laser guns, they're very powerful, they do a lot of damage, but then it's risky and consequential.
And I mean, especially during combat, obviously they get bumped to shit. Of course.
They got mowed down pretty hard when they were trying to take on that harvester. Like those ornithopter weapons are OP. They will, like, one pull of the trigger will fire like 75 rounds into your
shotgun
skull.
or something.
Yeah. I thought they were taking a lot of casualties every time they went out to do these things. Like they showed a lot of the Fremen just like running, and then like all of them died except Paul and Chani and a couple others, and at least in that one skirmish.
In the first one?
when they shoot when they have to take down the ornithopters, circling the
circling the heart.
There's a bunch of them that get shot for sure. Yeah,
there's a few. Yeah, there's a few of them that get shot, but I don't know if I would put it.
Yeah,
that
they
they're
didn't
the
take
only survivors.
any
It doesn't because it seems like a whole group of them are celebrating afterward.
Yeah,
So.
it was a resounding victory for sure. And
Yeah,
then that's probably the best of them. And I think the ones we see in the montage coming up are even worse in that they're even more OP and they don't suffer any casualties and they're just wiping through the Harkonnen. I think it was kind of the consequence of this decision kind of makes the Harkonnen look weaker than they ought to be for the sake of the story. I think we do some things to make the Harkonnen, by implication, kind of stupid and not as competent that I don't like, especially with the decisions made by Dave Bautista's character, whose name I already forgot.
Raban.
Raban, yes. But we'll get to those as they come. I think that the scene where they attack the spice harvester for the first time and they have to shoot down the ornithopter is probably the best one in that regard. It has the least annoying imbalance problems.
If I could just use that as a quick jumping off point, because there was a comment in the chat about the how are there no satellites above the planet? Because I think one of the things is that the Harkonnen do have that sort of like cartoony villain incompetence a little bit, in that they've never tried to image the south of the planet with satellites.
Bribery.
Like it's bribery it's bribery from the Fremen. The Spacing Guild stops basically, like, this is something that is not explored in the movie, but it is explored in the book, and so I think it's.
I was about to say that I missed like 20 minutes of the movie.
Yeah, it's something that I think that they did a little bit of a disservice by excluding from the movie, is that the Spacing Guild is paid in extra spice by the Fremen for not having, basically for keeping satellites away so that people can't see what they're doing on the surface.
Yeah.
Okay, that would have been smart to include, because as it stands, and this will come up later, the South seems to be an utter mystery to people who are in orbit and can just like go down there and look at any time.
Well, they also showed that the South is very reclusive. Like they live in, don't they live like under the ground?
Yeah, but they also have a big rock with a temple like face carved into it, kind of like the one in Jordan. So, and it wouldn't be hard to miss.
There is also some traces of green, like especially not in the movie, but the way that it is in the novel is that they're planting things out there and trying to make it turn into a hospitable environment, which is something you would be able to see, you would think, on a planet that's mostly just desert. But if they're bribing the people who run the satellites to hide those images, then there you go, problem solved. And they do mention in the first one that there are no satellites operating around the planet. They just never get around to explaining why that is. So, especially when it becomes a big reveal towards the end of this one, that holy shit, there are people. Hey, by the way, you idiots, there's people living down there. It exhibits signs of life. How did you not see that? But there is a reason. It's just we're not gonna talk about it for that.
Don't the Harkonnen have these I don't know, human computers or something going on? I heard about that.
Yeah, so like, Mentats.
You don't really see it in the movie, but I heard about it. Sounds kind of cool.
The ones who roll their Stewart from Devs. I can't remember the actor's name, but I like him a lot.
That's a good.
Yeah, he rolls his eyes. The guys who roll their eyes back and turn them white while doing calculations are human programmed computers, and. Yeah, one of the things about them is that Paul is also trained in those ways as well as the Bene Gesserit, so he's combining like all the different. This is the way the novel tells it, right? So he's combining all the different superpowers that people have into one person, that these futuristic people have into one person, which makes him particularly potent as a weapon, more so than others. Which again, I think the movie does a bit of a disservice by not including some of that. I think cut mostly for time, but because you'd have to do some work to explain that, and they decided to push on with the action fun stuff instead, but there is a little bit.
Somebody also
the human computer thing isn't just Harkonnens though, is it? Like
No, it's not.
No,
everybody
no.
has one.
House Atreides has the big
okay.
guy.
Everybody
Well,
has one, and it's the only way that computers are allowed is because the AI caused a revolution that almost wiped out humanity like several thousand years before any of this took
it's
place.
called Terminator.
Yeah, pretty
Skynet.
much. Yeah.
Oh
The
my god, this is the
Schwarzenegger,
Terminator
the
universe.
Schwarzenegger
Sequel.
jihad. Yeah.
Terminator cross Sardaukar versus Alien versus Predator, Terminator versus Sardaukar. We got to get that movie at some point.
Cyborg, he's the best of us.
Somebody in
Someone
chat
just said, wasn't Google Gemini by any chance, was it?
Google Gemini. No.
Gemini.
Somebody also asked whose armor is stronger.
My.
Dune
armor.
armor or armor from Troy.
It's because we did the EFAB movies with Troy, and we were wondering why they all even wear armor, because the armor didn't do anything for anyone. It just stabbed through all the armor and slashed through it.
I would say
they show so much skin in the outfits. Like
I would say as far as whose armor is stronger, I think the plot armor in Disney Star Wars is probably the strongest.
That's a very good one. That's very
That's
strong.
one of the mithril, I think.
Yeah,
some of these action shortcomings and warfare shortcomings the movie has are definitely worse in a lot of other bad movies, but they're kind of like a little too reminiscent of a lot of Hollywood tropes for my liking. You would think in this movie, and I think this was explored better in the first movie, that like the technological advances that they've made and the technology they have should change what warfare looks like a bit more than it does in this.
But war never changes, Cap.
Oh god. So they have that initial battle where they destroy the spice harvester, and then they're celebrating their victory. And this is one of my first favorite scenes in the movie, where they're all celebrating in their little tent at night their victory, and they're talking, and eventually the conversation comes to, what Paul's goals here are. Because there's a lot of the Fremen from the very beginning, when they first arrive in the first movie, a lot of them are speculating that he might be the Lisan al-Gaib, the one, the person who's going, the person who's going to come and save them. The voice from the outer worlds is going to come save them and lead them to victory. And at this point in the movie, he is not concerned with doing that. What he wants to do is fight and live among them, like alongside them, that is. And so this is when we sort of get his intentions and what he wants. And then we have a great scene where they choose names for him now that he is becoming a part of their group. I love this scene so much. I should say that Javier Bardem is probably what's his character's name? I'm so bad with these names. Stilgar.
Yeah.
He is
like
so
him.
good in this movie. I love his character in this movie.
Yeah.
Isn't it great when you have a character that is a bit funny but not in a cringe way?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't expect that.
Yeah.
he's definitely the funniest character, I think, in the whole movie.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Movie.
Yeah.
Some of his lines.
Wait,
He's very
I love Stilgar.
I don't know, very sympathetic. Oh, he's so good. And Javier Bardem is great. So someone said, you skipped his mom drinking the water, right? I don't remember the exact order. I think what we might end up doing is like following certain plot lines for a bit.
Yeah, I can't remember that. I saw it a week ago, and this movie you have to watch twice at least, to really.
Yeah. Well, I did do a rewatch with some notes. I mean, it doesn't matter. We're a little bit out of order, but that's fine.
okay.
The exact order of what plot lines we're cutting back and forth between when will probably be lost to us at this point, but I'll sort of follow the threads as they go.
It probably is worth pointing out. So when they first arrive at their HQ, the Fremen HQ is what I called it. I don't know if it has like an actual name or something. I think it's just their hideout, one of them, or the biggest one.
Definitely where the people in the north live.
Yeah, we see that Stilgar talks to, I don't know, the Desert Council or something. I don't know. And he's like, "Oh, I saw he's an Al-Gaib," and they're like, "Yeah, right. This one is it for real this time." It kind of sounded like he tried that before or something.
It reminds
there
me
might
of
be
Morpheus,
signs.
or I guess Morpheus reminds me of him.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Puzzle, but yeah.
And they basically say, "Well, let the desert choose their fate." Of the boy and the woman. Well, we actually have a dying Reverend Mother, and she knows the way, so she's gonna do that. So she's becoming the new. Supposed to become the new Reverend Mother, and we also learn that they have like big water thingies underground that is all made out of dead people, as from what I understand. It's like a religious place.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm actually not entirely sure what I was supposed to do with that. Like they put it back like as a burying site or something.
It's another instance of context being removed where maybe it shouldn't have been. But
I don't know. I'm going to interrupt you only because I think it works perfectly well without any additional context.
Because from what I understand, maybe I understand they put that in there, and if there's enough water, as he said it, the Messiah is gonna use that to bring back the green of the world or something.
Yeah,
I think.
So the way he describes it is that the underground in their little underground living area, there's a sort of temple chamber in the mountain that has a giant shallow lake that seems to extend almost indefinitely. And what they do when the Fremen die is they take the water out of their bodies. They kind of, mummify them in a sense. And they take the water because they worship the water so much. They put the water back into this eternal pond where, all the water comes from and where all the souls go to rest, that sort of thing. And he says specifically to Jessica that even if they were on the verge of death, they wouldn't drink from this water because this water is sacred. And he says in a sort of... regarding the prophecy that like when there are enough souls in here, when there's enough water in here, that will be the time for when the prophecy is made manifest. And I believe he says, what's the name of the sandworm spirit that they
Shai-Hulud?
Shai-Hulud will
I said it almost the wrong way around. Hai-Shalut, that's the one.
I think he says, if I remember correctly, he doesn't say that the Lisan al-Gaib will make the world green again. He says that I've already forgotten it. Shai-Hulud will make the world green again. So it's less like this water will be used to make the world green again. In my opinion, it seemed more like when enough of us have fought and died for this battle, like the time will come, kind of thing.
Yeah,
that's how it seemed to me.
Yeah, no, and I like the religious significance. I think the religious significance, it works fine, right? It works perfectly well for the symbology that they're going for. It doesn't necessarily need the extra context, but the extra context is that they are in the way that it's written, they are trying to actively bring the vegetation back to Dune, and so they need a very specific amount of water, and so they will not allow that water to be taken. There's a practical purpose to it as well as a religious significance. So it's not, again, I don't think it's terrible to remove that context necessarily, but it is one of those things where it's like, well, it adds a little bit, and I think it helps to get some of it.
Counterpoint, I think maybe that lessens it for me a bit.
Okay.
That I like this symbolic significance, the religious significance, more than the sort of, I don't know, for lack of a better word, basic materialist significance of it. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That's just like hearing that extra context kind of lessens the impact of it a bit for me.
I can understand that. I mean, I get
maybe yes, I really like basically every scene with Stilgar in it. It's kind of funny.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say the end of this scene. He's talking about this lake of all the souls of the dead and all that sort of thing. She starts crying. She weeps over how many dead this must be to have filled up this massive underground pool with the water of the dead. Must have been a ton of souls. She starts crying, and then he uses his thumb to wipe her tears away and scolds her for don't waste
water on the dead. Yeah,
not even for the dead. Yeah,
says a lot, I think, about their people and their attitude. Or it's not only what they're trying to accomplish, but also how they view the souls of the dead, and also how they view water. All that together really works. Then he says that they've agreed to let her stay. They have a Reverend Mother who is dying, and that because she's a Bene Gesserit, because she knows the way, that they're going to make her the new Reverend Mother. And she says, "Oh, what if I don't want to?" And he says, well, it's either that or you die."
Yeah,
essentially. And the way he says it, I don't remember exactly how he says it, but he says it in a very funny way. It's very charming in this movie. blunt and matter of fact, but charming.
It's something to the effect of, if you're not going to be the mother, then you have no use to us, and if you have no use to us, then your water will be better served going back to I forget what they say. Yeah,
it's actually just fulfilling their own. It's what's the how would you call it, like when they're fulfilling their own prophecy? Like he's deciding that she is, like he's using threatening her to basically be part of the prophecy, which doesn't really make sense if he wouldn't have to use like a threat like that if it was a real prophecy.
That's actually one of the things that I found really interesting about Stilgar, because I think he's a great example of developing fanaticism, where every single action that Paul does, he interprets as being correct through the lens of the prophecy. And I thought that created some funny moments, but also moments that kind of made you think about how these things can get out of hand if you start believing in them too hard,
Yeah, that's the theme of the book. Yep.
Yeah.
I've seen some people say that the Fremen are very utilitarian people, though. It's like, well, yeah, but they're like, in this movie at least, they're incredibly spiritual people. They place a lot of value,
but they're also
spiritual and religious significance.
Basically, split in half in how far they go with this. Because
I wouldn't say in half necessarily, because it seems to be like half of the people in the north only. So maybe like a quarter, if that makes sense.
It's definitely there's definitely an outlining of people's like, nah, we're not gonna wait for the Messiah. We're gonna fight for ourselves. So it's not gonna be super easy to just get everybody on their side just like that.
Yeah. What I would add is that it's not necessarily that those people aren't religious or spiritually inclined, but they don't necessarily believe in the prophecy. They're very spiritual people. So that the soul, like the idea of making that pool of water something that they're trying to collect in order to achieve a certain goal, I think it kind of minimizes the spiritual significance to me, and I don't think it makes them less utilitarian that they're not just saving that water for a specific purpose.
Yeah, I think that the saving of the water for, it's for, use of like, we need exactly this much, which that is a part of the book, is that the ecologist's father calculated the exact amount of water they would need to basically to fix the planet's desert problem, right?
Okay.
Is the main thing I think with that is that it's like it goes along with the theme of the book has this whole theme of like, when is prophecy, something that is serving a greater purpose? So like the Bene Gesserit created the prophecy in it's, then they go into this in the movie, like they've laid the groundwork for the prophecy among people all throughout the universe. Basically, they tell these stories that differ from location to location and planet to planet, all that kind of thing, and there's a cynical nature to it, where it's like, well, yeah, I mean, like, spirituality is a very powerful tool for manipulation, and so in the way that like having the practical purpose kind of draws a comparison between the Fremen and the Bene Gesserit for me, in that like they are intensely spiritual, but also there is some material reason for why they're doing it, and you start to kind of draw the comparison between like, all right, well, how different are they really from the ones who are on the ones who are in power now to the ones who will become would take power later, and where does that line get crossed of like what? And I don't know, I like that sticks with that theme overall, but I do also like that that it backfired because people actually believe what's happening, and especially once Paul arrives, the Bene Gesserit are like, wait a minute, shit, we might have accidentally created the perfect storm for removing ourselves from power without even realizing what we were doing.
Yeah, that's interesting. I've seen a couple comments in chat to this effect. I think now might be an okay time to talk about how much we value being accurate to the source material here.
Yeah.
Speaking only for myself, it's not something I'm concerned with. If there's something that doesn't work about the movies that was better in the books, that seems like a valid criticism, like, oh, you did something stupid that you didn't have to do because it was right there. But if they change things, like comments to the effect of, there were no factions in the book, they all believed in the prophecy, the whole conflict between North and South was fabricated for the movie. It's like, that's probably true. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with drastic changes. I don't know if anyone else is a purist in the adaptation argument.
No, the purist people, to me, I don't know. I don't know how you can be that way all the time, because, like, for example, like I always bring up The Shining, but like The Shining is not like really like the book that much, but it's a fantastic movie. And purism in general, it's like, what, I don't know. Do you think some people are just very, very stubborn with that, or do you think it depends?
Yes.
Because I think some people are just super stubborn. Like, if it's not 1-to-1, it's the problem. And it's like, well, I don't understand that at all. If something is improved upon, or if something is different and also good, like Jurassic Park, or like Blade Runner,
or Lord of the Rings,
or Lord of the Rings.
I'm not going to sit here and argue that Tom Bombadil should have been kept in the theatrical version. Like, I think we'd made a good choice trimming a little bit of the fat there.
And I'm not going to argue against. Oh, go ahead.
I think, though, that the idea of using words like improved upon is where people start getting sensitive about it, because I think that it's the old argument for adaptation, or from adaptation thing, saying this is not good because it's not exactly like the book. And that's not always true, because you do have to make changes when adapting any story to a different medium. You would have to add gameplay to Return of the King to put it on Xbox and PS2, you know? It is a different experience than the movie, even though it's based on the movie and supposed to be similar to the experience of the movie. And I think that very often with books, because of because of the intimacy of the reading medium, I guess, like be it audiobooks, which isn't really reading, I suppose, but you know, you're still experiencing the story, or reading because you get so connected to it. People will often react to emotion when it's not their vision of the book on the screen. And I think that it is incumbent on the directors to think about those people enough and not change too many elements to the point that you can't even recognize it as an adaptation in the first place.
That's bad. Yeah. That's not what this is at all. I was just saying, like for example, like Arwen's girl boss moment in Lord of the Rings, where she summons the water horses, which doesn't happen. It's actually Elrond and Glorfindel. But I love that scene. I actually think that's one of my favorite scenes in the entire movie. So it's like, is it an improvement? I don't know if I would call it an improvement, but it's like, I'm glad that Peter Jackson changed it. I'm just like, I can't help that I like that scene. It's not like, I'm not going to pretend that the scene is bad.
And just going forward, like if I'm making like comments about that this is what they what they did here, like, and especially like with this one, when we're talking about like there's no factions between the North and the South, right? Like, I don't think that is a change that has like bears as much. It doesn't affect it as much, and I think it makes it works well the way the movie did it. I think that's something that works. For me at least. If somebody else did,
it gets always weird when you have a thing you adapt from, and then you point out a thing. It's like, this doesn't really make sense. But then you get to know, it's like, in the books it's like easily explained with like a sentence, like, oh yeah, they were bribing the people. It's like, you could have easily put that in there. Like, it was right there. Like, you could have easily just grabbed that.
I agree. That's the kind of. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah.
No, that's basically it. Like, you could have just grabbed that and put it in there with a line
or two dialogue of what they're doing and like how they're keeping people from seeing where they are in the South.
I'll be honest, we could have easily made a couple of minutes time to put that in.
Yeah, there are definitely changes like that where it's like, oh, well, why would they get rid of this? That actually helped everything make sense. I think sometimes what happens when people are adapting things, they're so used to the source material that they forget that certain things need explanation. That for example, that they have no idea really how many people are in the South or where they live or anything. It's like, well, if you leave out some of that important information, you watch the movie and you go, wait, why do they have no idea that there's millions of people down there? it's just open desert. Look, they have a giant like temple door carved into a
Well,
mountain.
they explain that enough in the movie. They definitely explain that. They explain how difficult it is to. Nobody can survive in the deep desert. They explain all that in the movie.
Well,
It's very.
they don't explain how the
simplified.
satellites don't see it. I thought we already covered that part, right? Like
I know, but I don't think most people are thinking about satellites when they're watching that. That's a very like what if. I don't know.
Well,
you might have been, but yeah.
There's ships in orbit that are looking at the surface and stuff like that. Yeah. It's not like the whole bottom half of the planet is covered in one giant sandstorm. There's rocks with like giant temple doors carved into them.
Right. I'm just saying, like,
don't need to ruin the movie, Lofty, but I mean, it is still kind of there. It's like, wait, so why don't they know about all these people? There's so many of them.
Well, like I said, every movie has these, like, what if, why not, what if, like, why, like, before Johnson did the hyperspace into the thing and then kind of retcon everything. People have asked him, why can't you just hyperspace into a ship? Why can't you fly why can't you fly an X-wing into an AT-AT? And then just like eject yourself and save like a lot of lives. Like, there's always like, why can't they do this in like everything? I just feel like why aren't there satellites is a very nitpicky.
No, that's not the. Well, first of all, it's not the complaint, and second of all, it's whataboutism, because the complaint is how do they have no idea how many people are there? It seems like they just didn't look. That's the complaint, and if
that's wrong because they hide. They're good at hiding.
Yeah, but the Emperor comes in later and says there's humans there. Like he arrives, it's like there's signals there of human presence. Why didn't you know?
Yeah, but that was explained the scene before. There was something specific that he was talking about. Like he knew about Paul's existence. So I think there was wasn't there something else besides?
If there's a giant mountain with a giant temple door carved into it, they're not hiding super well.
Well, yeah, but the Harkonnens are stupid, though. That's another.
Yeah, okay, well then that's a problem, I think.
That's not a problem for me.
Lofty, listen to me.
Dumb villains?
Lofty, our point is, it would not have been very difficult or taken very much time to write in a way that makes sense to us why the Harkonnens specifically do not know about those people in the South. Like that, and that's more the issue. It's like, how could they have tightened this up? Is sort of what we're getting after.
I guess I just. They talk about Vladimir says that it's uninhabitable. Like they're lazy. They're not. They weren't efficient with their. He was not a good person to run the operations on Arrakis, and he failed.
I just think it's a big mistake to chalk up as well. He's retarded, So
but he was though, and that's why he failed, and that's why Raban. Why Fade Ralpha took over and was so efficient instantaneously.
Not efficient.
That was a very important.
Look at a satellite, though, I guess.
Well. Fade was heavily distracted with warfare at the time, but yeah.
So okay, let's start here. I think based on how this movie presents the Harkonnen, they are stupid. We can agree on that. I think that was a bad narrative choice. I think that was a very bad narrative choice to make them absolutely retarded.
It seems like they got suddenly a lot dumber since part one.
Yes.
Yeah.
I agree
Part
with
two,
that.
they just felt like kind of meatheads.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Someone said, I don't think they're stupid, more arrogant. In this movie, not the first movie, I would say. They're arrogant in both, but they're arrogant to the point of stupidity in this movie, and it's probably my biggest problem with it. It kind of makes them worthless as an enemy faction to a degree. I don't think it's good for this story that they are stupid.
That's fair. I just disagree. I disagree. I think we could argue about it for a while, but I guess we're trying to break the movie down.
But I guess that's just I don't know. I hope I've explained the perspective of our side of the argument to you, though.
Oh yeah, I get it. And they could have added a line about the satellites. I get that. Yeah.
When if to have it there, I think the main point too of like bringing it up as like part of the adaptation is to have it ready made for you. And to just kind of choose not to include it is a little bit of a misstep, would be what I'm saying, right? Like, it's not... They do come across as kind of foolish and arrogant in the book as well, even though that is present. The fact that they write in an excuse for why they can't just scope out what's happening,
Yeah. So, for example, when Fade, is that how you say his name?
Fade Ralpha, yeah.
When he comes in and goes immediately to their temple and just decimates it, How does he know it's there?
The temple or the siege, the northern siege?
The siege. It's
the
the siege
northern-
in the north.
yeah.
It's the siege.
I'm not sure what to call it, but yes, the thing he utterly obliterates.
I
How
think
does
it
he
was
know
just
it's
implied that he did a crackdown and he
But if they're so good at hiding, how did he know that it was there?
well, it's just implied that he's a good military strategist, and it doesn't have to. The movie doesn't have to explain everything to you. It's very
Well, okay, that's not what I'm asking for.
I know,
so-
but I'm just
not
telling you, it's implied that he found out they were there, and he found just because of as his strategic superiority to his brother.
Wait, what attack are we talking about? Sorry,
so this is when Fade takes over, and the Northern Siege that contains the Lake of Souls or whatever they call that thing.
Yeah.
He at one point he takes a ship to it and just blows it the fuck up.
I thought that was the one that Raban actually went to and got slaughtered at.
Is that the same? It might be.
Wasn't that the same thing? That's what I thought.
Where he shot it with a bunch of missiles.
Yeah. And I guess he just went back and just fucking nuked the place. I don't know. That's what I thought. I could be wrong.
Okay.
But that's what I thought.
How did they find that one? Remind me.
I don't know. It's just implied that they were doing military reconnaissance. Like, do they have to show like a guy in a chair going, "I know where it is, Captain"?
No, but if they can if they
crazy.
can find that with these, maybe they could find the people in the South with these.
Maybe the South is just more hidden, and maybe they have like anti-sat. Well, I mean, how big is the planet?
The same
big.
size. It's the same size on both halves. I would say.
Right, but
they have a big.
But they have no satellites.
The big temple.
They have ships in orbit. They're using to map the place. You can see that in their like reconnaissance ships or whatever you'd call that. Their HQ. They have like maps of the place, but only with one half of it. Curiously enough.
Right, but underground civilization. I mean, you're talking about the one door, right? The big door. I think that was an aesthetic choice.
The big place that they go in the South, yes, is similarly hidden to the big place in the North that they find with ease.
Well, I mean, that's how it is in the book, also, isn't it? They go south, and it's more peaceful down there until later when they decide to invade it, and then their son is killed. Isn't that the same thing in the book? It's like the South is supposed to be
when you say more peaceful, so the reason that the South is more peaceful is because it's hidden by the guild.
That's what I mean, yeah.
Which I think we've established they don't mention that in this, which would have been what we were asking for, is like just a little explanation of why they can find everything on the one half, but nothing on the second half. Is just like Just give us
that they think no one's even there.
Yeah, such that they just kind of ignore the fact that it's uninhabitable. There's no way that we could possibly figure out how to scope it out.
Well, they think it's uninhabitable because they don't have access to all the satellite data.
Right, but you're getting that you find that from the context in the book. We don't get that mentioned in the film.
Right. Well, that's fair. I think somebody can watch this and like just develop that theory on their own, and it's not that theory specifically, but the fact that they don't have like detailed satellite mapping in the South for some reason. It's just it's like a thing that you can just be like, oh, okay, that sort of makes sense, and then like focus on like the other 99% of the movie. It's one of those like.
Well, I don't think any of us. None of us are saying that it breaks the movie completely. We're just saying that this is a.
I know we're focusing on this for too long. That's my point. It's like it feels like you guys are saying this like breaks the movie, but.
We already were done with this.
That would be your first clue that we don't think it breaks the movie is that we
okay, so it doesn't break the movie. Okay.
Yeah. We all, if you remember,
we're just saying it is a problem. We all liked it. We're just saying it is a little bit of a problem, and it could have been fixed with ease.
Yeah, but then the Harkonnen, but it does lead into the fact that somebody. So you don't think the Harkonnens are competent? So does that break the movie for you, or is that another?
I really like the movie. I think it's good overall. So nothing has broken the movie.
Okay.
I think that the Harkonnen are incompetent, and it weakens the story. It would have been better if they weren't incompetent.
Gotcha.
And I think it seems we all agree to some extent that some of their actions really reek of incompetence.
At least the everyone but Fade Ralpha.
Yeah,
because that guy came in
when he
like
comes
Napoleon.
in and starts taking everyone's shit in. I'm like, okay, that's cool. Where was this before? You know, and because it's not just that he's ruthless, he seems to be competent. You know, part of the problem is that God, I'm gonna keep doing this. Dave Bautista's character,
Raban.
He seems very stupid, but also by implication, Baron doesn't seem to be much smarter, at least in how he's handling the situation. But when Fade comes in, he's like, all right, well, we know where their temple is somehow. We're just going to go blow that up, and then that'll make them scared and leave the North completely. And it's like, that's smart. You probably should have done that a long time ago.
I would like to also point out that you're saying, so this is a good point that you're raising here, that like Raban being kind of Raban is a brute, right? That's kind of his thing, is like brute strength, muscle, like the bull in a china shop kind of strategy, right? I'm pretty sure that that the way it goes in the book is that the Baron picks Raban because he knows it's going to cause problems, and that way when he then brings Fade in, Fade will seem like a relief in comparison, so that will win over the people in the city to the Harkonnen, or at least that's what he thinks will happen. Which is a conspiracy that is like that gives him a little bit more of like a chess player feel, you know, like he's doing.
Oh, so the idea in the book is we have like one super evil guy that actually starts just killing everybody, and then Roth is actually the one that's a bit more reasonable.
Yeah, that's the Baron's idea, is that he'll look reasonable by comparison when he comes in.
That is better. Yeah, it's different, obviously, and I don't mind the change, but they needed to do a little better to make them less incompetent.
Just a funny thing I remember just now. Apparently, Batista, I don't know, it was an interview or a tweet. I heard somewhere, maybe I watched a stream where someone was talking about it. And apparently he said he's happy he doesn't have to play another character where he just yells a lot. It's like, oh, that's sad.
Knock at the Cabin. I mean, he was really good in Knock at the Cabin. A very subtle performance.
Yeah, he's the only good part of that movie, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, we talked about that.
We sure did.
I don't know. I thought Ron was good too. I liked him.
Yeah, but he was dead so fast.
Harry Potter. yeah. But he's good. I like him.
We jumped ahead. I want to rewind back to the scene where he gets his name because I like that scene.
Also, somewhere before that, Jessica drinks the worm piss or something.
Yes.
So she is invited to become the new Reverend Mother. She doesn't know exactly what that will entail because it differs on every planet, she says. And so she doesn't really have a choice because it's either that or we throw you out into the desert and you die. So she decides to do it. We're kind of cutting back and forth between inside the ceremony where she's been being given the water of life, which is a liquid of some kind that comes from the worm, the sandworm. And the old Reverend Mother is there. She's a very, very frail old woman. She's got the blue eyes and all that fun stuff. And they're giving her the water of life. It's a very neon blue liquid in a glass vessel. Outside, Paul is hanging out with the other Fremen. And this is where we learn that Zendaya and some of her friends are not believers in this whole prophecy nonsense.
Can I just mention that I find it fun that everybody just calls her Zendaya and not actually by the name of the movie?
Zendaya is Chani is Zendaya. It's like, you know.
I have a bad habit of just calling them by actors' names. I'm trying to get better
I know that feel.
Well, it's hard to remember alien space names and shit.
Yes.
Yeah, but not Zendaya, yes.
Every role in Hollywood, okay?
Zendaya is more of an alien space name than Chani. That's pretty funny. Yes, worth mentioning now because I remember seeing a comment to the effect that some people didn't think the acting from Zendaya was good. And I want to say that I thought the acting was good across the board.
Yeah,
I really liked the performances in this movie. Some stronger than others, perhaps, but I really think it was all quite good. Zendaya didn't necessarily wow me the way a couple other people did, but she's good. I think she's good, and I don't necessarily agree that she was distractingly bad or anything of the sort. I think one of Denis Villeneuve's strengths as a director is getting good performances out of people, and I think it really shows in this movie. Everyone feels like they really care, and they're really trying hard to be like elevate their performances. And
standing to the side with a gun, it's like, you better act your ass off, okay? It's like, okay.
No, you.
Well, he's doing what Christopher Nolan does. He does this a lot. Christopher Nolan and some other people, Tarantino, they get very famous people to be in their movies, and they do that so that you can have this like recognition of your. Well, Oppenheimer was helpful because all the weird names and like too many characters. But with Villeneuve, it's like, he can get anybody he wants, so he just gets really, really good actors, and like nobody's bad. I can't even think, like even maybe the girl that Shani's friend was like kind of mid. I don't know. That's the only person I can.
Yeah,
think
she was,
of.
nothing crazy.
Yeah,
but
she doesn't have enough lines for me to be be by it, you know.
Right.
Yeah,
but Florence Pugh said that she signed on. Oh, sorry.
Whoa.
That was what I heard myself. Florence Pugh said that he approached her and was like, "I'm so sorry you don't have a very big part. I understand if you don't want to do it." And she was like, "Are you kidding me? It's like you and Cameron and Nolan are like the only people in the world that I would just do like literally anything for."
Yeah, if you're ever
you don't want to say that in Hollywood. All right, be careful.
I think in some cases the actors would reach out to Denis. I think Oscar Isaac for the first one. He's like, I want to do something, like whatever role. I'll be the fucking janitor in the back of the shot. Like,
and he's the best part of the movie.
I just want to be on the set. Just want to hang out.
Did that really happen? Did he say that?
No. I'm just, but Oscar Isaac did reach out to Denis, and so Javier Bardem, I think, was another one. He reached out. He's just like, I want to be a part of this. I think Javier actually suggested, like, being the character that Denis had already intended him to
That's
be.
cool.
Yeah. And he's just like, perfect, dude.
Yeah, he's great. So Chani says that her and her friends don't believe in the prophecy. They believe the prophecy is used to, in a sense, enslave people, to make them wait for a Messiah to come, and so they won't fight back themselves. That's her theory. Meanwhile, you have Stilgar and his sort of faction of this northern warrior group who very much believe in the prophecy. And so part of the prophecy with the Reverend Mother, the Bene Gesserit, is that she'll survive the poison. So the water of life, the juice of the worm juice, is a poison that will kill most people unless you have certain magical properties or the training, the Bene Gesserit training to survive it. So they're arguing. Meanwhile, Jessica is having the trip of a lifetime. she's like seeing. One of the things she mentions is that when she takes the water of life, she will receive all the wisdom and experience of like hundreds of generations or something.
Right.
Yeah,
and so she'll experience all their sorrow at the same time, and so it's quite an overwhelming experience. And so she goes on a little psychedelic trip.
Yeah,
I really, really like the sort of surreal, abstract trip-like imagery that he uses in both of these movies. I think it's really strong, very effective.
Yeah.
She goes full Jim Morrison. She rides the snake. But it's
chasing the dragon, the figurative sand dragon.
And yes, and then she seizes basically on the ground. She's writhing on the ground and sweating and freaking the fuck out. And we see these really cool shots of like a sort of viscous blue liquid and sort of invading her womb. She's pregnant, by the way. We forgot to mention that. But that's all right. She's pregnant. She's got a little embryo that she talks to.
Well, she starts talking. She starts talking to it after this. She
specifically said she's talking to me. That's probably the important part. She thinks
okay, because I thought before the water of life, she was talking to it, and now it talks back. Did I?
No, I don't remember
before
her
that
talking
she was normal.
to it. It was it was relatively normal before, but so the thing is that the water of life infuses Jessica with, like you said, all of the generational memory of all of the Reverend Mothers who came before her. And when she's writhing around, the dying Reverend Mother has a line where she says, "What have we done? She's pregnant." And that the reason is because the water of life then gives the fetus also all the memories and life experiences of all of the Reverend Mothers. which basically fully awakens her consciousness in the womb, and that's when she starts speaking.
That's the kind of weird that I'm really into. I
Yeah.
thought that
Like,
the sort of magical, spiritual side of Dune, I really like it.
great.
It's the right kind of weird for me. I'm into it.
It's such a cool idea to have a sort of sage. Sorry.
I was just gonna say she's a fetus with the intelligence and maturity of like 1,000-year-old being or something like that. It's pretty
That's pretty weird.
It's an abomination. It's an abomination. It's a freak of nature, and she calls herself a freak in the book too. She's like, I'm a freak, and she's like, no, you're not. You're not a freak. Clearly, she's a freak.
I mean, I've heard it talk. So it's like, but
yeah.
Well, what a cool and useful thing for a society to have this sort of overseer that like just understands the whole, like everything that has happened throughout history, like all this collective knowledge, and how useful that is, right?
An oracle. Yeah.
Because like offsetting the chance that history is just going to repeat itself over and over.
Right.
All the stuff they do in this movie with this sort of spiritual and like magical, like ancient ritual sort of elements of this movie are very, very strong. They all feel very real and like kind of visceral. And there's a part after she takes the water of life where she talks to Paul. She says something about how now you have to take the water of life. And she says you'll experience the beauty and the horror. And she's got this look on her face. It's so good. Rebecca Ferguson, great in this movie.
His look made me giggle a little bit, though. He was looking at her, it's like, okay. All right. Sure, Mom, I'll do that.
Yeah,
Rebecca is really good. Rebecca Ferguson's good in everything she's in my opinion.
Yeah. I think she's especially strong in this because she makes quite a turn. So she's always been a Bene Gesserit. That's very much clear in the first movie. She's always been kind of torn between her love of her husband and her son, and like who she is as an individual woman, you might say, and her role as a sort of priestess of the Bene Gesserit. And they have a much more bird's eye view, you could say, of history and the sort of political machinations of this empire. And so in this movie, she kind of loses who she was originally to fully become this Reverend Mother, Bene Gesserit sister person. It's a really interesting thing because one of the things before we see the end result of this ceremony, before we know whether she lives or dies, Chani is talking to Paul, and they're joking about how she's going to take the worm piss, and they're all laughing. And Chani scolds them for laughing because she says he's about to lose her because she thinks the poison's going to kill her, right? Because it would kill most people. But it has a nice little double meaning, I think, especially as the story goes on.
Oh yeah, that's true.
It's good stuff. About that. There's a lot of
and the Bene Gesserit, another Bene Gesserit thing where the Bene Gesserit have what's it called, the Missionato Projectiva or something, where they've that's part of the prophecy is like the Reverend Mother will the son of a Reverend Mother or something is part of the prophecy, and then drinking the water of life and not dying, even though Reverend Mothers are trained to do this like biologically. It's not part of any prophecy. It's just their biological training, right? It's like their tolerance. And the Fremen don't really know this, and also they don't quite. And then Paul told them later, doesn't Paul just tell them
in the
like,
scene? Yeah,
in the scene
right after she's done. No, she was trained in this,
and he just basically, I don't think he does that in the book or anything, but he just admits their plan and like confirms what Chani was saying, basically. Kind of interesting.
Well, it is interesting because at this point he's very much not about the prophecy. You know, he doesn't want that for himself, and that she survives this. He says poison transfiguration or something.
Transmutation.
Of that sort. Yes, transmutation. Thank you. That's the word. It's something they're trained to do. It's no miracle. But that doesn't really sway the opinion of Stilgar and his contemporaries.
No.
It's like, well, of course, the Reverend Mother would be trained in that. That doesn't change anything for them.
Yeah.
There's a really interesting interplay between the people who are skeptical of the prophecy and the people who believe in it. They all kind of, they all end up kind of following into it anyway. It's a really interesting fate destiny sort of thing.
Well, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say this is a pivotal scene for Chani, just because. So I've heard some people say that they don't buy her romance with Paul in this movie, and I just disagree. I think they have a lot of chemistry, and I think this scene in particular,
do too.
Yeah, like this scene is like Oh, he's not an oppressor. He's like actually here to
Mhm.
help. Like he's a totally different kind of oppressor. And she says that, and like she's falls in love with him because he's like the genuine person. He's not actually manipulating anyone, even though he kind of is a little bit.
Yeah, he
At
says
least,
he
yeah.
says he doesn't want power. He wants to fight alongside them, and this is not something she's ever really experienced from an outworlder. And so I totally believe their romance. I think it really works.
I do too.
Even in the
Yeah.
first movie, she's extremely impressed by the fact that he survives his knife duel. Like she really thinks he's gonna die. She's like, yeah, he's a great fighter.
Does he ever tell her about his visions? Did he ever tell her about his visions of her? Because that's kind of a thing that he probably would tell. You would tell somebody you're in love with, like, "Hey, I had visions of you."
I think you'd
I
want
don't think he does.
I don't think he does in the movie.
Isn't
Yeah,
that
right away.
so? So is Paul like a psychopath from the beginning, but he just doesn't know it, or is he because if he had visions of her and she's like, "Oh, love at first sight," but he's like, "Actually, not really. I've been having visions of you." That's creepy. And if you don't
like,
tell her
okay.
that, right? So if she's not aware of that, she's being manipulated.
No, it's creepy if you do tell her
say
that.
so.
You don't tell the person.
Right. So it's very deep. I can't remember what happens in the book. How their relationship. There's so much in the book I don't remember. Even though reading it twice.
Skeptical she is. That might have been the end of their relationship if he said that.
Yeah.
I mean, so this is where some of the more drastic changes start to come in. Is really they revolve around Chani, because Chani is not like I saw somebody in the chat ask if she's an unbeliever in the prophecy. I think we already kind of addressed this. There are no real unbelievers in the Fremen world in the book, but Chani is actually she's a Sayadina. She's an adept of the religion, right? So she understands the process of like the water of life, and all of that kind of thing.
Right.
So
she's the daughter of Kynes.
Yeah. The unbeliever aspect doesn't play in the book so much.
No.
But I do think it works in the movie, the way that they have it. That particular point of change doesn't really seem like it doesn't do a total disservice to the movie. I would say it's an interesting choice.
Movie. Yeah, but it does make a big change. Some people hate that about this movie, but I think you're right. I think in the context of Villeneuve's version of Dune, it makes total sense why somebody like there might be like non-believers in a cult of like mostly believers. That's just a thing that happens. I think the fact that
I think
they made it work.
The main reason that this change, I find the changes to Chani's character so interesting is because of how much he clearly wanted to make Dune Messiah, and because of what a specific role she plays in Dune Messiah, I struggle to see how the changes that he made here are going to align with where it ends up in the book. So it seems almost like, to me, it seems like there's a rewrite, like a big rewrite that needs to be that needs to happen in order to make it work. But we can talk about that when we get a little further in. You know?
Yeah. Sure.
But I could see like some people who are big Messiah fans or big Dune super fans. I could see where they would be disappointed with those changes a little bit, just because it is a big shift. There's a big.
I've been seeing a fair amount of that talk online. Like people just being like, "Man, I hated that because it changed so many things from the books." And
right. It's always going to be that though, right? With every movie adaptation.
Yeah, it's always like that's not like in the books though. It's like then go read the books. Leave me alone.
If they make that change and then don't change other things that are affected by how it was originally, then that's when you start running into problems. But if they change this and then change everything that relates to it in a way that works on its own, no problem with it at all. And I just gotta say, gotta disagree with the people in the chat saying they don't have chemistry together. I thought they worked quite well together on screen. So someone in the chat says, I don't buy the chemistry, not because of Zendaya, but because that twink wouldn't go for a girl. That's so mean. You mean that.
I don't know, man. He was holding.
Didn't he pull Kendall Jenner?
There's that. But also, I honestly, it's really quite incredible what Timothée Chalamet pulls off between these two movies, just like how much he changes. It didn't really strike me until after I had seen the second movie, just like how intense of a role this is, how much you have to do. Because he goes from, a rather kind of timid, frail, sort of effeminate kid to like when he finally puts on his like I'm the leader man voice later in this movie, it hits really hard.
Pretty good.
He's incredible.
Yeah.
He brings the energy. Yeah, he's good. He gets a lot of undeserved shit, I feel like. I know a lot of people calling him a twink and a wet cigarette and whatever.
Wet
cigarette.
Yeah,
I've heard that one before. That's amazing.
A wet cigarette type of male. But like everybody, I think he's I've never seen him give a bad performance. I think he's quite good. He's
you obviously haven't seen Wonka.
Yeah.
No, it's terrible.
No, I haven't seen that.
That's a mid performance from him. The movie sucks ass, but he's okay. He's not good or bad. He's just kind of there, in my opinion. Should have been Jeremy Allen White. Should have been Wonka.
I don't think I've seen
Bones and All is incredible. That's probably still my favorite performance. It's about cannibalism. Bones and All. It's a really good horror movie. He's good in that. And they call me by your name, but DiCaprio got the same treatment, right? And so did Robert Pattinson, and everybody's makes fun of the pretty boys in Hollywood. It's just a thing that people do until they're like, this person can act really well. Actually, it's like, have we not learned our lesson yet?
There's also something thematically that really works about Paul being kind of a little bit more effeminate. And partly it's that like what his character sort of represents is someone who is like a master of both worlds, right? He's a warrior, but he also
he's trained in the Bene Gesserit art, which is legitimately just like purely women's magic, right? And
so there's something kind of androgynous in his character by design, thematically, I would say, and I think it actually really works. He
was supposed to be a woman.
Yeah. Good stuff.
He's sort of like an unassumed leader, and then it's just like, oh shit, like.
But when he turns it on in this movie,
Tom Holland gets the same treatment too. Tom Holland was. I thought he was fantastic in No Way Home, especially that scene where him and Toby and Andrew are all together. Tom Holland's another really good young actor that gets a lot of shit.
Just so we don't go on too much of a Holland tangent. I think Timothée Chalamet needs a bit of credit for in this movie too. Is it seems like he was doing a lot of those action scenes. Like I don't know if they were just doing a lot of clever cutting to stuntmen, but he seems like he put in work for this, and it wasn't just, hey, I'm a good actor, so I'm going to show up on set, deliver the lines well, cry, and then leave. Get my man to do the fights. It's like he was going to training sessions. Like these are pretty well choreographed scenes, and the editing is not. It's not spastic. Like you can tell what's going on in a whole lot of the up close fights, especially the one-on-ones. So I think the guy deserves some credit for this movie. Like even though just acting, he went in, he became an action star, even though he's a bit twinky. Like I think
that's twinky Greenfield. Let's see, where were we? What are we talking about?
Well, I feel like we need to point out that they basically make the Life of Brian joke.
Yeah, he's
I'm not a Messiah.
I'm not a Messiah. I'm just here to fight beside you. Yeah, and then they cut
the still guy talking to the other guys. It was like, oh, he's humble, like foretold. He's too humble to admit he's the Messiah. And I was like, yeah.
I was wondering where I'd heard that from before in the theater when I saw that. Now that you reminded me.
Immediately, I was like, oh, that's Life of Brian.
Yeah,
because he's like in this. So I was like, I'm not the Messiah. Only the Messiah wouldn't admit he's the Messiah. He is the Messiah. I fucking love that. Brian is awesome.
Yeah,
that's funny.
Good stuff.
I love that.
I love Javier Bardem near the end where he's just like Timothy does this thing that's impressive, and he's just like, fuck, what's the term again? He's just like Lisan al-Gaib. Like it's like he's fatigued by his own conviction. Like it's like even he's tired of like saying it over and over. It's like Lisan al-Gaib. Okay, fuck off.
Just a little detail. I'm already mixed up about when these scenes happen chronologically, but the scene where he gets his name is a really stellar performance from Javier Bardem. He gives him the name Usul, which means like the base of the pillar, as relating to something about their mythos. It's not specified, but some figure in their mythos. is called the Pillar or something of that effect. So he says, "I see strength in you, so I shall call you Usul." And everyone's like, "Usul, Usul, Usul," all this sort of fun stuff. And then he says, "You need a warrior name, and that you choose yourself." And at first, Paul's like not sure, and then he chooses the name of the little desert mouse.
Muad'Dib.
Yeah, Muad'Dib. And I love when everyone laughs, and then Stilgar says, "No, don't laugh. It's a good name."
Yeah.
And you can see him like say, "No. He knows the ways of the desert." And as he's describing the sort of symbolism of Muad'Dib, he says something about like Muad'Dib, we call the constellation that points to the North Star as well. And he goes, yes. He's like realizing it as he's saying it, and you can see the gears turning. And I don't know, the way he performs that scene is just incredible.
Yeah,
I feel like in terms of like themes and stuff like that and symbolism, I think this movie is fucking stellar. It's so good. And all these, I love the way these are very, at least with Stilgar, these are very sort of symbolically minded people. And I feel like they're very, very well realized. They're very believable. This is how these people would think. These are the connections that they would make between different symbols or part of their culture and all that. And it's just, it's really effective.
It's a very good telling of how a theocratic empire might be started.
Well, and there are descendants in the book. They're descendants from Sunni Muslims in Egypt. This is like not even really. I don't even know what book specifies this, but it doesn't really matter. But the fact that that's how it is, like in the language too. So and then if you know anything about that, like the Sunni and Shiite sort of differences and conflicts of their dogma, it makes sense. That's another thing that makes sense about why the North and the South in this version of the movie would be at odds with each other. It's like, well, it just kind of fits like that. And I've heard people say that this is like a MAGA North versus South thing, and it's just like that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
No, it's not. That's so stupid.
That is the worst take.
Bro, I couldn't. I was shocked when I had to actually like talk to somebody who believed that. It was like very strange to me. And then they said that like Harkonnen is Trump, and then I was just like, come on, can we just
Jesus? Okay.
Yeah.
You're into
a lot of
get out.
It's like
you need to stop. You need to calm down.
Yeah, I call it critical. I call it critical woke theory because it's like critical race theory, but it's with like wearing your woke goggles and then everything looks woke, and then you take them off. It's like it's not. I hate it.
I think the inverse of that. There was an NPR review that said I couldn't help but think about current day Middle East conflicts when watching the movie, and it was a shame it didn't have more prescient things to say about that. I'm like, you fucking want Paul to say free Palestine? Like, what do you want? This is so stupid.
Yeah. It's the same with the Helldivers discourse. There's like political discourse about Helldivers. I've seen this on Twitter. It's like, are you guys crazy? I'm just gonna kill some bugs. What are you doing?
Yeah, Helldivers stuff has even brought like Starship Troopers back into the spotlight, right? Like everybody's shitting on Starship Troopers because of Helldivers now.
Yeah. Like I'm sitting there, I'm level 34. I'm a death captain. It's like this is Palestine something. I don't even know. And it's like, what? Shut up! I don't play video games.
That's what good sci-fi does. It parallels. Well, history repeats itself. So like Ukraine, Russia, Gaza, Israel. You could just do a million of these. You could. But that's not the point of the movie isn't doing one specific analysis of one specific region. It's just it's the conflict. It's the religious, dogmatic, fundamentalist sort of conflict of false messiah. It's just like this happens all the time. Every religion has fundamentalists.
It's speaking to things that are deeper or higher, depending on how you think about it, that can be trickled down to political discourse, but it's not.
Yeah.
It doesn't reduce itself to a neat political allegory.
No.
It just happens to confirm your beliefs that you already have. Like that's not what's happening here.
And every religion
political brain rot is just ruining people's abilities to talk about movies on both sides.
I hate it. I hate it so much.
Someone in chat just wrote Harkonnen derangement syndrome.
Like more people now than ever have politics brain, and like the idea that you can't. Like if you tell a sci-fi story in a desert planet, people are immediately going to draw Middle Eastern.
Full of a bunch of fundamentalists who live in caves and are like, that must be a story about Muslims, right? Like that's just what they all do.
It drives me nuts by this because clearly, Arabic culture and Islamic beliefs are definitely part of what he's drawing on for the Fremen, but they're not one-to-one Muslims. They differ in so many very remarkable ways, right? It doesn't work as an allegory because that's not what's happening here. He's just like, okay, these are people that live in the desert. Let's look at real people who live in the desert and draw inspiration from them. It's really not more complicated.
Mark was trying to say something, I think, right, Mark?
Yeah. Then my puppy started growling. But I was saying that I think that the analogy works a lot better if you zoom out a layer and look at it more as kind of the way I brought it up before. It's the formation of a theocratic empire. So it's not necessarily a direct parallel to specific religions, even though I mean there are some obviously influences in like the culture of the Fremen and everything from our actual history. But
Hebrew,
for the most part, it's its own story, and just being like, hey, what if a leader is looked at as a direct representative of a god, and how could that go poorly if they become powerful?
Yeah.
And the Kwisatz Haderach, that's a Hebrew, like the Frank Herbert drew from all kinds of religions. You know, the Bene Gesserit or Jesuit priests. You know, they speak like sort of Hebrew dialect or language, and the Fremen are more like Middle Eastern. Also, some African influence that he talks about. But the bottom line is every religion has fundamentalists. Judaism, they all do. Christianity. But fundamentalism is kind of scary. So like that's the whole point of the thing. It's like if you're like attacking the movie because of that, it's like I guess you're just saying like based fundamentalism. Like what are you saying exactly? Like let's go. Like I guess that's where you're at politically at that point. But
fundamentalism, not based.
Yeah,
Trump should have secretly casted as the emperor. That would have been so damn funny. I went to Dune. Lots of sand. Was like, man, that's a lot of sand.
Yeah, a lot of sand.
Wow, that's a lot of sand.
Like, wow, that's a lot
of space. A lot of space too.
Paul, he's gay.
He's gay.
We gotta close that border, okay? We gotta close the border. No more Fremen passing through here. Okay. It's funny. I love Trump humor. Trump humor is never ending.
The spice is clearly fentanyl. You just got to look at it the right way.
Oh my god.
Where the fuck were
we? Right to jail, Vladimir. Right to jail.
Dune 2. Where were we? I'm so lost already.
We are talking about the scene after
the names. We were the name scene.
We got the name scene, and then
crap, I don't remember.
Oh, okay. Yes, in the name scene, he says something that I thought was interesting that I wish was developed a bit more. He says that you guys have been fighting the Harkonnen for decades. My family has been fighting the Harkonnens for centuries or whatever. He's millennia even. I don't even remember.
Centuries.
A long time.
Yeah, a long time.
Centuries.
Doesn't matter. Lots of long.
And
lots
he's
of
like,
years.
I know how they think, what their mindset is. I will help you fight them. And I was like, oh, that's cool. The thing I would have liked to see more of as a result of that, maybe we'll get more of it in the next movie, but at least in this movie, their plan and their strategy just seemed to be the exact same. We attacked their spice ships and do the same thing and kind of mow through them. It would have been interesting to see maybe what knowledge he has of the Harkonnens that could have helped in this specific movie. Maybe we get a little bit at the final battle, maybe. But I like the idea of that a lot. Wish I would have seen more of it. Then I believe it's at this point we get a montage of them just kind of plowing through the Harkonnens.
It's like one or two scenes where they destroy some of these balloon thingies. They look like balloons to me.
Yeah. They're bringing the
ships, the drop ships that bring the harvesters. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they destroy a couple of those. And this is where the one scene is where I was confused that they killed him without destroying the Thopters first. Because they made such a big deal in the first scene, but then they just do it without. That kind of confused me. Not a big deal, but I was like...
Yeah, I think honestly, you could probably cut these scenes and improve it, because these are a couple of the examples of them just kind of mowing through the Harkonnen. It's like, man, I really thought the Harkonnen were more formidable than this, but that's okay. It's not the end of the world, but I
think we need an extended cut. I like the Lord of the Rings movies I can't watch without the extended cut. I don't feel like doing it.
R-rated, please.
I just think with Dune, it would have been too much to do that for a theater experience, like 3.5 hours IMAX. No, but like, so I understand. I totally understand why. Oh, why he cut all that out, but like, definitely for DVD, he's kind of a dumbass because he said he doesn't like adding. He's not adding any deleted scenes. He's cutting them out. He's not sharing it with anybody. Like even Gurney Halleck has a like a Bassilet scene or whatever where he plays that instrument and they cut that out. It's like, fuck, I want to see it, you know?
Yeah.
Damn it.
Yeah, I kind of have mixed feelings about deleted scenes and extended cuts. Obviously the extended editions of The Lord of the Rings are probably the shining example here. But
right.
If you feel like the theatrical cut is the movie you wanted to make, I don't even like seeing deleted scenes really. Usually, if I ever watch deleted scenes, it's like, oh, I understand why that was cut. Actually, I kind of like the theatrical version being the definitive version, barring some sort of either studio interference or like technical limitations.
Actually, when it shifts the rating, though, like if you have a PG-13 theatrical release and there's like an unrated version on DVD, or like that's DVD, then I find it generally can improve a movie depending on the genre, in particular with horror movies and comedies. I find. Because they do often cut some of the best jokes in.
I like it when there's one definitive version. I get annoyed when there's a bunch of versions. I like it when there's one thing and this is it. Everything not in it wasn't meant to be in it. Boom. Here's the experience.
Well, the studio messes with. I don't know. Can I say the F word on the stream? I don't remember some streams I'm allowed to.
There's a lot of F words I would like to say.
Shut the fuck up.
Okay. The studio will fuck with your with your shit. Like Weinstein tried to with Snowpiercer and Bong Joon-ho, and he like tricked him out of it. But like with there was another
was Weinstein also.
Yeah, but like they did it with Blade Runner. They did it with Ridley Scott. Had to do a director's cut and a final cut, and those are the better. I didn't like the theatrical cut of Blade Runner, but I understand what you're saying.
There are exceptions. I just, in general, if in a perfect world, there's one definitive version of the movie. That's just how I would like it to be. That's just personal preference.
Thing to be going into a movie expecting it to be the beta version of the actual film, right?
Oh like Rebel Moon.
Yeah.
No. Oh, there's no alpha version of Rebel Moon. Stop.
No.
I hate the culture that is especially developing as a result of Zack Snyder, where it's like, oh, here's the movie. Oh, but an even better one but it's actually what I wanted to show.
It's embarrassing.
Will be coming later, and it's like, okay, well, just fucking make that one.
The promoting of that movie was so weird. Like, we have this movie. That's not the real version, though. Also, there's a video game. Also, a month later, there's a longer version that's R-rated. That's the real one. It's a different movie, actually. I was like, what is happening? What are you saying? I don't know what you want from me.
Yeah. Anyway.
I want to see the Madam Web cut, extended cut.
I don't want to see any cuts of Madam Web ever again. What a piece of shit.
I think we're good.
Yeah. I don't know if there is like significant extra material that he cut, that they filmed rather, that was cut.
There's stuff from the Mentats and Gurney Halleck that were cut. That's all I know about, but I'm sure there's more. Yeah, like Thufir Hawat, I think, has some cut footage with Fade Ralpha. Yeah, so him and Fade have like a conversation that he cut out of the movie. So yeah, I don't know what else he cut. Probably other stuff.
Yes. So we see the montage. He's sort of ingratiating himself with the Fremen, earning their respect. He has a name now. Eventually, he has a scene at night where he wakes up from a bad dream. He is envisioning himself walking through the desert following a woman. It's not clear who it is yet. And there are people starving. They look like, like the burnt bodies of, Hiroshima that show up in Oppenheimer, but they're crawling along the ground and they're dying. And he says to Chani that like, my dreams lead me to a path of war and destruction. And she says like, you've been having a little too much spice. It has an effect on your dreams. Don't maybe take it so seriously.
It sounds like he ate the wrong food before he went to sleep. Almost like, you shouldn't have had that pepperoni pizza for bed. You get nightmares.
Well, I'm telling you, mixing kimchi and spam. That'll give you...
I think that's good though. That's good writing. That's what she would say. And imagine if he told that to Stilgar, it would be a completely different response. He would like, you know what I mean? So she's trying to pull him back away from the fundamentalism, and that's why he falls in love with her, because he realizes that she's the best person to be around for him. Because otherwise he will just fully embrace this like God Emperor, like, you know.
Yeah,
it's such a great relationship. I love what they did with her character in the movie. I think
really
it's
good.
really
I think
cool.
at one point,
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I totally agree.
That's all I had to say.
Chani says he says something about how he'll always love her as long as he breathes, and she says something that like she'll always love him as long as he stays who he is, right?
Yeah.
And so that's a big thing that happens in this movie. It's a question of like whether Paul is even the same person anymore after a certain point. But yes, I really like that conflict. And if it's not like that in the book, I think it you know, depending on how it results, the consequences it has later in the story, I like the change to have it be that Chani like doesn't believe in the prophecy and just wants him to be someone who works alongside them and becomes one of them, not someone who leads them as a messiah and has plans, like galactic plans, I guess you would say.
Well, that's a valid. You said you didn't read the book, right?
I have not. No.
Okay, so that's a valid take, and it's like important that we don't become book snobs and be like, oh, anybody who has not read the book, clearly Shani's better in the book. No, it's perfectly fine for somebody to like this interpretation. Like, I prefer Dr. Malcolm in the Jurassic Park movie over the character in the book. So it's like, you know, Frank Herbert. Frank Herbert is not God Emperor. Okay, Frank, if you don't you're not forced to like everything in the book better than the movie. It's okay if you don't, you know.
No,
I think
someone in Metal's chat and Paul whining about his spice dreams, bro. You should see my melatonin nightmares.
Taking too many Benadryl before you go to bed.
Anyway, film adaptations don't necessarily need to be a step down, right? I mean, like there's that opportunity to improve on the material that's already there. After,
and if you don't want to call it an improvement, that's fine. You can call it a lateral move. I think it's good.
Lateral.
It creates a lot of dramatic interest in their relationship, and I really, really like the way they play her relationship to him as he slowly changes into the person he becomes by the end of the movie. Good stuff.
Yeah, I agree with you. I just the thing that I want to bring up about that is that a lot of the I think the change works, especially in the movie. I think it works for, you know, getting this story the way that it is to be told. The main reason why I find it so interesting though is that because of that change in her character, it makes it I don't know how he's going to do the second one that he was very invested in doing, because it is so fundamentally different as to completely take the wind out of the second one's sails. And
interesting.
Yeah, I mean it is a very big shift, and it's, you know, I've only read Dune and Dune Messiah. I was not a huge fan of Dune Messiah. I did not to quote Tolkien, I disliked it with some intensity. But
so if they change it, maybe if he changes it, maybe you'll like the movie version.
It's certainly possible. And this is more of a question of interest for me, of like, where is he gonna take this, knowing that he wanted to tell that. Like, for some reason, the story in the second one spoke to him enough to include it in his plans from the get-go, but not enough to want to keep it. Which is just, it's an interesting thing.
I think it's just Paul's arc in general. It's not like I feel like he likes that messianic rise and fall, or whatever you want to call it, of that character, and he wants to just do that story, and he doesn't necessarily care about preserving every little detail of it. It's just like for Messiah, maybe it's just important to tell Paul's story, and whether or not Chani is 100% in support of him or like partially in support, like he'll work that out at some point. It's not like super relevant.
We'll see, because she is very tied to the plot in the second one, the way that she is.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, she is. That's why I'm bringing it up, because she. So okay, I'll just bring up what the change is that kind of makes a big difference. The Fremen are polygamists in the book, which is completely removed from from this one. And in this one, it's used to sort of drive some of the drama moving into the next chapter, right? Where it is not considered anywhere near as big of a deal the way it is in the book. So she doesn't leave when he ends up taking the throne. That doesn't happen. And
that changes quite a bit.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, hold on a minute. Hold on. This is where are you interpreting the ending to that movie as her leaving? Because I'm not. I don't interpret it that way. I think it's open ended. I think she's just angry.
Going for a ride, going for a drive.
Yes.
Well, she doesn't go with him, so I think.
Yeah, I think it's
fair to call that leaving.
Well, where does he go at the end of the movie? He's just at the. He doesn't go anywhere.
He goes up in the ships, doesn't he?
Yeah. Does he stay on?
Yeah, but isn't he just gonna do an orbital space battle and then come back and get her and then?
No, they're starting the Holy War with all the rest of the universe.
Yeah.
I don't think she's going to be stuck on Arrakis. I don't think that. I mean, I'm sorry. I don't think they're going to be separated. Maybe you're right. I think it's an open.
Ultimately, I'm sure she'll come back, but she definitely left at the end of this movie.
Yeah, she does not join with him the way that she would, or that she does in the way that and the betrayal of him, deciding to pick a different wife in order to legitimize his claim to the throne.
But also the betrayal of realizing that he doesn't just want to live among them. He has bigger ambitions for power that he said he didn't originally. So it's both of those things combined.
Yeah.
What's interesting for context is when he gets to drink the flame juice himself, he also says that she will come around eventually to understand. Yes. But I don't know in what way that means. It's just like, is he just going to be on Arrakis and just be like, oh, that's what he's doing? Or is he like, oh, I'm into this. I'm going to hang out with him later. I don't know. That kind of depends what happens next, I guess. But it's just another bit of context.
Yeah, see, I didn't know. In Messiah, I've only read the first part of it. She's asking him to have a child with Irulan.
I mean, I don't really want to go into the whole complex web of 4D chess that's getting played in Messiah, because that's really where it drove me up a wall while I was reading it. But basically, she is begging him or asking him to have a child with Irulan, with Florence Pugh, because she is not conceiving a child, even then and he needs an heir. He needs an heir. And Irulan in the whole thing is that Irulan is part of this giant conspiracy between the Bene Gesserit, the Spacing Guild, the Great Houses, and some other another faction called the Talaxu, who are like shape-shifting alien human hybrid people, in order to convince, like, they have to manipulate this set of circumstances in a very specific way in order to make Paul give up the throne without being killed, because they don't want him. They do not want to martyr him, and then they also don't want to give him or anybody else an excuse to take all, like, to completely rewrite everything. But so the main driving thing behind this is that they're going to prove to him that they can create clones that have memories of people that were cloned, and then kill Chani, or have, like, Chani's dead, so then they can use that to be like, hey, we can make you a clone of her and you can go live in the desert by yourself, but you have to give up power, is basically the crux of the conspiracy in the second one. And I don't know how that works moving forward from where this is why that, like, I'm not
suddenly talking about clones of clones. I was like, I'm out.
This is where it starts to get, like, kind of, we're already starting to go, like, way deeper than most regular people would want to in this kind of thing. And this is what annoyed me, is like how it's like kind of like in The Dark Knight with the Joker, where if you start thinking about it a little too much, you're just like, okay, but, like, really though, like, that he planned for all of that to happen just exactly the way it did, and, like, he's just like a really good improviser, like, all that kind of stuff.
Plans within plans, as they say in the book.
Yes, plans within plans within plans. It's very 4D chess kind of thing, but I don't know how they get to that in this version of it, with how they've set it up.
Maybe they don't. I didn't. Maybe the movie just wrapped up so quickly that I missed the part where they leave the planet to go on the Holy War.
They start boarding ships at the end and fly off. Stilgar is in there as well. So there's definitely some people leaving. I'm not sure if we see Paul specifically go into a ship. I don't know if he's just going to make Arrakis a space of operations and just tells people what to do.
Yeah. I don't know.
No
That's
idea.
Crazy. Well, we won't see it for another 5-6 years, so it doesn't really matter that much, to be honest. I think that. Yeah. I think
it's just a change that I like, especially if people are particular. It impacts things pretty heavily, and people who have been very attached to the way that the books go, wanting to see that adapted onto the screen, seeing this change that fundamentally changes quite a lot of it. That's kind of a big deal, and it seems small at the time when you're watching it, but the more I think about it, and the more that we're talking about it here, the more I'm like, oh, actually, this is kind of like becoming almost a completely different story in a lot of ways. So I'm interested to see where it goes. Again, I was not a huge fan of Dune Messiah. I've heard that it gets better in the next couple, but we'll see. We'll see where that goes.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll need to check those books out. That sounds fucking crazy.
It is bananas, yeah.
I will say these movies have made me want to check out the books, at least the first one. Question then about the books, because my understanding is that the first book ends basically here, obviously with some big changes and other context. Does the first book end conclusively? Because I'll tell you, one thing to notice about these movies, I think, is that so far none of them have hyper-conclusive endings like some trilogies might. These all feel, to me, not in a bad way, but very much like two feature-length episodes of television.
Yeah, I remember when I finished the first one for the first time, I was like, oh, I thought we were still doing a thing before we wrap up.
But the first one is a prologue, really. It's not. It's definitely
the first act.
Yeah, but it doesn't even have like a very good climax to me. It doesn't really. It just sort of ends,
Because they have the fight, he wins, and then we're going to the thing now. Anyway, end of movie.
I know, but like if you compare that to Kill Bill Volume 1, for example, that's a definitive story structure for a movie, in my opinion, because the fight at the end of that movie is a boss fight. Like it's an epic rivalry battle, and Paul's battle with Jameis is like kind of just like, oh, I have to kill this guy now. Like what the fuck?
Oh yeah.
And then like
I completely agree with you. I completely agree with you. I was just like.
So that's why, like, Kill Bill 1 is my favorite. I talk about it all the time, but I think Kill Bill Volume 1 is a standalone, even though it ends with a little bit of a, does she know her daughter's still alive? Like, it's a really cool ending, but like, it's a standalone great movie. And then Dune, especially after watching Part 2, Part 1 just feels like a prologue. Like, I can't even.
I think that was my conclusion when I talked about it back then. Yeah. It's like because I was like, I can't really rate this very well because I feel like there's so much more that I need for context to actually understand what is even going on now.
I agree. Yeah. I think especially after the first one, it's like, okay, I liked that, but I'm very curious where it goes. I think 2 has a more definitive ending than 1. So if that's something that bothered you about the first one, I think it's definitely better here, but still the story isn't over.
No.
As far as I'm concerned, this is not the end of the story at all. Does the end of the first book feel like the end of a story?
The way I remember it, yes. I feel like you can read the first novel and not go to any of the others, and you can come away with a pretty solid story in general. I don't think that there's anything that necessitates going to Messiah, or moving on to the rest of the books. Yeah. Messiah does feel like a good... So, obviously Dune is a very hero's journey type story, right? But Messiah feels like a good... And idea-wise, it feels like a good way of kind of taking that and turning Paul from, Jason and with the Golden Fleece into King Minos, who, does the hero's journey, but then doesn't... he's struggling with ruling after he brings the knowledge back, right? The idea there is good. It's just that the execution is and most people who really enjoy the first one, from what I could find on the internet anyway, from when I was reading it, they tend to enjoy the first one and then come to the second one and feel like it's done something a little maybe like dirty to the character, and it usually tends to divide people from what I can tell. It apparently always intended to be that Messiah would be the end of it, but he then kept, like, a lot of people also say that Messiah was meant to be a bridge chapter between 1 and 3.
Children of Dune.
So it's
the book ends like this movie pretty much, except the last like ambiguous shot of like the open. I think it's open ended, but like what the hell is Chani doing in the desert? But like, other than that, the book ends abruptly. Like I don't know. Frank Herbert's not very good at writing like conflict. I don't think the battle is like half a page or something. Like, do you remember this?
All the fights happen off screen in the book.
Yeah,
it's all like people talking in rooms, which is a bit of an off-putting thing, especially and I think this movie does a really good job of showing you the fights, but Frank Herbert definitely did not include that at all.
No.
So just like George Lucas writing They Fight in the Star Wars script.
They fight. We'll do the storyboards later. Fuck it. We'll do it live.
I guess my main question was because this doesn't feel like the end of the story at all. I guess I was wondering if the book has that same sort of vibe.
It feels like an end to me. I mean, when I read it, I felt like it was a completed story. Now, I don't
know. Satisfying. But it's not
not like this. This does not end on that. Like, it doesn't end the way this does with that, like, what's going to happen next kind of thing. I don't think the original.
I guess I could still see if, like, assuming he wasn't going to make Dune Messiah, I could see this ending in a way that's as satisfying as the ending of the original Matrix film. Like, like if the Matrix never had any sequels, that would have still been a pretty good ending, and we just assume, okay, Neo fucks everybody up. So I think that I think to the stars. If you never get anything else, you can just kind of assume, okay, and he conquers the galaxy, crazy holy war, bad stuff happens.
I would be pretty upset if we never got any more after this. This doesn't feel like the end for me. This is not in the same way as the Matrix one does.
Oh,
this, like, if this all we ever got, I would be like, no, this is not over. What do you mean? Like, this is not the end of the story.
What about the 84 Dune?
Yeah. Well, what I mean is, while I'd like to see more as well, like I had a great time with both of the Villeneuve Dune movies so far, and I think Messiah, like, when does it come out? I'll buy my ticket today. But at the same time, if Messiah is terrible, and then they do Children of Dune in 2 movies, and that's terrible,
with a different director,
I could see myself thinking, okay, maybe they should have just stopped at Dune Part 2, and
maybe. But what about the 1984 Dune? Because that movie has it's.
Well, I mean,
it's like now he has god powers. He can make it rain. It's very like it introduces so many questions, but people seem to be okay with that one.
That's a whole other thing. And no, people are not okay with that. Like,
no, people mostly are not okay with that one.
Well, I know a lot of fans of that movie. What are you talking about? There's a lot of cult classic.
The movie's fun, but the movie fans are not Dune fans who are like, yeah, this was our adaptation. I know that for sure.
It depends. I know some Dune fans that love that version of the movie, but I don't love it. I think it's okay. I think it's got problems, but I think it's beautiful. It's a really production design's insane. But yeah,
I'm pretty sure Dune 3. I mean, it's not. I don't think it would be greenlit yet, but I know he wants to do it, didn't he?
Yeah.
But not immediately either. I think he wants to make like another movie or 2. Like different things before he comes back to Dune.
That makes
he's
sense.
Duned out, I think.
I think it's like 20. It's something like 17 or 20 years in between the first book and Messiah too. So that makes a lot of sense that he would wait a little bit for them to sort of
get older,
to age up.
I mean, 10 years might be the time frame. Wait 10 years and then make the next one.
Sure. And then in the meantime, he wants to do Cleopatra. And he wants to do Rendezvous with Rama, which is a sci-fi Arthur C. Clarke book, another really good sci-fi book.
So anyway, back to the story.
Fine.
Fine.
Okay. The story.
We were just at the point where they've professed their love for each other. I'll love you as long as I breathe, and as long as you keep being you. kid.
Hey,
Yeah.
yourself.
It's a little better than that, but yes, that is the gist.
Yourself
I like
to
the
you,
scene when
kid.
they're on the dune. Oh my god, they're on the dune, and
That's the
I'm gonna
planet, oh
dune.
god.
I'm gonna dune. They're
He's on our guy.
yeah. She's asking him about if there's real like if water really falls from the sky on his planet and that sort of thing. I like that scene a lot. There's a couple good moments in there. There's one point where he says something to the effect of like, "I would really love to be equal to you," and these lines that are like they're good, and I can see they have good chemistry in that scene, and I really believe them falling for each other in a sense.
Also, and it's sad you have to point this out today. They have like a normal conversation like human beings. That's pretty
Yes.
nice.
Yeah, they listen to each other and respond to what the other
Fortunately,
person is
there's
saying.
too many movies and shows I've seen in the last couple of years where they feels like they're talking against a wall or speaking to a wall, and then the other one talks to the other wall, and then they edit it together.
Yeah, they respond to each other meaningfully, like a story almost. It's cool.
Yeah.
What? That's not nuts.
Let's see what. So, meanwhile, in here, God, I can't do it. I can't remember this fucker's name. Dave Bautista.
Raban.
God damn it! I'm never gonna get it right. So, he is not doing a good job of conquering the Fremen. The Fremen are destroying their ability to get spice. Things are not going well, and
Baron is
so
angry.
Baron is very angry. We see like
very
off
angry.
screen, he kills a couple bitches, and then he's like, "Rabba, get in here, you fuck! Get this shit right, or I'm gonna break your neck." That sort of thing. And so Rabba is getting increasingly desperate here. Things are not going well for him, and I think somewhere in here is when he is looking for the Fremen. He's hunting them, and like the sun is setting. And he's tracking them. They have a Mentat, I assume, with a weird mask on. Is that who that is? Q, help me out.
No, that's not a Mentat. That's just a pilot, basically. Yeah, the
But he's talking about
Mentats do
them.
not show up at all in this movie, which is another thing that I think people who were fans of were a little disappointed by. I mean, like you would be forgiven.
I just wasn't sure.
For not
realizing how they were tracking them.
Yeah, well,
anyway.
You would be forgiven for not realizing this, but Stuart from Devs is actually alive, so that he survives the night of the Atreides, the crystal knocked
in the book, or
in the book he is alive.
Oh, I don't know if they'll keep him alive then, because he seems to be very much dead based on this movie.
Completely absent. So
Anywho,
Chat made a good point, but this is the Landsrad not rejecting Paul's claims at the end. That's the only thing that I have no idea why existed, but I guess we can talk about that later. But they said at the end of the movie they rejected his ascension, basically, which makes no sense. Then why would he marry Irulan at that point?
Yeah,
that's the only thing that doesn't make any sense. But maybe there's some explanation that I just missed. I have to watch it again.
There might be later, but it doesn't happen in the book. So that's a change to sort of make sure that the Holy War happens where we can see it.
In the books they're like, all right, you're the boss now?
Yes. Yeah, because he marries the Emperor's daughter and he has nukes pointed at all the spice that make interstellar travel possible.
Yeah.
So they can't say no. They have to say yes.
They have no choice.
So that's why they join forces in the second one with all the other factions to try to get him off the throne without killing him.
Yeah.
Yeah, someone has mentioned in chat that the Baron, they say, at least based on the books, the Baron should not have been angry. He planned on Raban being ham-fisted because he wanted Fade to take over and look like a hero to them. Yeah, that's very much not in this movie. In this movie, he brings in Fade, among other reasons, to do what Raban could not do because he has failed him and embarrassed and humiliated their family. Very much humiliation in defeat is something that they really, really don't like. It makes them very angry, as was mentioned. That'll actually play a little bit into Fade's character. They talk about when they talk about him later. Humiliation, something he does not like very much. So then, this is probably my least favorite scene in the movie. When Raban and his Harkonnen soldiers trying to hunt the Fremen, they lose them. They're tracking them somehow, and they lose them around this big giant rock. And so Raban says, "Fucking shoot them a whole bunch." And so they shoot them a whole bunch. big explosions, creates this big cloud of dust and sand and rock, and then they go walking into that blind, like, where are you guys? Come out with your hands up. And then they just get picked off one by Fremen, who are just hiding in the sand, as they are wont to do. And they get killed so easily, it's insane. It's just like, oops, someone jumps up, slashes once, they're dead now.
They shoot one of themselves as well, because the
they
one
shoot
guy
one of
Oh
them.
yeah,
That was kind of
first
dumb.
one.
I mean, that can happen, I guess, in the fog of war, but it's just they get obliterated here, man. It's wild. And so then when Muad'Dib, when Paul shows up and he has all the other soldiers with him, they retreat, they go cowering, and they run back onto their ships. It's just a total and utter defeat for the Harkonnens because they did something very, very stupid. So like shooting they don't even wait for the dust to settle so they can actually see what's happening. They just go waltzing into this cloud of dust and dirt that they've made themselves, walking around blind, and they just get picked off one by one. They're like, "Oh, what are we doing?" And then they run away. I hate it. It's probably my least favorite scene in the movie.
I think Denis made it that way so that he could make the action scene look really epic, and I like that part of it. But you're right, like, I don't know, I'm willing to trade some like a dumb Harkonnen, dumb Raban commander for incredible action scenes in the movie. Like I'll make that trade.
I don't fundamentally disagree that it's a good action scene. The dust makes for a cool visual. The one I'm describing?
No, I mean, I meant the launching those missiles into the rock. Like that moment was one of the most iconic scenes of the whole movie, in my opinion. It was so epic.
Okay, well, here's what they could have done: is they could have waited for the dust to settle, which it does. Afterwards, before waltzing in there blind.
Yeah.
I just think he liked the visual of them wandering through the sort of
too.
fog, and then they get picked off one by one. But it just makes them look so stupid and incompetent.
Yeah.
Really not a fan. Because I feel like they kind of did Dave Bautista's character dirty as well. Like him being a hothead, I'm fine with. He's a hothead in the first movie. He's in the first movie, if you remember, he's very mad that the Emperor has taken away Arrakis and given it to Atreides. Yeah, and he fails to see the greater machinations happening here. He's just like, why would they take it away from me? I'm so angry about it.
And in the end,
he's a hothead, but like he's very stupid in this movie, and I think that's a shame. It makes the Harkonnens pretty stupid by implication, and I didn't like that. This is not a very effective scene, in my opinion. They just kind of get cut through like butter, and it's very frustrating. And especially compared to the best stuff in the movie, this scene really sucks, as far as I'm concerned.
He felt that the Bautista's character felt very like a force in the first movie, like an angry guy, but somebody who's like a competent warrior.
He's intimidating.
And then in the second movie, like as soon as he like smashes that guy's head off the panel, I was just like, okay, he can be like blinded by his rage to the point where like he came off as like less scary, like less of a
yeah. And then and then he doesn't even put up a fight in the end. Although, to be fair, I mean, that's another part. Is like, well, that's a little underwhelming. His send off, but to be fair, I think Gurney is a better fighter, right? If they didn't even fight in the book, but like, I don't think they did, right?
I mean, again, a lot of the fighting happens off screen, so we're not really, like, we don't know exactly what goes down. There's a lot of room for interpretation, right? You could have a pretty cool fight scene between the two of them. We know Gurney's the better fighter because he wins. Yeah. We don't need it to be like a cakewalk for him.
Right. It was so fast. I was like, what the fuck?
He just got stabbed.
That didn't bother me that didn't bother me as much because I like Gurney and I have no problem believing he's more competent. It's just like when it comes to the strategy, he has a 10-digit, not 10-digit, like he has a what am I trying to say? He's very dumb. 2-digit IQ.
10-digit IQ. That's a lot.
That would be a lot.
That's a mentat.
Exactly.
What is this?
Exactly. And it kind of undercuts the tension of those scenes because the Fremen are just walking all over them, and it's like I feel like that's not how it should be. They should be scrappy and just like winning by the skin of their teeth. I think that would have improved the movie.
That's fair.
What's next? What's next? Somewhere in here, now that he has his names and everything, Paul, the final step to truly becoming a Fremen is that he needs to ride the
South.
Sandworm.
Oh yeah, you just ride the Sandworm first.
Oh
yeah.
no, yeah.
We have not
That's
gotten
sort of-
to the point where we're
That's
going
No,
what happens.
we're not going south yet.
That's what happens the next 5 or 6 minutes. He's trying to get the worm and succeeds.
Yeah. Okay, so first of all, the setup to the scene is really nice. I like when Stilgar is telling him, "Oh, sorry, I need to rewind just because there's a line I really liked. This is earlier, part of their testing of him. They tell him you need to go out into the desert and spend a night there yourself and make it back, you know. And so while you're doing that, watch out for sandworms and all that sort of stuff, and be careful in the heat of the day. But also, he's like, is there anything else I should watch out for? And he says, yeah, the centipedes, they can be really nasty. Not the big ones, but the little ones. And when he says little ones, he puts his hands out like 3 feet apart, like those are the little ones. That's such a good little joke.
I
That's
didn't
a great
even
little joke.
catch that. That's funny.
Oh, that's
big
nice.
ones are harmless. Like, why? Why are the big ones harmless?
I really
That's
liked
great.
that scene when he's like, look out for the little ones, and be careful of the jinn, the desert spirits. Don't listen to them.
Yes.
And then he like laughs like he's joking. Goes, no, but seriously, they are a
No,
problem.
seriously. They are a problem. They are a problem.
And he goes
funny,
like, boo. And he goes, no, but seriously, watch out for the jinns there.
Yeah.
It's good. I like that stuff a lot. Stilgar's very charming character. So anyway, going back to the scene where he has to ride the sandworm, and he says, hey, nothing fancy, all right? Because remind me the name of the worm spirit thing?
Shai-Hulud.
Shai-Hulud. Is like, Shai-Hulud will
said.
decide whether you become a Fremen or whether you die. Good luck.
Or whether you die. Anyway, good luck.
Yeah. And oh god, this whole sequence is incredible.
Yeah,
It looks really cool.
This one.
I loved it.
Personally, I could have made with 2 minutes less or so. I don't know.
You're wrong to feel that way.
Wow.
Your feelings are invalid.
Wow. Dream cancelled. Banned.
No, I understand. I really like it. I think there's something very triumphant about it. The music is certainly helping. I saw it in like the Dolby screening at AMC, and like the whole theater was rumbling. It's great. Really cool stuff. And I like the way it plays. I like everyone's reaction. So everyone cheers when he finally accomplishes it, when he finally rides the worm and he's using the little hooks to steer it and all that sort of fun stuff.
I really liked too, like the jokes from the sideline where they're like, don't embarrass us, call a big one, and then it starts coming in, and they're like, Jesus, not that big.
Not that big.
Yeah, it's a grandfather worm, one of the biggest they've ever seen. I was like, oh shit, stakes are high. And so when he finally accomplishes it, when he's riding the worm and doing the thing, he's really become a Fremen. At first they're cheering, and then they all start like bowing down to worship, and that makes Chani uncomfortable. It's a really interesting turn. We're really heading towards a change in how the Fremen view him. Later we'll get a line when he's talking to Gunny, how he says like, at first, we were partners or allies, but now they worship me. And that's something that makes even Paul uncomfortable at first.
Yeah.
It's a really interesting turn. It's a great scene. The music is really selling it. I love the music in this movie, but that's a big moment. Good stuff. He's a real true Fremen now because he's ridden the worm.
Little Fremster.
I'm sure that's a euphemism for something.
Sure.
If I put my finger on it.
So they steer the big worms with those flaps.
Wait, sorry, I called him. Is his name not Gunny? What's his name?
Gurney? No,
Gurney.
Wait,
Gurney.
No, Gurney is the other guy.
Sorry,
the treaties guy.
I misremembered.
Stilgar? Are you talking about Stilgar?
Gurney. No, I was talking about Gurney. I called him Gunny for some reason.
Oh, okay.
I'm just bad at names. Continue.
Yeah, I'm just curious about how the actual mechanics work with controlling or steering the worm. Is there like specific flaps you have to hook onto, or is there multiple flaps you could use?
Well, I think there's a whole bunch
I
of
understand
bridges.
how they do it. I'm just wondering why that works.
There's a whole like
curious
explanation about it. They basically get hooks underneath the worm flaps, and then the worms try to avoid letting sand into that flap, so that way they'll right themselves to make sure that that's on the top and the sand is going beside them, and that's how you steer it.
That's not made explicit, but I feel like it's totally. Yeah,
I was just generally curious how they would explain it in the books.
Yeah,
It's like a crazy big
I think
worms.
that's inferable from how you see the scene that they show the shots of the pores or whatever you want to call them, and so like when he pulls up on those to expose them, the worm goes up so that it doesn't get sand in them or something like that.
Yeah, I think
It
it's
seems
something.
it seems
That
reasonable.
seems right. I don't remember exactly, but I'm gonna say it is fact.
Yeah, no, I'm more asking because I was not really looking into it too much. I understood the mechanics in general, but why it happens was just something I was wondering about.
That scene I thought was really thrilling. It felt like distilled cinema, like that one. Like even just before the worm gets there, he's like waiting for it, and then like the big cloud of sand goes up, and it's just like slowly approaching. The effects were so good. I was laughing because I was like, man, if that was me, I would like shit my pants if I saw that coming at me.
I love
And
when he's like walking around, like, just like okay. He sees it coming. He's like,
Yeah.
okay. He's like hyping
Yeah.
himself up to do it. It's
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
He's doing a great job.
And then when it actually gets there, he sort of like falls into the crevice that's left in the sand, and it's just this like cacophony and whirlwind of like sand, and you feel like suffocated. It feels suffocating to watch. The sound design is so good, and like the way he's sort of like clinging on to the side, like you actually feel a sense of danger in that scene, I think, because it's so well done. And then obviously it just the music crescendos, and then it's like, he's the one. Like it's just it's great climax to it as well.
Awesome experience in the theater.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, man, the
This is the
sound,
kind of
man,
stuff-
fuck.
Yeah, it soars.
It's
It's
so
very
good.
triumphant.
Looks
Good
really
stuff.
good.
Yeah, it's cinema, baby. Good stuff.
Yeah.
But now he's a Fremen. He's like he's a real one.
Yay.
He's a real
And
F-word.
Then what happens? Remind me.
Let's see.
We could always talk about the fight in the Colosseum, I guess. How we get there? Is that where it goes next?
Yeah. I mean, there's different threads in the movie that we keep jumping around to. One of them,
just a short thing. We have like a short scene with the daughter of the emperor talking to the Reverend, the big boy Reverend Mother on their planet, and she's basically, "Oh, your father cannot know that he might be still around or something."
Yeah. Well, let's back up to the first time we see Florence Pugh is with the Emperor. So Florence Pugh is the daughter of the Emperor, played by Christopher Walken. Is the Emperor just called the Emperor, or does he have a more specific name?
I mean, we could the Padishah Emperor Shaddam.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, they don't. I don't remember
Padishah
that.
Emperor
So
Shaddam the
Emperor
Fourth or something like that.
Shaddam the Fourth. That's right. Yeah.
And what's his daughter's name?
Irulan.
Say it again.
The daughter of the
Irulan.
Emperor, as I said.
Irulan.
The daughter of the Emperor. Yes. Florence Pugh.
I'm
Florence
trying to remember the names. I'm trying. I want to be better.
I think I didn't write down her name in the movie at all. I just called her daughter of the Emperor in my notes every time.
Yeah, I don't think they say it a bunch.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tangent. Every time I make like notes for a movie, for like a Forge or something, like I keep writing down like something else for the particular. It's like, oh, this is the daughter of this or son of this. It's like, okay, maybe I should actually look up what their name is. And then like halfway through the notes, I start typing their name out. That's another
so the first time
that nobody laughed about. Anyway, go ahead.
I'm on push to talk. I actually did chuckle.
The first time we see her, they're hearing the news, I believe, right? That the attack on the what are they being told then? The first time we see them, she's in the sort of like a conference, and the Bene Gesserit priestess witch lady is there, and they're discussing what should be done about the Fremen. Is that what's happening? Like,
there's a new Fremen prophet, and
Right,
he's
okay.
disrupting spice production, and it's causing problems for everybody.
Yes, and so they're discussing what they should do about it. And interestingly, the Emperor asks his daughter what she thinks, and she says, "Well, the faith is a really strong component of like the Fremen culture, right? So like you can't just kill the prophet because he becomes more powerful, like as a martyr." And so her idea, very cunning, is to like let war break out, and then you be the one who comes and brings peace, and then they'll see you as a savior. And I'm like, okay, cool. We're doing something where she's, she's clearly, this is very much made clear by the rest of the movie, that she's being trained by the Bene Gesserit herself. I don't know if she's officially one of them. I don't quite know how that works.
The Reverend Mother says in that scene, like, now you see why she was my most astute student.
Yeah.
She studied directly.
I didn't know if she was the equivalent of a grad student or whether she was like a full-blown Bene Gesserit at this point.
For moving, like, pretty much every woman who is in a highborn position, like the wife of a duke or anything like that, is a Bene Gesserit in this world, basically.
All of them?
Pretty much, yeah. I think there's always one somewhere in every house. Like, it's an important thing. It's how they keep power.
Yeah. So we learned
concubines.
Yeah, we learned that she has been trained by the Bene Gesserits herself, and that she is rather cunning. And we're planting little hints that the Emperor isn't really the one with power here. That's something that the movie plays around a lot with. That makes rather explicit, honestly, that the Bene Gesserit are the ones kind of behind the scenes shaping things, or at least trying to shape things. Yeah, and there's a lot of.
I mean, they do all kinds of crazy things. I mean, after we see the whole Colosseum thing, it's like, yeah, I'll let him impregnate me, no problem. As you ask, it's a girl, by the way. I'm just like, whoa,
they can control that.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Jessica,
so really
they mentioned it in the first one. Paul was supposed to be a girl. She was supposed to give birth to a girl, but she decided to create a male instead.
Because she wanted him to be the chosen
Kwisatz Haderach, yeah.
Yeah. Because the chosen one is a man with those powers, right?
Yep. Oh, right. He's another chosen one with another name. Oh, God. He has like 700 titles when we're done with this.
Yeah, he does.
I want him to, at the end of the last movie, whenever that's going to be, I just want him to, I am Paul Bene Gesserit,
Paul Atreides, Sul Madib, Lisan al-Gaib,
Jesus, spaceman,
God Emperor,
Kwisatz Haderach of this.
One thing that I didn't love on the first watch of Dune Part 2 was the Emperor. I kind of wanted him to be more imposing or whatever, but then on a second watch, I realized that it's very much intentional. That he's kind of an older guy. He's kind of more of a puppet than anything. He was chosen because he could be controlled and influenced. Once I understood that, I was like, oh, okay, I'm on board now. But at first, I'm like, really? This is the Emperor? They kind of hyped him up in the last movie.
Listen, I was just sad I didn't get more Christopher Walken on my screen.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing because I saw some critique of Christopher Walken's performance. Like, a lot of people just weren't satisfied, didn't bring enough energy to it or whatever. But I wonder if that's just the character, that he's just meant to be playing this bewildered old man who doesn't really have any real authority other than in title.
I think that's pretty accurate to the way it goes in the book, because the book makes it very clear that it's more like the control of the Empire is more a balance between the great houses, the Bene Gesserit, and the Spicing Guild, and then the Emperor is kind of just a figurehead, or the Spacing Guild, not the Spicing Guild. The Emperor's kind of more of like a figurehead in between all of them, who has like a really powerful army, but he kind of, he has that authoritative position, but everybody kind of, and they, nominally coattail to him, but he has to take everybody else into consideration, because there's a real concern in the first movie too, that, the great houses, the Emperor doesn't want to risk, war between him and all the great houses who make up the council, right, the parliament of intergalactic planets. And he also doesn't want to risk upsetting the Spacing Guild. He doesn't want to risk anything with the Bene Gesserit. So like there's that whole like push and pull between all of them. He is presented more that way. So I think they did a pretty good job with this. I don't think that this is not
I think when there's so many moving parts and you're in charge of it all, I think you just become kind of numb to everything.
Right. I just wanted to hear him say one time, "We got to have more spice, baby." You gotta get more spice.
We need the spice.
I would have been pretty entertained if that happened for a month.
Have you seen Have anyone seen Man on Fire? With he's in that movie. Man on
Denzel,
Fire.
I don't think I have.
Yeah.
There's a
I
line.
have a
My
love-hate
favorite
relationship with that movie. I think it's botched in editing, but I actually still like it.
Tony Scott. What are you gonna do about it? But yeah,
Yeah.
It's basically the same story.
he says a line. He goes, "Creasy's art is death, and he's about to paint his masterpiece." I wanted him to say something like that, like Paul's art is death, and Paul's art is genocide, and he's about to paint his masterpiece. I would have loved it.
Become super Hitler.
He didn't say anything like that, though. He didn't have any iconic lines or anything.
He didn't ham it up.
No, it would have been cool to have a scene with the kind of intensity like in True Romance, where he sits down with
oh yeah,
what's his name?
Yeah.
Dennis Hopper.
Dennis Hopper.
Yeah.
Oh, chilling.
So we'll get more scenes. Well, let's just follow this through line for a bit. I've already forgotten her name. Daughter of the Emperor.
Princess Irulan.
Yep, that one. I'm not going to remember it, so I'm going to give up. She's talking with the Bene Gesserit priest. Metal, you were saying something about those scenes, about what they talked about, right? Weren't you talking about that? I wanted to get back to what you were saying there.
I forgot where I was talking about.
This is when she asks about, like, what if Paul Atreides was still alive? And
oh yeah, right, yeah.
Well, you were talking about how she's trained and how she's more competent than her father and all that stuff. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He says something to the effect of, "You'd make a great empress."
Right.
And so she's asking probing questions about what the Bene Gesserit's plans are here. What if Paul is still alive? What does that mean? All that sort of stuff. I believe at this point in the story, she does not yet know that the Bene Gesserit and the Emperor signed off on the obliteration of Atreides. She knows it happened, but I believe she doesn't know.
No, I think that's one of the next sort of scene after when she realizes that's what happened.
Doesn't at the very beginning she say something about when my father learned about the death of the Atreides? Like, he loved the Duke like a son.
Yeah, he basically didn't do anything. She was like, my dad's a bit sussy-wussy right now. Yeah, but I don't know what to do about it.
Yeah, so she's clever and cunning, and she's kind of slowly putting the pieces together. That's one of the things I like about her character, is that she seems pretty quick. She's on top of it. She's kind of piecing all the pieces of the puzzle together. I suppose we could jump then to the gladiator scene and the introduction of another really great character in this.
I think we can use the segue, because when she's talking to the Bene Gesserit priestess is when she they bring up Fade Raltha as another prospect as the Kwisatz Haderach. Like, oh yeah, we have others, and it could be him.
Oh, right. And Florence Pugh says, like, but he's psychotic. Like, that doesn't matter as long as he's controllable.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Yes.
And then
we're
Colosseum.
We
go to Getty Prime, I think is what it's called, right?
Mm-hmm. Getty Prime, yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Yeah. Pretty sick looking set. Yeah, the black
triangular Colosseum. Yes. So okay. What's the black sun?
What was that, Mark?
Black Sun.
Your move, Gladiator 2, because they're making a Gladiator sequel.
They are.
Yeah, they are. Oh yeah.
Hugh,
Paul Mescal. Yeah.
Hugh, tell me about the Black Sun thing, and why does it make everything in black and white?
Because it's cool, man.
Because it's cool looking, man. Like, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
I didn't know if there was a reasoning for it. Yes, we go to a Colosseum. It's kind of triangular shaped. You've probably seen this in one of the two streams, trailer footage playing on screen. It's all in black and white. I think it's actually shot in infrared, which is an interesting detail. It kind of does different things to your pupils and the way like light hits things. It's very cool.
I didn't even know what my eyes were doing. I was like, whoa, that's a visual experience I've never had before. I don't know.
I don't know if this is like all that relevant, but there is a black sun symbol from Nazi Germany that Frank Herbert might have been drawing on when he decided to give this planet a black sun. I don't like that seems accurate. I mean, it seems like it lines up, right? But I don't know if that's 100%. But yeah,
when we're first introduced to Fade, he's preparing for the big gladiator fight, and a servant comes and brings him his blade, and he tests it on a couple unsuspecting servant women and kills them instantly, then licks the blade or something.
Yeah.
And he says it needs to be sharper. So it's like, okay, he's a
All
psychopath, and he's cruel and he's brutal. Great. He's our new antagonist. In a sense, he's kind of like an anti-Paul in a lot of ways, and there's a lot of interesting parallels, especially the scene with his Bene Gesserit witch lady.
Leia Seydoux, I didn't even know she was going to be in this movie either. She's good.
Oh, Leia, what's her name again?
Leia Seydoux.
Leia Seydoux, yeah, she was good in this too. It's stacked cast, this movie. And so, right before the battle, we see them drugging a couple slaves for him to fight, but they don't give the drug to one guy. And you're like, what's this about?
The last three of the House Atreides, according to them.
Yes, Baron shows up at the fight to oversee the whole thing. And they, Leia Seydoux's character and a couple other Bene Gesserits are there to look at their new prospect, Fade, and to assess him and whether he will be a worthwhile prospect for them. So they're here to see the fight, and one of the Bene Gesserits asks, "It's like, this is rather dangerous to do with one of our main prospects to let him fight." And she says, "Oh no, the fights are staged. It's all for show," which is what the drugging is.
Just a prank, bro.
It's just a prank, bro. But Baron has secretly not given the drug to one of the slaves so that the fight can actually be a real fight for once, and so he can really prove what he's worth, so to speak. And so the big moment happens. They release the slaves out to fight him. By the way, side note, there's these little, I don't even know what to call them, also in the arena, and eventually they kind of surround the fight to make sure. Like
xenomorph looking motherfuckers.
Yes, those are fucking scary. I love those. Those are great.
Yeah.
I don't even know how to describe those. How would you describe those?
They're like Minotaur
demons,
like demon-looking demon horn Minotaur thingies. They've done it.
Yeah, they're also like referees. They're the ones making sure that he wins, and he starts getting pissed off when they enter the fight. He's like,
he goes like, ah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
so this is
he's enjoying his fight.
Yeah, he's having a good time. I just wanted to point out that I don't remember if those exist in the book, and then I know for a fact that there's in the first one this weird. I don't know how else to describe it, like a weird bondage spider thing that the Baron keeps as a pet.
Oh yeah, that's in the first one.
In the first
kind
one,
of walks around.
Neither of those two things are in the book, but I think they just those are examples of changes where they really add to the atmosphere of the whole thing. Where I'm just like, oh yeah, that's pretty neat. Like, oh wow, they've got these weird tortured human centipede creations that they kind of use for certain weird purposes, and they've got these minotaur things on the outside. Just lots of it's fun. It adds a lot to the environment that they're doing, especially with Getty Prime. This particular set with the ink blot fireworks, a couple people in the chats have mentioned already, and all that stuff.
Yeah,
those look fantastic.
It looks really cool.
Yeah,
especially because at night, when it's dark, it's white ink, and then at day it's like black ink. It's it's visually very impressive. It's really fucking cool.
Photography.
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
Somebody said it reminded them of Final Fantasy X Blitzball celebration. I don't know if you ever played it, but yeah. I love that. I wish there was the whole movie on that planet, but
just to see what they're up to. Yeah.
But they gave enough in the movie. It was a long time on there.
I didn't expect we spent that long on this planet.
Yeah.
At all, but we were just doing the thing.
Right.
Pretty cool.
And then Lady Margot, Leia Seydoux's character, had a whole scene on that planet, and then
I think that this is for anybody who's seen the the 1984 Dune, the Lynch Dune. This kind of preserves a lot of the way that he did his set design, where things are very almost abstractly tall and large,
right?
Beyond the scope of normal, of like what you would consider normal. But they keep it, and it's really good. It's really cool how they do that.
Yeah.
Keep the best of it.
Otherworldly. It looks very alien, and in a way where you can have humanoid people, like people that effectively biologically look like humans. Although I mean, the Harkonnens have the no hair, like shaved eyebrows thing going on, but and then still make them seem like they're almost another species, because like even their architecture is just bizarre.
Oh yeah, so you're telling me they're not white supremacist skinheads, Mark? Are you telling me that that's not the analogy we're supposed to take away from the movie?
I mean, that's what they are as well, obviously.
A different planet.
Yeah. I felt represented as a German.
Yeah, right.
The planet with the Nazi black sun. Yeah, very.
Yeah. We have that here in Germany all the time. It's like, man, damn, crazy. When I go somewhere else, it's like color everywhere. It's like weird.
You live in Schindler's List? What's crazy?
Outside, the black sun that makes everything all infrared.
Mm-hmm. Someone mentioned that beat in part 1 with the creature in the throne room, and I like that beat, and it makes me laugh like every time I see it, because there's basically a line of dialogue where somebody's like, "What the fuck is that thing? Get it out of here!" And then it just waddles out, and then it's like, "Okay."
They say something like, "Our pet doesn't understand," and then she goes like, "Get out!" And then it starts leaving. It's like, "Yeah, it does. Yes, it does."
So in the Colosseum, he dispatches with the drugged slaves with ease. And then he comes to the other one expecting to dispatch him with ease, and he doesn't. And he's like, uh-oh. He gives a look to Baron up on the ledge, and Baron's like, "Happy birthday. This is my present to you." Stellan Skarsgård, also great in this film. And so he actually has a real... Oh, yeah, Austin Butler. Yeah, we'll get to more scenes where he gets to act even harder, but he's very good in this as well. So he has a real fight for once with this last member of House Atreides, and you can see him really enjoying the thrill of the actual fight. You know that there's a little bit of danger to it. There's a part where like the one guy's trying to stab him, but he can't quite get it through the shield, and the way he laughs in his face is really kind of maniacal. It's good stuff. And then right as he kills him, he says something like, "You fought well, Atreides." That's going to be an important line later. So hang on to that one. After the fight, he meets with Baron. He says, "That last slave wasn't drugged. Were you trying to have me killed?" And he's like, "Oh, this is a birthday present for you. You get to actually show him what you're worth." He's
you're
like,
a hero
"I should
now."
put you in that pool. And he says like, "Don't kill me. I have more for you." And he's like, as a birthday present, he's giving him Arrakis. Like, it'll be yours to control. And so like you harvest the spice, make the spice the spice flow freely, and I will make you emperor. And so Fate is like, "Ooh, I like the sound of that." And so he does. So he's no longer.
He also asks like, "Well, but how the fuck are you gonna do that? That sounds insane."
Yeah.
Well, I did think though that Fade was appropriately pissed off when he came in. Like he wasn't acting like, "Oh, okay, yeah, you gave me a treat." He was like, "No, you fucking tried to kill me. I'm gonna murder you." And then the Baron's response being like, "Yeah, I'm giving you Arrakis," though, is the kind of thing that would stop him in his tracks. He's like, "Okay, maybe you were just testing me."
Yeah, it's a little bit of both. It's a little bit of like, clearly he does this all the time and it's almost always for show. But when it comes time for an actual battle, he does kind of enjoy it. Someone mentioned the part where one of the weird Minotaur demon thing referees like throws something that's like the equivalent of what you'd stab into a bull in a bullfight to make it mad kind of thing. Like something he stabs into his shoulder. And he yells at him to like get back, like stop interfering with my fight. So clearly he has a sense of sort of honor, or at least a sort of selfish desire to defeat him on his own. But then when he goes to meet with the Baron, he's like, "Are you trying to kill me, you fuck?" And so you get a little bit of both, right? And so once he understands that the plan is going to be that he will go to Arrakis, and that if he does well there, he'll make him emperor. That is very intriguing to him. And then I believe he's wandering around at night, and he runs into Lady Margot. Is that right? Is that what happens next?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
And I just wanted to say before we get to that part that it was shot on an infrared camera. I just was reading about this today. It was
Yes.
infrared technology.
And on site in
Which is
Munich
great.
too.
Yeah. Well,
It does-
Zero Dark 30 had I think Rogue One also had some infrared cameras trickery, but that's what Fraser
so
said.
One
Yeah,
of the things that infrared does is because, so the infrared spectrum is, on the other side of red, hence the name. So when you shoot infrared, you use the higher part of the spectrum and a little bit of the visible spectrum. What you lose are blues and the sort of blue, purple, green end of the light spectrum. Obviously, this is black and white anyway, but what it does to the sky is that it makes the sky black because it doesn't pick up the blue.
That's
right.
crazy.
So it does weird things like that. And so like when you see the sky in these shots and they're black, it's kind of maybe the best way you could even go about trying to film a planet with a black sun. It's a really cool effect.
Yeah.
I really like it.
And the fireworks were inverted too with the white explosions. Yeah, ink blot. The ink blot white. It's probably just black, right? And then inverted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why not
Pretty
just shoot it
awesome.
normally and turn the saturation all the way down? LOL.
Yeah, why not just Christopher Nolan? Christopher Nolan, that shit.
Doing all this extra work. What are you, stupid?
I think it is very cool to figure out like an in-camera process of sucking out colors like that organically, and that scene looked really cool. It made it made it look like freakish, like the black and white on top of like the Minotaur black uniform people, and the fact that they paint his teeth black as well,
Right.
and so he looks like a creature. It's like really weird.
Yeah, that was a really cool effect too, with like the black teeth when he opens his mouth. It's like, oh god, what are you? I don't like it. Very uncanny. So then what we have with Lady Margot is kind of what you might call a darker version of the sequence in the first movie with Paul and the Bene Gesserit priest. Whereas Paul in the first movie has this scene with this sort of wise maternal, but kind of maybe sinister character who tests him with the pain box, and holds the little pinprick poison knife up to his neck and tests him as a prospect for the Bene Gesserit. The equivalent scene with Fade in this movie is more of a seduction, which is interesting. I think the way the parallels and different, really interesting stuff. Because he's more of like a snake psychopath type figure, really interesting. And so she seduces him, and there's a really interesting thing it does where like every time we kind of like cut and turn a quarter, they've moved somewhere and we haven't really seen how they got there. It's almost like she's like hypnotizing him in a way.
He's being controlled by the voice, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Right.
It's
he
really
looks
cool.
confused, like, wait, where am I? Also, I've never been here before.
You're wearing less clothes now. What happened?
What happened? But I like it. Do it again.
Yeah, exactly.
Really it's cool how you can do shit like that just with editing and the infrequency of its use, where it like stands out. Like, oh, this is weird. What's going on? It's like disorienting.
Yeah, it's good. I really like it. And so, unless there was another interesting detail to point to there, eventually we see Lady Margot go back to report to her Bene Gesserit boss and say, everything went according to plan. He was good. We did the pain box. He likes pain, which is an interesting difference between him and Paul. Paul could stand the pain, but he actually likes it. So one imagines the whole pain box thing was actually something pleasurable for him in a strange way.
Yeah, just imagine him when he's like, "Can I have the pain box again, please?
Can I?
Can I buy that? Buy that one?
Where can I get?
Put your penis in the box.
Yeah. What would happen if?
Yes, hypothetically.
What if I went full Dune popcorn bucket on this thing?
Ooh.
Yes.
Put your hands in the Dune popcorn bucket.
If you get rid of the poison needle against the neck element, I guess, I mean, you could use that thing recreationally and just get out of it whenever you want.
She reports to her boss that he was quite formidable as a warrior, which is important to them. That he liked pain and that he passed the box test. She also says that his big weaknesses are sexual and with regards to humiliation. Like, those are the levers by which they can control him, by threat of humiliation and by, sexual seduction, whatever you'd say. And also, she confirms that the bloodline has been preserved, that she is pregnant with Fade's baby. So they have, yeah.
As requested, it is a girl. So
yes, so everything is going according to plan. And she's like, "You did well, Margot." It's like, "Yeah, it sounds like she did great."
Yeah. By the way, why didn't you go, you lazy bitch? That's what she says, one for one in the movie.
As well, I'm more of a maternal figure. That wouldn't have worked as well with him. And Florence Pugh's like, what happened to his last? I forget exactly how the dialogue goes. Like, what happened to his mother?
She's a mother, and considering what happened with his mother, probably not a good idea. She was going, and then the other one goes like, "What happened to his mother? He killed her." It's like, oh,
he murdered her. Yeah, just casually. Like, oh god, these guys are. I knew they were kind of cruel, but Jesus Christ.
Well, it was PG-13. I thought they were going to go even darker. I thought they was going to get into some sadistic. They were just like, oh, he killed her. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I assumed that he killed his parents. Just look at him.
Like, I imagine he didn't do it with a pillow over the face.
I mean, he legitimately feeds body parts to his girlfriends in the
Yeah.
I thought they were going to say he ate her liver with a side of fava beans or something. Like, they didn't get into the details. But it's PG-13. I guess they can't really do too much graphic stuff, but I don't know.
Well, they did tone down a lot of that from, they have all that weird sex shit from, from reading the book with the Baron. There is a lot of gross sex shit that goes on. At one point, he takes a kid who looks like Paul Atreides and has him drugged so that he can fuck him. It's weird.
There's no gay sex in this movie.
There's no gay sex. There's no giant trippy spice fueled Fremen orgies in the caves.
Nope.
They removed
it wasn't
all
the
of that.
Matrix. The Matrix had
orgies, boo.
If you want your Siege Tabir orgies, go watch The Matrix 2.
You go watch The Matrix Reloaded.
Oh,
yeah.
I didn't catch the rating of the movie. Is it PG-13?
Dune Part 2?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
That didn't bother me so much, that it was PG-13. Perhaps it was a little bloodless at times, but for the most part, I thought it pulled it off well.
It doesn't bother me that they removed all the weird sex.
Well, the
stuff.
sex shit, that's an all. Because what I do like about this movie is that it's not hard to imagine all the weird sex shit is just happening. That it's
off. Yeah, it's heavily implied. I mean, there's a bondage spider in the first one. I think we all know what that thing is for. Look at its ass. Come on.
It's just a fashion choice. Come on.
I think that was actually one of the, what are they called, the Thalaxier or
the Thalaxu from there's no confirmation for it. There's theories,
right? A theory, yeah.
But why else would you make that thing? It's
right. Yeah.
You've been quoted as, we all know what it was for. Look at its ass.
But guys,
Spider's got a big butt, dude. What do you?
Yeah, but you got
what's that one from James and the Giant Peach? Come on.
You guys are acting like fascists. Bugs have their own personalities. You can't just kill the bugs and dehumanize them. What are you talking about?
Well, that's another airstrike.
Oh man, this sounds like bug propaganda to me.
Time for some managed democracy.
Yeah.
So now all the threads are converging on Arrakis. Fade arrives, and he decides that he's going to take a different approach to dealing with the Fremen. He's going to go where, like we sort of talked about before, somehow he knows where there's siege. Is that what we're calling it? The North Siege? Northern Siege? Yes.
Yeah, something like
Wait.
Yeah.
Anyway, whatever they call it.
Yeah.
He obliterates it.
Oh yeah, he takes like 4 or 5 of these big ships and just rocket pods all the way. Goes like,
basically destroys one of their sacred places. Kills however many untold numbers of people, and then he's like, "This will scare them all away. It'll drive them into the south if they're out there at all." And they're like, "Okay, that's an effective strategy." And so all the Fremen have decided.
I like how the Baron is like, Good old-fashioned artillery. Genius.
Damn, this is why. I knew I picked you for a reason, bro. Look at that.
Wow, why didn't we think of that?
It's like, oh, man.
Somebody in the chat said her web connects us all in reference, I believe, to the spider.
Yes.
Madam Web. It's a Webstiny.
Yes. Compared to Raba, just shooting them a bunch is pretty genius. So I guess we'll give them that. So the Fremen are like, we have to retreat to the south. Meanwhile, Jessica, now with her blue eyes, she's kind of changed as a person. She's like, we're going to go head south and prepare the way for you there. And Paul's like, I don't want to go south.
You can't make me.
I don't want to go south.
You
can't make me into the prophet. Yeah, the prophet is just enslaves people. It's bad. I don't want to be Morpheus. I don't want to be the key. He's Butters in Imagination Land. Yeah, and so he says, "I'm going to stay behind," and they're like, "No, we have to go south." And he's unsure of it. He doesn't want to go south. He's afraid of the fundamentalists there, who all very much believe in the prophecy, because he doesn't want that path, right? And so.
Yeah. Also because of the visions he sees, obviously, because he thinks if he goes down there, like, there's going to be big old war, which he's not wrong about.
Yes.
But obviously he's worried about that.
At this point in the story, like in the first movie, he has these visions of the future, but they don't always come exactly true. That's something that's made clear in the first movie, that he has visions of, like, kind of, you could call them either possible futures or they're true in an abstract sense, but not in a literal sense.
Right.
For example, in the first movie, he has a vision that he's being taught by Jamis, whatever. But that's the guy he ends up killing instead.
Yeah.
Even though he does call upon that guy's wisdom in the scene we're about to describe for advice and stuff like that.
Yeah,
he does give him advice.
The exact line is that he, like, in the vision, Jamis says, "I will teach you the ways of the desert," and that by forcing him to fight and kill him. He ends up doing
begun him on that journey, and also he does consult his wisdom in this movie. So it's like it's true in an abstract, non-literal, kind of metaphorical sense, but not literally prophetic in the same way. So that's where we are at this point in the story. At this point, he puts his hand on the ground to, like, wait, no, that's later. Isn't it? At some point, he has a vision. I don't remember exactly what the setup is, but he has a vision, and he determines that. Yeah,
no, you're correct. It's like before he decides to go south himself, because the mother is already there at this point. Like, she already went with the other people earlier.
Right.
In
True.
the movie.
Yeah, that happened earlier.
And he says, like, no, I'm going to stay here, fight with them. What we're doing is, because she's like, oh, we're gonna give them hope, and he's like angry with us, like, that's not hope. They deserve to be led by someone of their own.
Yes.
And she also tells him that he's blinded by love, basically, and he needs to keep himself free for the correct strategic wedding or whatever it was.
Yeah. Exactly. So she's thinking big picture, classic Bene Gesserit.
She's going full propaganda mode currently. Yeah. Like, she's just like, oh, he has big worm. That's a double meaning.
Wow, Paul, he has big worms. Spread the word. Tell all your friends about how big his worm is.
Biggest worm anybody ever seen.
Yeah. Everybody, tell him about his big worm. It's just going everywhere.
So he puts his hand to the sand, and he has a vision. And he hears some Bene Gesserit voices talking about the prophecy and all that sort of stuff. And then he hears Jamis's voice tell him that a wise hunter climbs the highest dune to, like, see all that he can see before he begins his hunt. And all these signs are kind of pointing to, all right, well, to find your way through this, you're going to have to go drink the water of life. And so
drink
you can
the worm coom.
Yeah, so you can see everything. And so, if you drink the water of life and obtain the knowledge and sight that comes from it, then you can find a way to chart a narrow path to what you ultimately want through all this.
Technically, that is good advice, considering how dominating his, holy war is over the next, like, if he did, you know what I mean? If his goal was to destroy the Harkonnens, and then I don't know if you would say that, like, he wouldn't have done the Holy War if I don't know, in the movie it makes it clear that the houses like refuse to accept his ascension, so maybe that's why they're changing it in the movie. But anyway, like it's good advice because like he drank it and then he's like a god now and like
Well,
but
yeah.
it's also fulfilling a it's like it's bad like morally questionable because like then you're feeding into the prophecy and you're doing all these things that like it's just bad, it's genocidal, you know what I mean? So it's an interesting thing. Like Jameis wasn't I don't think Jameis was do you think Jameis was being honest but like not didn't quite understand the ramifications of that?
Yeah. I mean, assuming what he's talking to there is actually the spirit of
Yeah.
Jameis, I don't think he's being dishonest or anything. It
Right.
is good advice, like to try to see your
You
way.
probably didn't
through
think
it.
about him becoming a god creature
Right.
by drinking some
exactly.
worm juice.
Basically, he consults
I
with the
know.
spirits in a sort of vague sense and comes to the conclusion that, like, well, I'm trying to avoid a holy war, but I don't really know how to do it. So the best way at this moment to like chart a path through all these,
I know.
all these things happening all around me that I can't necessarily control. I need to be able to see. I need to be able to know what's coming.
Right.
And so he decides to head south anyway, not because he really wants to be Alisan Al Gaib at this point, but because he thinks drinking the water of life will give him the power necessary
The knowledge and
knowledge necessary. Yes. But it's sort of a bargain with the devil, as we'll see that it kind of changes him and kind of causes him to think differently about
Right, it's like
what
the
he
chicken and
ultimately
the
wants.
egg. Like what he had to I think Paul honestly has no choice because I don't think he had like otherwise they lose and the Harkonnens kill everyone. You know what I mean?
Potentially,
they,
yeah, that's definitely the threat.
Yeah,
And
I think that it's a good. This is another example of a difference that's subtle that I think works really well in this version. Is that the visions, at least from what I remember when reading it, the visions are very much more like straightforward. You just kind of see what's happening, as opposed to this where it's like you get images of people talking to you in riddles and it
More
is
dreamlike.
true in a way, right? In a sense, what they're telling you is true, but it's not, a specific thing like, okay, go south, drink this water, and then go do this and say this stuff to these people at this time, right? It's like the wiser, you have to be able to see, and you're going to have to give up part of yourself in order to get that power, and then that's that, and I like that. I like how he's handled this.
It's a good question that once you're given the knowledge of generations and like effectively memories of other people, because it's all information that you didn't know that you just learn in an instant, is it possible for you to be the same person the next day, the next hour?
Yeah.
Like, are you you're different? You're a different being at that point.
He originally doesn't want power. He doesn't want to be the Messiah. He wants to work alongside the Fremen and have one of them be the leader. But in order to save them and to win this battle with the Harkonnens, he decides that he needs the power to be able to see and to predict what's going to happen. And then once he gets the power, it changes his whole view about what his ultimate goal should be, and he kind of loses the part of him that didn't want the prophecy in the beginning. It's a really interesting story. There's a lot of sort of like by trying to avoid fate, you end up fulfilling it kind of thing. We've seen that in a lot of different stories. Some of which we referenced already, but it seems like a classic tale in a sense, and I feel like that part was really, really well handled here.
Yeah.
He was even against what seemed to be logic, avoiding going south, though, because he already knew enough to know, hey, the second I go there, I'm going to drink that liquid, and then I'm going to take over the galaxy.
The fundamentalists are immediately going to fall in behind me, and it's like, well, like, wouldn't you want that? You want soldiers. He's like, no, I don't want to kill billions of people. Like they call it a holy war. They never use the term jihad in the movie, which is a choice.
This is the kind of stuff that makes Dune really appealing to me.
Yes.
Is it captures the sense of cosmic chaos, where like you have all these groups and factions trying to like force and outcome, and it's like what's prophecy, what's self-fulfilling prophecy, what's
Right.
bullshit, what's manipulation, what's for the greater good. And
There's
it's
no
like you
clear
have all
answer,
these
yeah.
forces constantly changing the playing field, and it's like what the sand is a metaphor for, I think, like the dunes constantly shifting as a result of forces that are either organic or inorganic, and
then
despite trying to
spice-
control an outcome, you really don't know what's going to happen. Like,
Yeah, the spice too,
Yeah.
like what's a vision and what's drug, like a drug trip, like what's
yeah,
even that
Right.
shit. Even from the book, it's not even clear. Really,
It's kind of a debate between the importance of dreams, because a lot of talk about his dreams being important and prescient and all that. But then you get lines from people like Duncan Idaho in the first movie where he says, like, dreams make for good stories, but all the best stuff happens when we're awake because that's when we get stuff done. Like those competing perspectives. Like what? Like I think the very first line in the very first movie is kind of chanted. I think it's a Sardaukar sort of voice, but it's a throat singy sort of voice. I don't know exactly what voice it is, but I think it says,
"This is dreams are messages from the deep."
Yes, that's the one. That's like the first thing we ever hear in this whole series, and I think it's very important. Really sets the stage. Another thing I just wanted to hop off of what John was saying about chaos. Like everything about the symbolism for Arrakis itself is all to do with chaos, right? I mean, for one, Paul comes from a place, of order and hierarchy and all that sort of stuff, and then he's thrust into the desert, which is a classic sort of trope. But not only that, like the sand dunes kind of feel like the sea. Not only do they feel like the sea, there's like the worms are basically sea serpents in the sort of classical ancient sense of the word. That's what they are, essentially. They wouldn't make a lot of sense logistically. It's like, what the hell do those things eat? But they function as like these serpents of the deep ocean kind of thing, only the ocean is made of sand. And like even with the sand walk, the thing that they do to avoid the sandworms, to avoid either calling them or alerting attention, they have to become chaotic, right? They have to.
Well, the worms are attracted to the rhythmic sense, yeah. So you have
They're attracted to order, and they come and destroy order. That's like their whole thing,
right?
And so, like, in order to avoid that and to survive in the desert, they have to like break up the order and rhythm of their movements and move like the chaos of the sands. All this sort of stuff. Really, really cool. It really coherent symbolically is the word I would use. It's good shit. So they go south. Another classic symbolic move. They go south and they ride the sandworms through the giant storms that are around the equator. They sort of separate the north from the south. And then as they're in the south, Paul kind of breaks away from the rest of the sandworms to go off. And they're like, oh, where's he going? And first he arrives at a sort of remote temple, I suppose. That's where an earlier scene, Jessica had gone there, and there they have a little sand pit with a little baby sandworm in it. And she's like, show me how they make the water of life. And so this woman grabs the sandworm, it coils around her, and then she pulls it into the water, which kills it. Really interesting symbolism there, because the worm is all coiled up, and then once it's dead, it straightens out. I don't know. Just an interesting thing. And so then that's how they extract the water of life. And she says, okay, now that you have this water of life, there will be a man who comes to take it, and like you should give it to him when he comes. And she's like, oh, but it'll kill a man. And so she uses the voice on her and says, like, let him try. And so Paul eventually arrives here at this temple and asks to take the water of life. And so he takes the water of life. And the only complaint I have about this scene, because otherwise it's pretty good, is that we don't really, his little trip doesn't seem to be as harrowing, or we don't see it anyway. It kind of happens off camera, because when Jessica takes it at first, she kind of has a seizure and looks like she's about to die. And because we've hyped up how much this could
is deadly for him,
that we kind of cut away. We cut into a vision which isn't as abstract as some of the earlier visions. We'll talk about what the vision is in a minute. But when we cut back, he's like lying near death, but we don't really see it. I don't know. It didn't have the same weight as I feel like it should have. I would have liked to see him like collapse to the ground or something to make it seem like he's about to die. Otherwise,
do a little acting kind of thing.
Yeah, it's just a little something. I feel like they kind of cut away when it would have been nice to see him, to see how hard it is physically on him.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know if it was made explicit in the movie, but I found it interesting that the worm goo needs to come specifically from a little babby worm. It's like it like adds this angle of like it's a little perverse, you know? Like
I don't know if it's they just can't wrangle a big one to get that.
Yeah, I think
right?
that's it,
They still
because
have
the
the
spices,
Yeah.
the spice comes from the big ones. The spice, well,
Oh, I know the
Yeah.
spice. Yeah, the spice comes from the big ones, but like I actually remember reading that apparently it's the little
oh,
worms
has
that
to be the
have
little
this.
ones.
There's like a
Oh,
purity
okay.
to them that allows for
Like
the
adrenochrome?
that distilled liquid that that people drink, and it gives them the powers and shit.
Gotcha.
Power of youth.
Yeah.
Some super adventure club stuff.
Yes.
Oh,
So
no.
as the worms get older, that liquid loses its effectiveness.
Remember
Sounds
when
like
the
some
super-
Bohemian Grove bullshit to me.
Yeah.
This is reminding me of a very specific Nathan For You scene that I don't know if anyone else knows what I'm talking about. I won't
don't
explain
know.
it.
I don't know about it.
We'll let
They're
that
killing baby
So-
worms to make the water a life. The Kwisatz Haderach.
So he has a vision, and in his vision, among other things, somewhere in here, I think actually it was in the previous vision scene, he discovered in his vision that the woman he's following into death and destruction is actually Jessica, his mom. But then in this vision, he sees Anya Taylor-Joy with blue eyes. He crests a sand dune, and on the other side, he sees a giant ocean. A vision potentially of a paradisical, whatever word, future for bringing water back, bringing life back to Arrakis. And then he sees Anya Taylor-Joy as an adult, and she looks weird, and she says something like "I love you." I don't remember exactly what she says. Do you remember? Does anyone else
Something like
remember?
I'm with you, brother. Or
Yeah,
I'm
I'm with
waiting for you.
Yeah.
I believe in you. Blah blah blah.
You can do it.
Yeah,
You can do it, champ.
Yeah.
I felt like of all
Fine.
the vision scenes in these movies, that one felt kind of weak comparatively, and that maybe ought to have been the biggest one. Does anyone else feel that way?
I don't.
Well, okay, so I'm gonna I was sort of waiting to see the main thing I was very curious about was seeing how they were going to handle all the material that that happens in the second half of the first book. Like, how are they going to handle the siege orgies, and how are they going to handle the polygamy, and how are they going to handle the daughter, his sister being born. Because another big change here is that in the book he spends a few years with the Fremen, and his sister is born. And she becomes sort of this saintly figure moving amongst them, because she's a 3-year-old child or a 4-year-old who walks and talks with the attitude of an elderly woman, or basically
A wise old woman. Yeah.
wise old woman. And so they consider her both a saint and a witch. And I remembered that Anya Taylor-Joy was going to be playing her, and I was like, how are we going to work this in here? This is another weird thing that is going to be kind of a big deal. And then with this being the only way that they worked it in, I was a little oh, okay. I mean, I guess it gets rid of some of the extra fat of trying to explain all of that together, in this already rather full movie.
Yeah.
Streamlines it. Yeah.
But the deployment probably could have gone a little better. I think they could have done a little more with the symbology here, and with what she is going to with her influence, and how she's going to, create what she's going to play, the role she's going to play moving forward in the story that he's telling.
Yeah. I wasn't sure what to make of this scene other than, okay, there's the daughter. She loves him and says, "Go get him, champ." And I'm like, okay, that's cool, I guess. But my central complaint about it is just that this is when he takes the water of life. This is the thing that's supposed to kill him, maybe, and this is going to transform him into someone who's a man god, demigod type person. And the vision he experiences was just a little underwhelming in comparison to some of the better ones.
I mean, he sees the ocean, and he sees a woman he doesn't know yet, and that's pretty much what we get. Which is,
but then he is oh, I just wanted to highlight someone in chat who says she says, "I love you" when I came. So I'm happy for you.
Nice.
Big Anya Taylor-Joy fan in the chat. Then he is near death, and Chani arrives late and says, "What have you done to him?" And it's like, "He drank the water of life." And it's like, "Oh no, he's dead." And Jessica says, "No, his vital signs are just so low that he seems like he's dead. He's not actually dead, but he's near death." And they say, "You need to be the one to save him because this was mentioned earlier. Probably should have mentioned it. Her fancy Fremen name is Desert Spring. She doesn't like it because of its association with a prophecy she doesn't believe in. And this is the payoff for that. That apparently in the prophecy,
that's what they want. Okay.
Yes. So the Desert Spring will
the tears of the Desert Spring will save him from his slumber. Whatever.
Yes.
Okay, I did not make the connection at all. I was just confused when he
went beauty, son.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's in a sort of coma after drinking the worm piss. And so the Desert Spring has to resuscitate him or resurrect him with her tears. And so she doesn't want to do it. And interestingly, Jessica commands her to do it with the voice. And then she kind of goes into a trance, cries some tears, gets a little dab of the water of life and presses it to his lips. And that brings him back from the dead. And then, of course, Stilgar and all the other believers like, "Oh my God, as it is written." Oh my God!
Oh my God!
Yes. I love that stuff so much. It just feels so real. Like that's exactly how they would treat this. So he is resurrected. He has blue eyes now. So that's neat. And now he sees everything.
Blue eyes, white Paul.
That's a
this is a tough crowd today for me.
I got it. I got it.
I didn't get it.
The Desert Tears thing felt a little thrown in.
I wasn't a huge fan of that. It
was just like, "Oh my God, he's dead." Oh wait, the tears. Okay, he's alive now. Like, I don't think it was set up. Was it?
It was. I mean, it is in that, like, earlier when he asks her war name, she says it means Desert Spring. And I don't like it because of he's like yeah, I like it. She goes, "I hate it. It's because it's like some prophecy, you know." And then when it gets to here, that's the setup, and then this is the payoff.
That still feels kind of weak to me. I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
I'm with you on that one, honestly, a little bit.
Yeah. Is it real or not? Like she put the tear on his lips and he woke up. Like, was he gonna wake up anyway?
Yeah. Well, was he gonna wake up anyway? If not? Why did the tear do it? Yeah, like
it wasn't a tear though. It was a tear and a drop of the water of life.
Right, it was both. But he already drank the water of life.
He drank the water. I don't know. I don't know.
I don't understand.
Maybe there's something about taking like a pick-me-up dose.
Oh, maybe.
A little hair of the dog, you know.
Probably. When you have that's just a counter, like a counter beer.
Yeah.
Next day, you just have a counter drop of water of life.
It's an interesting thing here because clearly whatever resurrects him there is kind of magical, you know, in a way that there's a sort of magic to the foresight and the powers that the Bene Gesserit have. It is it's maybe not the strongest aspect of it. I didn't mind it because I felt like, symbolically, thematically, it works, but how does that actually save him in universe? I'm not exactly sure. Like, how does that actually bring him back? Is it just another drop of the water of life is a shock to the system? Because maybe that's it. Actually, maybe that's it. That if like giving him a little bit more would kind of like, would be like stabbing Mia with adrenaline in Pulp Fiction and kind of wake him back up.
Yeah.
But that Jessica specifically does the tears thing for the sake of everyone there.
Yeah, maybe.
I could believe that.
Yeah,
that like really all it would take to wake him back up would to give him a little more to sort of shock his system back awake. But the tears
flick one of his testicles.
Yeah, give him a little flick him in the gooch. But that it needs to be the tears for the sake of everyone there who knows the prophecy by heart. That sort of thing. I could believe that.
Got to do it for the propaganda.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, there's
did
a part
they ever
earlier
say what the water of someone in your chat, Metal, says, did they ever say what the water of life tastes like? Is it blue raspberry? It does look like a blue raspberry.
It's Gatorade.
Yeah.
It's basically just like pure undistilled Mountain Dew voltage.
The flavor
Yeah.
is blue.
It looks like syrup for like a slushy of blueberry
Well,
slushy.
spice tastes like cinnamon spice. I'm assuming
Oh.
that's more potent spice. Potent
It
cinnamon?
is,
I
yeah.
don't know.
It's just undiluted spice is basically the
Yeah.
thing. You're like, yeah.
Wait, do they say that the
Yeah, they
spice
do.
tastes like cinnamon in the book?
Yeah.
Sure do,
No.
yeah.
Part of, it's weird.
That's funny.
That's why it's so addicting. You
I
know?
mean, cinnamon is pretty great, so I get it.
Yeah, imagine if cinnamon was heroin. I would just be
Imagine
like,
imagine if cinnamon made you trip fucking balls. Like that's basically.
I'd be eating Cinnabons every day of the week.
Yeah.
I already do that. I already do that now, and I still.
Oh my god, no, that's brilliant. That needs to be the opening, or like we need a movie set on Arrakis where somebody's just opened a Cinnabon shop.
Yeah, Saul Goodman. Saul Goodman's Cinnabon spice shop.
How does the spice trade affect the regular man, the working man?
That's
now
why
I'm
he
picturing like early YouTube cinnamon challenge videos, but with spice.
Yeah, that's why
no.
Jimmy McGill became Saul Goodman. Oh
I
my
love the
God.
idea of Saul Goodman having to go to Arrakis to hide from the police.
Yeah, and sell Cinnabons. That's great. We need lore crossing media. More of it.
More
Like
crossovers.
What's it called? Crossovers media? What'd you call Alien versus
Metaverse?
Predator?
I don't know.
No, but like Alien versus Predator, like metaverse is like implied internal. Like,
I don't know.
like canon.
I think I'm at the point that I'm
Crossover's the right term. isn't it?
Crossover.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what we're doing right now.
fewer things.
Jimmy
cross
That's
Neutron,
where we're-
the Jimmy Timmy Power Hour crossover of the century.
Yes.
That's true.
Good
funny.
reference. Now, he's got the blue eyes and he can see all sorts of stuff. What immediately happens after? Do we remember?
He gets up.
well,
oh,
he
Chani
gets-
slaps him, and then we get that
slaps him in the
musical
face.
sting.
Oh, yes, that was
That
very
actually
funny.
made me almost laugh out loud in the cinema.
Oh,
The
I
way
know.
they
Yeah.
made the music. He gets slapped in the face and like,
I have expected to hear Stilgar say, Lisan Al Gaib, turn the other cheek. He turned the other cheek. That's what he would do.
that would have been great.
I want to respond to someone in your chat, Metal, who says, I'm going to say it. Spice feels like it just does anything the plot needs. I don't agree with that at all, actually.
No,
I think
that's
it
not
has.
true.
Time and
I-
space powers are the big thing, and those are pretty powerful.
Yeah.
So it can do a lot.
Designated
Well, yeah, but
properties.
there's all sorts of stuff it doesn't do. You know what I mean? This is not the black sludge from Prometheus by comparison.
No.
The black goo in
Yeah,
Prometheus
yeah,
does
you know,
literally
being-
work.
Oil does a lot of things for fossil fuels do a lot of things for us.
Yeah.
I think one of the things throwing people off is they use it for interstellar travel, and I think a bunch of people don't understand. I was told this. I don't know if it's accurate, but like the ships integrate creatures. They
spice.
they
The
basically
sludges.
like breed people at like the Spacing Guild are people who are bred in orbit, off planet in tanks full of spice that have future sight the way Paul does, and they use that to chart safe paths through space to make sure that nothing goes wrong. So that's their entire thing. But that turns them basically into like the David Lynch monstrosities that exist in the original 84 one, or like
Oh yeah, I remember that.
yeah, like manatees that live in orange gas tanks that are being constantly pumped full of cinnamon. So
Yes.
yeah, the main thing is that it gives you future sight, like when you use enough of it. But it causes an addiction that there's a lot that goes on. If you
want to use it properly, you have to be, I guess, a Bene Gesserit or Paul, I guess.
I don't think you have to. I don't know if the Bene Gesserit use as much of it, but they are you have to basically either completely absorb yourself in it or just be the guy. You just have to be the guy from Spy Kids,
You have to be.
So immediately after he is resurrected by the Desert Spring, everybody leaves and he's alone in the temple with Jessica. And this is when we start to see him change the way she changed earlier in the movie. He starts talking, honestly, like Doctor Strange does, about all the different timelines he sees. But there's a really nice directorial sort of editing choice here to get to a close up of his hands while he's talking. I don't know. I just thought that was really
good.
And
Yeah, it
so
worked. Yeah.
he's talking about like there's one narrow path through all of this. Like I see all these different futures. My visions are clearer now. Interesting thing. One thing I noticed while I was watching this movie for the first time, I was like, I feel like the visions are getting a lot less abstract, and I kind of liked them visually more when they were abstract. But then there's a sort of in-universe reason for it, is that his visions are becoming more clear and concrete now. And I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Anyway, so he sees this one pathway through. And he realizes that the only way, or at least he believes that the only way to victory here is to fulfill the prophecy and get the Southern Fremen to join him in the fight against the Harkonnen. And so, because he realizes, or at least he believes, because it's a little unclear exactly how reliable his visions are, because remember earlier in the movie, his visions didn't happen exactly. Are we meant to believe that they happen exactly now? Unclear. But anyway, he believes that the only way to win is to fulfill the prophecy, which is interesting. So now he is set on his path, and this is where the real sort of falling out with Chani begins in earnest, because it becomes clear to her that he is concerned with power, that he does have greater aspirations than just to live among the Fremen and help them. He has galactic ambitions.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
This is also where he says that Chani is angry now, but she will come to understand in the future, which I guess he also saw in his visions. I guess, or he assumes that's just gonna happen.
Yes.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think what we're, at least the way that it works for me, having read it, is like he does know exactly what he has to do at any given point in order to make sure that everything goes on the path of the least amount of carnage that will result from this, and he has to follow through with all these different. He has to do like pretty much exactly these things at exactly these moments.
One thing that Cap kind of touched on was the way it's directed, as you see Paul sort of doing the knife hand, like he kind of points out his fingers as he's talking about finding that narrow path to victory. And I wanted to highlight that for a moment. I thought it was a good choice.
It's a very well directed movie. Very well directed in terms of like how scenes are filmed and stuff like that, and like choosing what to cut to and when. It's all very effective, very well crafted technically. Really helps elevate the story. Someone in the chat said Chani is such a buzzkill. I feel like she's so understandable and relatable in this movie.
Yeah.
I don't understand the hate for her. Like I think her perspective is very reasonable, and it's totally understandable, like what she sees happening to him and why she doesn't like it.
I do wonder where we go with her after this movie, like what direction we're going with, especially after hearing with the whole polygamy stuff that's normally in the movie. Just wondering if she, because my friend who I was in the cinema, he was like, "Oh, I wonder if she's might be going to be an adversary in the future because she's angry. Maybe like getting a subset of the people who still like has but a bunch of bullshit with the Messiah. He's just gonna enslave us again like every other person. So maybe she has like a little rebel force going on or something. I don't know. Could go anywhere now, really, with how we ended the movie.
She just really didn't want to be part of the polycule.
So, they go to the south, and I think at one point somewhere in here we learned that at the big meeting of all the different tribes and peoples or whatever at the south, only the leader of each tribe or group can speak. And so Stilgar says, like, I want you to speak at the meeting. You'll have to kill me in a duel. And he's like, I'm not going to do that.
I'm not going to do that.
Fucking hell, that's ridiculous. Eventually, there's probably some scenes in the middle, so stop me if I'm misremembering anything. But when they eventually get to the south, this scene's really, really good. So
yeah, I like it.
They come into the temple. Well, first of all, we get this shot that you see in the trailer with the giant masses of people and Paul kind of walking his way through among them. Cool shot from above.
It kind of looks like a drop of water, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, a little bit. It does.
Just remember that. I think that was by design.
I mean, I would absolutely believe it is. Yes.
Yeah. The thing is, you kind of get that I guess you kind of get that form when you walk through there and people make space. So that's why I'm wondering if it might just be by accident, but also by design. Maybe it's just a happy accidents. I don't know.
I would say that symbolism happens whether you intend to or not, quite often.
Okay.
And so no, I mean, like, I would believe that they did it on purpose, but I could, like, I sometimes with stuff like that, it makes intuitive sense even if you don't think about it consciously.
Right.
That sort of thing. So he arrives into the temple, and all the people are gathered there, and they're waiting for Paul and everyone else to arrive. And Chani is not happy with this whole thing.
No.
See, what's the exact order? So eventually, the Bene Gesserit, the Reverend Mother, arrives, and then Paul walks in, and he's doing this kind of like, he's doing this strut, he's doing this little catwalk walk. It's a little male model-y, but it made me laugh a little.
Walking towards the middle,
he's walking
menacingly.
Yes, and he walks to the center of the group.
Right.
Oh, you were saying something, Mark?
I just made a Zoolander joke. I just said that Hansel's so hot right now.
Yeah.
I didn't think it would
so
stop
hot right now. And so he arrives at the center of the group, and he starts speaking. And one of the elders of the tribe says, like, you can't do that here. Only the leaders can speak. And Stilgar's like, yeah, come on, kill me. It's okay.
Stilgar's just so like, yeah, come on, kill me. Here, take my knife.
I'm here.
Yeah.
Come on, kill me. Off my life, man. Give me this.
Paul has and so he's like, you think I would deprive us of one of our greatest weapons at a time like this? Like, I'm not going to kill Stilgar. There's a really great parallel to his dad in the first movie. If you remember, the one Mentat assistant that Duke Leto has. Yeah, Tuat, is that it?
Hawat.
Hawat. So Hawat is helping them when they arrive at Arrakis. And if you remember, there's a spy who was Harkonnen spy who was cemented in the wall in the first movie, who had the little sort of dragonfly dart thing that he tried to kill Paul. Paul barely survived, and they managed to kill this spy. And Hawat says to Leto, he says, like, I have let you down, I have failed you, you must accept my resignation. And Leto says, like, we need you now more than ever. I don't accept your resignation. If you want absolution, go find some spies. And so the choice to have Paul say something kind of similar to that,
right before putting on his father's ducal signet.
Yes,
yes,
feels very deliberate, very good. I like that. I like it in movies when they actually care about this sort of thing. You can kind of tell people are related by the way they talk and behave. You know what I mean? Like you really get the vibe that he's his father's son in this movie, and I really like that. Go ahead.
I just agreed. I just said, yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's a great little moment. So this is where Paul really puts on the big boy voice, and like he has a gravitas on screen that I honestly, I got to give Timothée Chalamet credit. I had no idea he was capable of this. Honestly, I thought, like many people, he was just he couldn't do this type of thing. But I was so wrong. And like when he speaks in front of everybody and he puts on the big boy voice, I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ, I get it. I get why I get why everyone worships him now. You know what I mean? Like he just really brings it. I forget exactly what he says here, but he's talking about how
he convinces a few of so basically he offers to fight any of the leaders who think that they would be better suited for it, and a lot of them stand up, right? And then
basically the whole room stands up, because he says no one of you can stand in front of me or can beat me or whatever.
And then as he's walking towards one guy, he like reveals his
past.
He just he's like, your grandmother lost her eye fighting against Harkonnens, and the guy is like stunned. And as soon as he finishes the story, he Lisa Nagaib and drops. Lisa
Nagaib. Make a true believer out of 4 people in the same room, and everyone else in that room is going to believe.
Yeah,
I think.
True.
Right.
I was gone for a bit, but I wanted to comment on the right before this, when he says Stilgar is my hand, why would I cut my hand off? As a fan of the book, that was one of my favorite parts of the movie because that's in the book. It's like a direct quote from the book.
Oh, okay.
And he says the same thing. It's like, why would you expect me to handicap myself? And your stupid fundamentalist religion is like beneath me at this point. I'm a god.
Yeah.
I don't think he's saying that because
well, I mean, he said in this scene that their ways are old and don't matter anymore. Basically, like their traditions of speaking. If he has to kill Stilgar. That's their religion.
Well, yeah, but I don't think he's saying that your stupid fundamentalist religion is
no, but
he's fulfilling it. It's kind of like
you're a prophet. Listen to me because I'm going to tell you the next chapters in our book. You know,
right?
Yeah, he's kind of treating them like the Philistines sort of thing, like obsessed with the letter of the law, not the spirit of the law.
Right. That's true. Yeah. Yep. For sure. And he starts acting. Then Paul. This is where Chalamet very transforms as an actor. Really, I mean, he goes from.
That's what we were saying. He's really good in this scene. Very good.
Yeah.
Great.
I disagree with the people in chat who disagree.
You're wrong. You ever remember the first time you really saw Heath Ledger like bring it in a performance when like he used to be the guy that was in some teen movies and stuff, and then it's like, oh, that dude can act, man. Holy shit.
Yeah. So
even in 10 Things I Hate About You, is a great actor, I thought.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that he wins over the crowd, everyone but Chani apparently. There's a really great moment where Chani is like causing trouble. I think this is earlier actually, and Gurney like pulls her down, and she's like, "It's like this is none of your business." He's like, "This is exactly my business," because he has the scar on his face from the Harkonnen. He's like, "This is exactly my business." So anyway, as Paul is up there, he's leading the room. Stilgar asks him, "What do you see for us?" And he says, like, green paradise or something like that, which is, of course, what they're hoping for and what they really want to hear. And it still kind of proves that, like, that's what he wants for them ultimately, even if he has greater ambitions. And then the other moment I really liked is one of my favorite moments in the movie is he finally decides to put his father's ring back on. So if you remember in the first movie, he has a discussion with his father, like, I don't know if, like, what if I'm not the future of House Atreides? And his father, it's a great little moment in the first movie where he says, like, if that's not your path, you'll still be all I ever wanted you to be, which is my son. Mm-hmm. And so the ring is obviously very clearly the symbol of whether he's choosing to continue the House of Atreides and whether to take on that role. And earlier in this movie, when he decides to join the Fremen, he says something to himself about the fact he's looking at the ring in his hand. He says, I've chosen my own path now. He's kind of talking to the spirit of his father, puts the ring in his pocket. And at this moment, he decides to take the ring back out and says that I am Duke of Atreides, or Duke of Arrakis. He's got so many titles, it's kind of hard to keep him straight. But he puts the ring back on, and the movie cuts to Gurney looking at him, looking like he's almost about to cry. He's so proud. Yeah. It's a great moment.
Pretty good. Right.
Yeah, there's a lot of good like character stuff in this movie. That's the strongest aspect of the movie for me. All those sort of little moments, all those details.
Yeah.
Good shit. I like Paul's journey a lot. And this is a really pivotal moment for that arc of the story.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Have we skipped over the part with the family atomics? Does that happen before this or after?
We definitely skipped over that.
We definitely skipped over it.
We kind of skipped over Gurney returning. I just realized.
We did do that.
Yeah.
Gurney Halleck's alive, by the way. Josh Brolin's alive.
He basically he survived, and the way they explain it is like, he was able to negotiate some kind of treaty or contract that allowed them to get off planet. Like the survivors could get off planet, and then he started smuggling spice from this planet.
Yeah,
that was the gist of it.
Yeah, in the book, it's a little bit more narration or whatever, but he's biding his time until he can kill somebody of importance.
He wants to kill the Baron. He's basically trying to get into the castle or into the palace to kill the Baron, because he thinks that he thinks everybody's dead, so he's just out mining spice to get money and kill Harkonnens. Because
this is another scene that's closely adapted from the novel. Like when they're hug, they embrace each other. When he sees Paul's eyes, and he's like, who's this? Because his blue eyes, and he's but then Paul pulls his mask down, and he's like, it's a great moment from the book.
Because he also says, "I remember your footsteps, old man." Like in
Yeah.
the first movie, it's like, "Oh, that's neat. That's neat."
Nice little callback. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's alive, and he's basically working as a smuggler because the Harkonnens are having such trouble with spice production that it is lucrative to try and smuggle spice off the planet. So that's sort of what he's doing now. And he ends up joining with the Fremen. Of course, they're very distrustful of him at first, but they kind of cut him some slack because he's family of Paul's. And then somewhere in here, and I don't know how you guys feel about this, but I hate all of the atomics stuff because it feels, this feels really unmotivated and dropped on us like a ton of bricks. I'm like, oh, okay, there are nukes. By the way, he basically comes in to say, by the way, I know
where your dad hid the nukes off screen.
I'm like, what nukes? What are we talking about? It's like, oh, and by the way, here's where they are. I'm like, what are we doing? It's like I didn't even know nukes existed in this world.
So, what am I supposed to think? By the way, did they hide this like ages and ages ago, or just when they arrived on?
When
Arrakis?
they arrived. So this is some world building lore that got dropped. That I think is especially for this part, kind of necessary to understanding it. Every one of the great houses has an atomic arsenal, but none of them will, like, there's laws governing their use. Nobody wants to use them against one another because that would be seen as like filthy warfare, right? Like that's not
Okay.
that's not okay. So they keep them because it's meant, like, in the same way that we keep nukes today, right? Where it's like yeah, we want them. And mutually assured destruction kind of thing. Like we need them to, like, as a way, like, to make sure that the Harkonnens don't nuke our planet without getting retribution, but like nobody would ever consider using the nukes against one another, right? And it would be viewed as very haram should you do this. So this is a great way to bring in one of the other changes that I'd like to get everybody's opinion on here. So in the book version, they consider using the Atreides family atomics that have been hidden in the desert, but they realize that because if they do this, pretty much everybody will be really pissed at them and will not want him on the throne. They need to find a different way to leverage the family atomics. So what they do is they shoot that giant blue Fremen laser at the wall. Because the wall around the wall around the city is shielded, so they shoot the giant laser at the shield and simulate a nuke so that everybody thinks they maybe would, and then they point the nukes at the spice to try to be like, okay, if you come try to get me off the throne, I'll blow it all up, right? In this one, they just launch nukes. So, what do we think?
They didn't launch.
I like it.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah,
there's a massive explosion at one point.
Was that a nuke?
Yes,
those are 3 nukes even.
It was 3 nukes that they shot.
Yeah,
and the thing is, I was thinking, like, you could have just used normal rockets for that.
Probably.
Because they blow up stones to, I don't know, disrupt the soldiers on the ground and make some dust or something. I'm actually still not 100% sure what their plan was with those nukes, to be quite honest.
Yeah, that final battle's a little weird. I didn't realize those were nukes at all.
Yeah, they don't have any other missiles. It has to be nukes.
So.
Yeah,
I guess you're right. That's weird. I don't like that.
Again, it's just for a cool movie moment, really.
It looks really cool.
It looks
when
amazing.
He stands there and the explosion goes off.
Yeah, it's the most iconic shot in the movie.
Well, I guess
I think.
it does, prove he's willing to use them, and that he has them for later when he threatens to use them on the spice fields. They believe him, I guess. But it's a little weird.
It's also him embracing death, like a destruction, like becoming a dictator or whatever you want to call it, becoming a warlord. It's also kind of symbolic. Like the shot of him in front of the nukes is very symbolic, I think, of just like it's just like a good visualization of his transformation into a warlord. I think it distilled down to like a single image. I loved it. I didn't really care too much about the nuke thing.
So people are pointing out in the chat that obviously what the nukes are doing there is blowing up a wall to allow the storm and the worms to come through.
Yeah.
definitely.
Oh,
But
okay, yeah, sorry. I
Sandworm.
exhumed legume in the chat. Our chat is right. They do use the atomics to blow away part of the cliff, and they argue that it's justified because they didn't use it against people. They used it against the landscape. Yeah.
Okay.
I would have
the
liked a little more
Sandworm.
of that in this. I think I would have liked that to have come into play a little bit more, like more discussion about doing that, because that is a strategically very sound thing, and it just like all it does is make Paul look smarter, right? I think that would have been nice to have.
The weird thing about it for me is that like he's using nukes in this battle. It's like, do you not have any concerns about radiation or anything like that? You know what I
don't
mean?
know if it's the same. I think the atomics could mean anything. It could be radioactive or could not be radio. We don't know what the technology is for those.
I feel like
I think that it's pretty clear it's supposed to be atomic weapons.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I guess
it feels like a weird thing to do at the start of a battle to me.
It is weird when like Starship Troopers has this as well, where they fire nukes and the destructive power of the nuke is kind of whatever it needs to be for the scene. But I don't love that in either film, to be honest.
Okay, so another person in the chat says, I don't think those were nukes because earlier on, Paul has a vision of Chani getting melted by seeing a nuke, but it doesn't happen when it actually happens. That might be some evidence to it not being nukes that they're using there? Question mark? Would they?
I think that vision. I think that vision was an exaggeration. I don't think. I think it was like. Yeah, I think it was still a nuke. But
there seems to be a recognition from the movie that the nukes have those sort of effects.
Yeah.
Is it plausible at all that they're just missiles?
That's what I mean. Like, it's just they call them atomics. It could mean anything.
No, sorry. I should specify. Obviously, they have atomic weapons.
Right. Okay.
So what they use to blow up the wall are just normal missiles.
So if they are just normal missiles, then we have a whole scene showing us the arsenal of nuclear missiles that ends up going nowhere.
Well, they pointed at the spice. They threatened to blow up the spice field.
Yeah, it doesn't go nowhere, but
it would just be confusing to have the entire scene where you're showing nuclear weapons and then have a scene where a missile is fired. The explosion looks like a nuclear detonation, but they're actually not though, and you're silly for thinking they are. Like that to me would be odd. I'd be like, why did you do it that way?
I think the only way to get like it they are probably nukes that they use, because I mean they are they are in the book. They're probably nukes, and they're just not quite concerned with whether or not the radiation is going to play a role.
And who knows if they're even gonna, I don't know what happens in Messiah, but is Arakian City still a thing?
Yeah, it's a thing.
Is it? Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
So, and I don't know. I guess it's just I don't know.
Well, I will say that if it's meant to be nukes that they used in that battle, that wasn't clear to me. I've seen the movie twice, and I never once was like, "Oh, those were the nukes." So, not sure.
Oh, okay. I thought
it's a little unclear, maybe.
I mean, so I maybe I'm just like I saw a bunch of missiles in a silo, saw a bunch of missiles get launched out of the side of something, and was like,
that's what I thought.
And then you remembered from the book version that they are nukes that you get used to blow a hole in the mountain.
Okay. No, I believe you. A little.
That's well. I'm just justifying how I read that.
Yeah.
Like that's all.
I would have expected more fallout or something of that, or more of like consequence, because it just seems like they blew up the wall, and that's all they really mention of it.
Hollywood mistake. Nuclear weapons are bad.
Like you would think that if they did that, then we would have a scene with the Emperor or somebody being like, "What, are you fucking crazy? Like, why would you?"
Yeah, or that the Fremen might be upset about using nukes on their planet or something. I don't know. Something of more consequence and gravity surrounding that decision. Anywho, so still not a fan of Gurney being like, oh, by the way, there's nukes in this universe. I have them, and they're right over here. Come get them. It's like a little like, okay. I feel like maybe
they hid them in plain sight.
Yeah. But also, Paul's DNA was the only thing that could open the door.
Yeah, that's how they hid them. So they hid them in plain sight, but it didn't matter because Paul's DNA is the only thing that can open it. I guess.
Yeah. Yes. I don't necessarily. That doesn't bother me as much as that there's been no setup for them, and all of a sudden, in the middle of this movie, they're like, "Oh, hey, by the way, nukes."
Yeah, they did, because like they tell you about them very early on when you're reading it, so it's like it doesn't come so far out of left field the way in this way. Like there is no mention of family atomics, I don't think, in the first one. I don't remember one anyway.
No, there wasn't.
Yeah, that's just like it might be a thing where book readers and non-book readers will interpret it differently. Like non-book readers might be like, "What is this all about?" All of a sudden, but then as me, like I was expecting that to happen. I was like, "Oh, finally, here come the atomics," and then like,
yeah.
So to me, it just made sense as a person who's read the book.
But... Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, you bring the knowledge that you have and kind of fill in the gaps, but there is a gap there in the way the movie sets it up.
And that's like the reverse of book fans getting upset about something that's changed, and the non-book fans not caring as much. This is kind of like the reverse of that a little bit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Where it only makes sense if you understand the book. Otherwise, it's like comes out of left field, and it's like that feels kind of cheap, honestly. Yeah. But anywho, are we caught up with Gurney?
Yeah, pretty much.
Joining the group. Back to the scene in the South in front of everybody. There's a moment that I liked at first, and then I thought this is the nitpickiest of nitpicks ever. But there's a moment where when he's impressing everyone with his knowledge and sight, he says something about how Arrakis, known by its original Fremen name, Dune. He said the title of the movie. It's a nice moment in theory. I like the idea of like what it sort of implies is that Arrakis is more of like a Harkonnen name for this planet or something like that, and that the original Fremen called it Dune or something. There's a nice idea in there. Only problem, and like I said, the nitpickiest of nitpicks, is that Arrakis sounds more like a Fremen word than Dune does. All the Fremen words are very like Arabic and
I can see that
coded, and Dune is like a Dutch word, I think. You know what I mean? It's just a little like it's fine. It doesn't sound more Fremen, but sure.
Yeah, they should have a Fremen word for Dune or something. Yeah.
Something.
Bangladesh or something.
They call it Dune Part 2.
Dune Part 2.
Yes.
Are there anywhere in the world?
I can't remember if he says it with like a little too much impact, like he knows he's saying the title of the movie. It's kind of like when Benedict Cumberbatch says Khan in the Star Trek sequel. Just like, my name is Khan, because like the audience is gonna like recognize the name, but it makes no sense for him to say that like that in the
movie. Someone said in our chat the modern day nukes we have don't have radiation because they're fusion bombs, not fission bombs. I assumed in this movie when they said atomic weapons that they were talking about like atom bombs, not hydrogen bombs, but maybe.
Well, I mean, written in 1969, so like a little older in terms of the nuclear arsenal. We can maybe draw the conclusion of like maybe the radiation. This is also set something like what 10,000 years in the future. So
that sounds like the most thing of its time. It's like, oh, nuclear weapons are so powerful. They're gonna be powerful forever. Nothing's gonna change.
Atoms are gonna be atom bombs. Big deal. Really, really big.
Can't get bigger than that. Yeah. So, and then he's going to lead the army. He's basically fulfilled the prophecy now. Like he is their leader, and they're all going to rally behind him to go fight the Harkonnens. Is there anything else to talk about before we get to
the fight,
the battle plan and the big battle itself?
He sends a letter to the Emperor,
right,
saying, "Come here, you pussy! I'm going to beat you up."
Yeah. Let me kick your ass, bitch. Yeah, I misspoke. By the way, it's 1965, not 69. Just in case that alters.
How dare you?
Yeah, so that
69 and nobody said nice after. That's even.
I didn't
worse.
even hear you say that. I was gonna say because Lucas took a lot from this for Star Wars, and that would have been a little bit too. What was 70?
Star Wars is 77.
It was 77. Oh, okay. I'm a decade off. Never mind. Yeah, yeah. But Star Wars borrowed a lot from Dune. for sure.
A lot of things have. I've noticed through this conversation how much The Matrix actually borrows from Dune.
The Matrix.
Yeah, that wasn't one I was expecting, but yeah, there's a lot.
Avatar. Yeah, they all do.
This is also where the daughter figures out that the Reverend Mother was ready to sacrifice a whole bloodline for their goals.
Yes.
Yes.
This is when she discovers that the Emperor was in, and by, also the Bene Gesserit were in on the destruction of Atreides and their whole bloodline, except for Paul, who's the only one who managed to survive. Or at least that's what they think.
Yeah, I think she points that out as well. It's like, well, he's still alive and you lost control of him, so he's a problem now. It's like, it's gonna be fine.
Yeah.
Basically what she thinks. Not fine. Unless that's all part of their plan too, which I don't even know anymore. Those Bene Gesserit, they're crazy, man.
Yeah, they're shifty. It can get a little complicated thinking about their machinations, especially because the story's not over yet.
Yeah.
One thing when trying to assess the quality of these two movies, it's like, man, I really need to know how it all ends.
Yeah.
Partly just to know if who was right. I'm like, obviously the prophecy has come true, ? To a degree. Whether he'll be successful on behalf of the Fremen, which is part of the prophecy, or not, or whether only part of it was necessary because they want him to become, an emperor and not necessarily to make Arrakis a beautiful green place. Because if I understand correctly, if Arrakis is a beautiful wonderland of green trees and grass and oceans, they
probably
wouldn't
be able
to mine.
Right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But that seems like something no one else in the galaxy wants.
Yeah.
So it's hard to assess a lot of this stuff because I'm like, well, are the Bene Gesserit always right, or can they be wrong? Is Paul's vision of this narrow path correct, or can he be wrong? It's hard to say at this point.
Yeah.
It's a little it's a twisted web. The web connects us all.
Need to wait a couple of years and then we'll maybe figure it out.
In 10 years, you can see Denis Villeneuve's vision of Dune Messiah. And
I hope it's good. I hope it's good. If I just want it to be on par with these, you know what I mean? That's all I'm asking for. I hope it's not immeasurably worse. Because I like that.
I'm gonna be turning 50 when that happens. Jeez.
Oh god. That's wild.
It's time for the big battle. The Emperor comes down in his shiny chrome.
It was so shiny. I don't even want to know how long that took to render. Holy shit.
Oh yeah, because you can see the reflection of the landscape in it. It looked really cool. I was happy with it.
Also, fucking show off. Come on, did you really need that? Did you really need a mirror thing?
Yeah,
it looks cool. I mean, if I could,
it does look pretty cool. Especially when it's curiously on fire later. That was pretty cool. I don't remember why it was on fire.
Oh, that was the shield with the sand.
The sandstorm hits the shield, and then they shoot it or something, right? Like they blast it with a rocket.
Something like that. Anyway, it was like a flaming metal ball floating in the sky. It was pretty cool looking. So it's time for the big battle, and they're gonna attack on three fronts. Gurney is going to use, I guess we have to assume, atomic weapons to blow a hole. Okay, so they've orchestrated this battle to be on a certain day that the sandstorms are going to be big. There's even a line from Stilgari says you were right. There's a big sandstorm today, so that's going to play into the battle.
Right.
They're going to blow up a wall that's meant to protect. I guess it's not a wall; it's a mountain range, right?
Yeah.
They're going to blow that up.
Usually stops when I think the Baron says something when somebody mentions a sandstorm. He says the mountain range will protect us from most of it.
Yes. So they've built this city here strategically because it's best protected from these wild sandstorms. So they're going to blow up part of that mountain range to allow the sandstorm and the sandworms to come in on that front. Meanwhile, Chani and a bunch of the Fremen warriors are going to attack on another front. And what's the third front? Like Paul and his folks?
Oh no, wait, that's the same
Paul
one.
is coming from the north, through the normal channel of travel.
Anyway, they're going to attack him from 3 sides. And
yeah,
the first
Chani must. How did they get in there? Because did they climb the wall, or they didn't? They only blew up one side of the wall, but then there's another side that Chani comes in with her team. I don't know how they got there.
That's a
I
good
don't
question.
remember. I'm sure there's a quick line about it in this.
Yeah,
they talk about where they are and where goes where, but we basically just cut them being there already. So
yeah,
I'm not sure how exactly they got there.
Yeah, I don't know. Could be a secret passage or something. I'm not sure. They didn't say. They didn't explain it.
Secret tunnel.
Secret tunnel.
So
I like secret tunnels, man. Lord of the Rings had the coolest secret tunnel.
Yeah, no secret tunnel,
Right.
dude. 1 out of 10.
And Mordor has the really deadly secret tunnel.
With the spiders.
Don't go into Shelob's lair.
Live in secret tunnels. There are definitely secret tunnels in this movie.
Yeah. That's
those right before the battle actually takes place, the Harkonnens arrive to meet the Emperor, and they kill or almost kill Baron Harkonnen because they're like he gets confronted over doing a bad job of harvesting spice and for not knowing that there are millions of people in the South, which the Emperor knows now. If I understand correctly, I'm not quite sure.
This is probably his most Christopher Walken scene where he's like, "What? So you know nothing?
You don't know anything. There's
more. I need
signs
more.
of life in the south of the planet."
And so they wound. They don't kill it. Sorry, go ahead, Mark.
No, it was just more Christopher Walken. Never mind.
You can keep going.
We need more spice.
Can't have enough Christopher Walken.
So they wound Baron Harkonnen. They don't kill him immediately, but they
they shut down his like floaty
thing
pack thing that's embedded in his spine, and he's too fat to pick himself up.
Yes, exactly. And then the Fremen attack. They blow up that wall, and then as the dust clears, the Sardaukar on the ground are like, "What's coming? What's going to happen?" And then the giant sandworms come. And the Fremen are riding the giant sandworms into battle. It's a really cool moment. I do wonder, though, why they don't do this more.
Yeah, it seemed like it seemed like the indication was that they've never thought to do this until Paul started leading them. Because
why don't you do this? Well, it never seemed like a good idea.
I kind of thought.
I need a little bit better, because they don't, to be clear, they don't say, "Oh, we never thought of that before." That just seems to be the implication. I'm gonna need a line to explain why you don't usually do this or something. Maybe you could do something to the effect of I don't know if there's a way to make it so that the worms don't usually go into battle for you, and it takes some sort being tamed or controlled by someone with a mastery over them to allow them to even do this, something like that.
They don't mind transporting, but they don't want to fight, and then
something like that. Yeah, or it's hard enough to tame them, to ride them, to get them where you want to go, but to ride them into battle is kind of something you really need to be an expert at. Something like that.
That reminds me. Speaking of overpowered weapons, why isn't Paul using the voice more in like single combat? Like you figure he could just be like, "Kill yourself." And
jump off a cliff. Go ride a sandworm. And they try and they fail. And that would be the best way to kill people. Yeah.
It was an accident, I swear. That's weird, Paul. Every time that happens, you talk to them before and tell them to try something, and they always die. It's like, I don't know. Unlucky, I guess.
In our 2 chats, I see 2 different possible explanations for why they don't ride the worms in battle. One of them, calling the worms and getting them ready to ride probably takes a lot of prep time. It doesn't actually seem like it takes all that long, especially when Paul calls one and then it just shows up. So I don't buy that as an excuse. Another one I see, this is from a person who I've seen a lot in the chat making references to the book. So apparently, according to this Cecil, in the chat, in the books, it was kept secret. The relationship between the Fremen and the Makers, that is the worms, is supposed to be hidden.
Okay.
That might go some way of explaining why they don't ally with them so openly, though that is not mentioned in these movies.
It's basically they don't want people to know that they can do it, because that's how they disappear. That's basically the main thing is
right, and the Emperor doesn't even know about it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So
okay,
by doing it in a large scale assault, they would reveal this fact, and I guess you could say that they weren't confident they could win before Paul showed up. I guess is the best, so they wouldn't have risked it at that point.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay,
I think that's a reasonable explanation, at least.
Yeah, I would love it if it was in the movie, but yes.
Yeah.
Without it, I'm left wondering why they don't do that all the time, and I do think you probably need that line.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that watching the movie or reading the book. Trying to think. I mean, the shield wall had to get blown up before they could ride a worm through there. So that was Paul. As far as, are you talking about just any combat period? Like the spice harvesters? Because they'll get picked up by a balloon before the worms could even get to them.
Well, that's not them using in combat though. That's just them being attracted by the sound. Oh,
but if they try to ride them to raid the spice harvesters, then the balloons will see them.
Okay,
they'll see them from real far away.
I agree. That's a fair point. Yeah. That in terms of attacking the spice harvesting, machine, that wouldn't work. But in this battle,
because
they don't usually engage in the open combat either. Is
you're right. You're
the
right.
Main thing.
No, you're totally right. I can't actually think of another situation where that would actually do them any benefit, because I believe the main city itself, Arakeen, the one with the big ziggurat, however you say it, that has a big fortified wall that would disallow a worm to even get in and attack, right?
Yeah, and it's on rock. It's built on rock.
And even if it got through, the city he designed it. I watched it behind the scenes, and then production design was designed in a way that's like, I guess the headquarters, where people live, is so far away from and the worm would never make it through the city. It would just what I mean? There's a bunch of buildings and infrastructure like in the front, and then there's a shield wall. I think it's impenetrable, really.
They can't.
The worms
cannot get through.
Okay, so that answers the point better than whether it needs to be kept secret strategically, whether they can ride them. That the fact that it wouldn't really do them any good in their combat until this battle. So problem solved as far as I'm concerned. All right, so the sandworms come and they just fucking wreck these Sardaukar. And it's pretty great. It's pretty fun to watch.
Like the one guy who still has his blade up, points at a thing, and it's like, no, actually, I'm gonna run away now.
Yeah.
This is one of these paralyzed things. I don't know. I wasn't trained for this.
I would run away.
Yeah,
I'd run away.
Absolutely.
No,
I think
really?
I saw someone ask and it's a good question. One assumes, based on the events of the movie, how vulnerable to arms fire the worms are. They seem pretty much like tanks.
They seem beefy, but who knows, man?
Really impenetrable. Even the hooks that they throw in them are just around the flaps. They're not skin.
Yeah, and I get so annoyed whenever I see these giant whenever missiles don't do any damage at all to just animals in the wild in these movies. I'm like, I don't know, just that elephant guns exist for a reason. They're not going to just tank everything. They're flesh and bone like the rest of us.
Yeah, that's not to say that they would have had any real time to shoot large artillery fire at the worms, which are moving quickly and came as a surprise and all that.
Yeah.
But I'm just kind of curious, how much damage the worms could tank.
Mm-hmm.
If you cut one of these worms in half, did they just turn into two worms?
I don't know. Maybe.
Actually, I don't know. Maybe that's in God Emperor. Who knows?
Yeah, I want to fire one of those blue lasers at the worms for science. See what happens.
So the battle continues. The worms are attacking, and everyone else is riding in. Now, this is one small problem I have. I don't know if it bothered anyone else. It's a very Hollywood type approach to warfare, where at a certain point they just all run at each other in a big mass.
Right.
It's like, okay, I mean, you don't have like fronts or try to flank people. It just seemed very kind of chaotic in a way that probably wouldn't be how they fought, but that's okay. It's a small
Battle of the Bastards stuff where it's oh yeah, well, it's just a battle, whatever. They run at each other.
Yeah, I mean, attacking them from all three sides, that's a strategy.
That's not how you're supposed to play Total War. What are they doing? What are you doing? You gotta drag the cursor and a loop and hold Control Alt, and then.
Where are your archers? Goddammit!
Yeah.
So the battle is
Where
going.
are their ranged stuff anyway?
Yeah, that's one of those questions that I like. The Fremen don't use shields, right? So like the Fremen are vulnerable to arms fire and rifle fire. So you would think there might have been more of that. I know they took them by surprise. I'm okay with this, but we didn't see a lot of people pulling out rifles and shooting at the Fremen and causing any.
The thing is, the scene itself is not very long either.
Yeah, it's over.
All very quick. It's very quick.
And that is a pretty accurate adaptation of how it happens in the book. It's just done. It's like, by the way, we took the city.
It's like one I was listening to it on audiobook and I had it at like 1.5 speed because I'm trying to get through it before the movie comes out. And I was like, I don't know. I think I was like just on Twitter and I was listening to it and then I like zoned out for about 10 seconds and I missed the entire fight. It was like, I was like, wait a minute, fuck, I missed the drama. And then I had to rewind it. It was annoying.
As the battle rages outside, everyone inside the Emperor's metal ship thingy are awaiting the eventual siege, which eventually comes.
I like how they go into formation as soon as they realize there's like a ruckus. Like they have like a line in front of all the important people, and then some more at the front. It's kind of cool. It's just a neat little detail I really enjoyed.
A ruckus on Arrakis.
Then they blast the door in, and Paul comes in first through the cloud of dust. There's lots of clouds of dust in this movie. And Paul walks past the Sardaukar, who've kind of like moved off to the side, protecting the Emperor, his daughter, the Bene Gesserit, all that fun stuff. And he sees Baron, who's in his like fat, like can't pick himself up state, is still trying to climb towards the throne. Not sure what he hopes to accomplish there, but there he goes. And so Paul walks up to
sit
him.
Down.
He just wanted to sit on the throne. Yeah, he went fair. He went like a lizard brain at the end.
Yeah, he did.
Like, I have to sit on throne before I die.
A detail we probably should have mentioned earlier. Once he takes the water of life, Paul learns that Jessica is actually the daughter of Baron Harkonnen.
Oh yeah, that's right.
That is important.
Daughter of the evil man, and he asks if she knew, and she says, "I didn't know until I took the water of life." Like, that's interesting. So what he's realized is this other kind of classic storytelling, especially mythological storytelling trope of that he's like part of his lineage is the noble lineage, part of his lineage is the evil lieniage as well. He's kind of somewhere in between. So he is the grandson. Yes.
Yeah,
grandson of Baron Harkonnen. And so when it comes time, he walks up to Baron Harkonnen and he stabs him in the neck and he says, he calls him grandfather or something like that as he kills him. Did he say anything else there that I'm missing?
I don't think so.
No.
I think he just silently walks toward him and just stabs him in the neck.
I almost applauded because somebody yelled Atreides real loud when the thing got blown open in my theater. The wall got blown open, and then everybody was already hyped. And then the fact that Paul just confidently walks past everyone, including the Emperor, and not a single person is like everyone's cowardly and afraid to even do anything, and he just stabs Harkonnen in the neck in front of everybody, and nobody does anything. To me, that's like the most badass thing in the movie.
Yeah.
So badass.
Pretty good.
I love
and
that.
He calls him grandfather right before he kills him. That's pretty harsh too. I like that. And then now time for the sort of conflict with the Emperor.
Oh yeah.
I don't remember exactly what he says, but he walks over to the Emperor, kind of walks right up to the swords of
He
the
tells them to
Sardaukar.
take them prisoner.
Yeah, I don't think they talk. He talks to him directly now. He's just
Okay,
like,
okay.
take them
He
to the
does.
residency, and well, that's the fight. Basically, they won.
Yep.
He says, yeah, take them prisoner, and then he says this in the Fremen language, so they don't understand. He says, kill all the
Yeah.
Sardaukar and take them. And so they
So
take them
take their
prisoner.
water and something. Yeah.
Yeah. So they have defeated. They have won the day. Hurrah!
Yeah.
Now-
Okay. So there's a couple people in the chat real quick who are pointing out that Aaliyah in
The book.
Anya Taylor-Joy
book.
in the book is the one who kills the Baron. So yeah, like that's just a change. Like that, yeah, she's a 5-year-old who comes. She's in the room. She kills
that was done in service of avoiding the time jump, though, right? Because they couldn't age up the actors that quickly.
I'm sure.
I don't know. I don't know if it was either the actors, or if it was the time, the fact they didn't want to do like a child Aaliyah being weird, like really creepy and weird, because people hated that. And I think Villeneuve just decided to not do it for purely because he didn't want to do it.
I am not sure. Sorry, Mark. Go ahead.
I was just saying, I thought her being a fetus worked really well in this movie.
I agree.
Yeah, I'm with you guys on this one. I'm not sure, because I've seen some comments in our chat that are saying things like, that really changes Aaliyah's whole history and all that, and I don't remember that being the case, but I've only read 2 of them, right? So I'm not like the super fan who knows what I know she plays a much bigger role in the 3rd book. And I don't know if it affects how that story goes. I did not have as much of a problem with it in this. No. I didn't think it was an omission that really kind of like stood out to me glaringly.
Yeah. But I'll say that based on nothing else other than what you've just said, I prefer this a lot more.
Yeah.
I prefer that Paul gets to be the one to kill him.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah. And it makes me, because Paul, like, Gurney kills Raban in this version, which I like a lot because it gives him some, a little bit of closure there. And Paul gets to fight Fade Routha, but that always, even in the book version, that always kind of like stuck with it stuck in my craw a little bit, because I was like, well, I guess it makes sense. He's killing, he's fighting his cousin, who is another prospect, but they've never met. Like, they don't know each other. There's not as much weight there as
this isn't Darth Vader.
Yeah.
It's not Luke and Darth Vader. Or Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin. This is not the same.
They only have a blood connection, not a physical connection. But like a lot of the stuff in this movie, at least, or like these 2 movies, is based around blood lineage, and that being extremely important. So I think that it's actually kind of interesting that his only connection to him effectively is blood. That they're total strangers.
Yeah. And so
there's the Bene Gesserit. Gom Jabbar, they both participated in that. There's also some other like things that they're paralleling each other in different ways.
I really like that he gets to kill him. I really like that this is a sort of fulfillment of an early scene in this movie where he's talking to Jessica, and he's talking about how he's going to kill the Baron and then the Emperor or something to that effect. And Jessica says, "Your father didn't care about revenge." He's like, "Yeah, well, I do." It's like,
right.
Yeah.
And that's a little hint of the
I am not my father.
I wouldn't want to strictly call that his dark side necessarily, but like there's a little hint of that coming through, and that like now that he's become this character, that he gets to take his revenge. I like that. It's really good. And if all else the same, his little like 5-year-old weirdo adult child sister killed him instead, I'd be like, oh, what the fuck? Like,
yeah.
Some people. That's what I'm saying. Denis knew a lot of people would hate that shit, so I think he just got rid of it.
Yeah. Maybe there are other things you lose by getting rid of that, but I think letting Paul kill the Baron.
Not really.
That's great.
I don't know if you lose all that much, honestly. Like, I'm with you.
I was just allowing for the possibility.
Yeah.
I think though that it helps the narrative thrust taking out the time jump there, like having it be that they just escaped to the desert and this situation is on and developing rapidly because it's a big deal, as opposed to he has time to spend years in the desert and like the sister get older and stuff.
Right.
Definitely makes for a more cinematic experience.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yep.
Symbolically, I do like the length of time in the novel. I think that's one of the stronger symbolic things. But for the sake of the movie, I think it works very well. Speed it up.
And they don't have, and Chani, they have a kid in the movies, in the book.
Yeah, they do. They have a kid who gets blown up in one of the sieges, which is another. No. Yeah.
So Paul's son dies, and that's another part of his revenge, basically. But that's another thing. It's like, yeah, they had to, for a cinematic movie, you have that's a big that would be another 20 minutes.
I really think that'd be more like then you have to explore, his ideas of fatherhood and what how being a father looks in Fremen society, which we're not diving into in this movie for sure, because that would be way too long. And then I don't know if the kid, because he names his first son who gets killed Leto. I don't know if that kid comes back at any point later on. Like, for all I know, it might happen, but I don't remember, like, it doesn't really add that much, even in Messiah. No. It doesn't drive anything happening in the second book, really. Like, there's not all that much going on with it.
And he's not even attached to his... Yeah, he wasn't even attached to his kid in the book. He sends him away, never even sees him, So, yeah. I think it was fine.
I think I think those trimmings work well. Yeah. But so in our chat, somebody's saying that Aaliyah has vision conversations with the Baron in Children of Dune, one of the ones I haven't got to. So her not killing him causes, he says, kind of undermines that. I don't know. I think you could probably handle that moving forward.
Here's the thing: if he's never going to make Children of Dune because he's only making 3 movies, that's fine.
He's not. He can do what he wants. This is not like Ryan Johnson coming in and fucking up somebody else's thing. Like, this is his vision.
Yeah.
When if all we're doing is one in Messiah, we don't need to consider the storytelling implications for children just yet. We don't even know if we're gonna get a Messiah. So like,
I really hope we do, and I really hope that one is conclusive, because I would really like this to have an ending.
Yeah.
I don't want to just go like, let's just let it spiral.
He's already writing it. The composer of this movie said that he already got a script dropped on his desk. He said that Villeneuve walked in silently with didn't say anything and just threw the script down, Dune Messiah, right on his desk. This is like confirmed. So, yeah.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. I
think that may have been the book itself, not.
Maybe the book. Yeah, maybe the book. But it's gonna, like I'm saying, it's like he's gonna do it unless he dies.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. I think it was the case with like Dune Part 2. Like, he had written the script in advance so that once the project was greenlit, he could just go straight into production. And also, he had Hans Zimmer compose the score early on to like help inspire him to like write the script, which I think is a great idea.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
For those curious, because I was wondering how this movie would do. Because if you remember, after the first movie, it was kind of a question of whether they were going to greenlight the second. Kind of had to do well. They had to wait and see. And then not long, maybe a couple weeks after its premiere, they greenlit the second one and announced it publicly. This movie is doing better than the first movie financially. It has already made $178.5 million worldwide on a $190 million budget. So that's a pretty good opening weekend.
Wait, this was only 190 million?
Yes.
Holy damn.
Which is a lot, but this movie looks
but I'm comparing it to what fucking Marvel spends on their movies and what trash fires they create.
Half the price of the Marvels.
Yeah, I mean, Denis Villeneuve is a gifted director for a lot of reasons. One of them being that he knows how to manage a budget, I think.
I mean, the thing is, I think if you just write down things you want to do, you're already doing better planning than Marvel Studios do. Just knowing what you want to do in advance, you're already like 5 steps ahead of them.
Yeah,
or Halo or Rings of Power, like those budgets, or Halo budget, it doesn't even make sense with what's on the screen. It makes no sense at all.
Oh, don't remember Rings of Power.
Don't get me started.
Yeah,
But
So
but
it's-
Avatar, it was 300 million. I even think Avatar was half that because so a lot of that was for part 3 and developing the technology for the entire.
Mhm.
Half the it's like $300 million or something for Avatar: Way of the Water, but some of that is definitely for part 3 and the technology that it took to invent. So even Avatar is like crushing. James Cameron knows how to save money.
The
Marvel one
is a better example of just money that is kicked away. Like if that was like a $300 million budget for what? Right?
For Indiana, for which one? Oh,
for the Marvels. The Marvels.
Yeah, the
cost
Marvels.
$300 million. The Marvels almost twice what Dune 2 did, and that's wild.
Yeah, so there's a couple of things. Obviously, it's already been said that he seems to know how to spend the money better. That seems obvious. Another thing is that when you have a director and a story that people really want to work on, actors will do it for less money. No one is going to work for less than they're worth on the Marvels. Okay, everyone working on these MCU movies is just going to bleed them for as much as they can because they don't want to work on these movies because they're probably not going to be good. Meanwhile, you have people who would be begging to be in a movie like Dune because they trust Denis Villeneuve, they like the story, they know it's going to be a big hit. It was a whole big thing when Dune 1 that came out on HBO Max the same day as it was in theaters. They were upset about that because a lot of actors had taken pay cuts for back end deals, which means they would get more of a percentage of the revenue than they got money up front because they knew the movie was going to be a success. So a lot of them,
Scarlett Johansson sued Disney for that, right?
That was for Black Widow, but
that was.
Yeah, so
that's
it's
one
another
of the
thing
ways that I remember when the casting for Dune was announced, everybody was looking at it like this is a IMDb fan casting list. Like Javier Bardem and Jason Momoa are perfect for the roles that they're playing, and Timothée Chalamet looks like a young, twinkier Kyle MacLachlan. So we've got everything we need for a good Dune movie. But they're taking less money to be in these roles in these movies that are gonna set a standard, right? Like a sci-fi standard.
One of the reasons I wanted to mention that point specifically is I think a lot of people who are looking at like the ballooning of budgets in these movies fail to consider how much that the movie might actually be good incentivizes actors to work for less because they want to work with these people. Yeah, I know. If they reasonably think it's going to be really good, they might work for less. I mean, you ever wonder how a Wes Anderson movie has the stacked cast that it does and only costs like $15 million? Because they want to work with him.
Mm-hmm.
So if you make good stuff, they don't even have to be that expensive. Anyway, that's my rant.
It's a good point.
Hopefully the movie does well. It seems to be doing well so far. I hope it makes enough that they greenlight 3 with ease. Back to the story.
I see it again on
I
Tuesday.
think Warner Brothers will, absolutely give it to him. It just comes down to when Denis wants to do it.
Pretty much.
I think he's just done with Dune for a little
You guys see
while.
my picture I sent you?
I'm
Can
putting
you put that on
I will be
screen,
putting
please?
this up on screen
Thank
right
you.
now.
I love it. I love this. He should have did the nose thing where he pulls his nose off with his thumb. I love that. Man, this is gonna be memed forever. This is like an already iconic movie moment.
Yeah.
There's some good memes.
There we go.
Yeah, it's on screen. There it is. Beautiful. You'll have to see it.
That's funny.
Damn it! It's too large.
We beat you to it. Suck
Damn
that.
it! It was not cropped properly for my fleams.
Oh no, it's too tall. Who said okay?
There you go. Oh, my border is in the way from this. Who said Al-Gaib?
Good meme. Good shit.
Good memes.
So
Good
we are
memes.
almost at the end. Let's
right
power through.
Oh, I thought you were.
No,
Oops.
we have a big scene.
Oh, the fight. Yeah.
There's a fight scene going on, yeah.
So everyone is gathered in the sort of headquarters of the. I don't even know what room are they in actually.
That's the palace
Throne room.
It's the same room that they moved into in the first one, basically.
Right. Okay. They are back in that palace, and he has the prisoners, the Emperor, his daughter, the Bene Gesserit, Fade, and those sort of folks. And then they just start discussing their plans and things. Now you'll have to help me remember specific lines because there's important things said here. I'm fuzzy on some of the finer details. I think the first thing that happens, if I'm not mistaken, is that Paul says that like he is going to take over the throne. Like that's the first thing he says, is it not? Like that's his first move.
Well, before they get in, he talks briefly to Chani to tell her she's gonna love her as long as he breathes because he knows what he's about to do.
Correct. Yes. And so now he has the Emperor as a captive, and he says, "I'm going." Basically, he says, "I'm going to take over as Emperor." Right?
Yes.
Something
pretty much something to that effect. Yeah. He says, "I'll take the hand of your daughter."
Yes, I'll take the hand of your daughter, and then we will rule together. And the Emperor's like, "Are you fucking crazy? No fucking way am I doing that. Nuh-uh." And he's like, "By the way, see all those ships out in space? Those are the other 12 houses. They're gonna come here, and like they're not gonna let you do this." And he's like, "Oh, how do you know they're not here? Like
yeah, why do you think they hear from me?"
Yeah, maybe they want to hear.
We learned earlier that the Baron has called them over to basically. I think he wanted to snitch on him that he was.
He was
the one who
that he was
Atreides.
the one who got the Atreides thing.
Yeah.
Yes, but Paul says like maybe they'll want to hear my side of the story. That story being that because the rest of the houses don't know that the Emperor allowed the Harkonnen and lent him his army to wipe out House Atreides. If they found that out, they would be very much suspicious of the Emperor. You know that he would plan against one of the great houses. So he has that to sort of lord over him, like okay, maybe I'll tell them what you did to House Atreides. And then I think somewhere in here I might be missing something. Oh no, Christopher Walken tells him why he killed his father and his house. He's like, because he was he was weak.
Yeah.
He was
going too far with the way of like emotions or love or something.
Heart. Yeah,
he wasn't ruling hard. Yeah, he was like a weak ruler, and he was a weak man.
Mm-hmm. And so that upsets Paul naturally. I think at this point Paul challenges him to. Is this when he challenges like?
Yeah, but he tells him, "Your daughter is gonna live. I'll keep her safe, but you have to answer for your crimes."
Yes.
And he basically does the same thing Jamis did to him. Like,
choose your champion or stand yourself.
Exactly, yeah.
Right before he challenges him in that way, I want to highlight the moment where he says, like, "I will take your daughter's hand in marriage and we'll rule the empire together." We cut to Chani, who was upset by this. Now, I've seen some dismissive comments, not necessarily in chat today, but elsewhere on the internet, that like, oh, like what they did with Chani make her kind of like butthurt at the idea of him wanting to be with someone else. It's like, I think that's a little reductive because it's not just that she loves him and wants to be with him. It's that like this is proof, like as we mentioned earlier, that he has greater ambitions and that he craves power and that he wants power and that he wants more than just to lead
or at least
into victory.
Yeah.
And so she's upset by this.
Yeah, and
it
I
makes
think
total sense.
It makes sense. I think that there is definitely a lot of criticism that I've seen also that this wouldn't be as big of a deal if they had kept the polygamy aspect from the book in the movie, because it is sort of just something that the Fremen do.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, I think the choice to remove that kind of makes this moment stronger.
It makes this character moment stronger, yes, but given that he is very interested in like, again, thinking from the perspective of somebody who's super into these, right? Like, I don't care if he changes the Messiah story very much, because I don't really like it. But somebody who really does like the Messiah story, hearing that this guy wants to adapt Messiah, sees this happen and goes, well, now what's he going to do with this? Like, what's he doing with my story, right? Like, what's he doing with the one that I know? It's like a rewrite. That's what I've seen some criticism from that angle. And like I can see that that's kind of I can see where that would be valid, right? Like if you're really into the second one.
Well, it has the potential to be valid,
It's hard.
in terms of like, because he could change all the necessary details to do something really strong in the third movie. Yeah.
Wait,
I'm interested to see what he does.
What detail are you narrowing in on now? Are you talking about Paul's response to who? I missed what.
Talking about Chani's response to Paul saying he will take the Emperor's daughter's hand in marriage.
Yeah. So in this version, because in this version she gets very upset by this, not just because Paul, like we were saying, it's not just because Paul is choosing someone else over her, but it's
going back on his word.
Yeah, he's going back on his word from what. Yeah, it basically it's him shifting to being the Emperor instead of who she thought he was, right, or being like the prophet, right?
Well, yeah, but also she is like a little naive because like he just drank that magic water. And now he like knows what, like he has just so much more knowledge than he did before. Like he's not changed. I think Paul changed. He couldn't help but change. Like it was the result of drinking that water. It's not like he became a different person, so therefore she doesn't love him anymore. I just think he had no choice. Like she should stick by him probably.
Well, but it does.
I don't agree with that.
I don't know, because I think like it makes sense for her. It makes sense for her to be hurt by this, right? Because she's right, and I like if she eventually comes around to it in the next one, right? I like that this allows her the opportunity to be hurt by this revelation. What I'm like, the one thing that I was saying regarding the adaptation thing is that it does significantly alter how the story of the next one is going, and if from the perspective of someone who really likes the next book, that would I could see where if somebody was like, oh my god, this guy understands Dune, he really wants to adapt my favorite chapter being Messiah. Don't know if anybody would actually say that, probably somebody, right? But it's like, oh, he really wants to do it, and then they see that and they go, well, but okay, but like that's not how it. That's a totally different thing. So it's a different story. I'm okay with it. I do. There is somebody in our chat who's talking about how Jessica because Jessica is just a concubine. For his father never marries Jessica in the book, and so
nor in the movie.
But when Chani, she is upset in the book when he reveals that he is going to marry Irulan instead, right? Jessica calms her down and basically says like maybe not calms her down, but comforts her in her grief, and basically says there's a line where she says history will call us wives, basically being like, on the surface, he's not going to be married to you, you're just the concubine, right? But history is going to remember you as his wife, right? And that's a strong parallel between him and his father and Jessica and
Chani.
Also, they got rid of that.
That's part of. Well, a lot of the book talks about how history is written. Like for example, the betrayal of the Duke was the history books. Who was it again? It was Dr. Yui. He is known. Yeah, he's known as like pure evil in the history books, but it's so much more complicated than that. And so like people, people are viewed in like 100 years from now or whatever, 1,000 years from now is a very big theme in the books. And so the fact that like Chani and Jessica like shared that together was nice. It's just one line for me though. It doesn't really I don't need it's in the book. I don't need it in the movie also. I understand that it's a powerful but
I if somebody who is a big fan wants to see their favorite thing adapted well, and then they come in and they see, a solid adaptation, but that's missing what I think you would agree is a pretty large thematic component, or it's making a change that seems at the moment to be kind of undermining that a little bit. I'm not convinced that it's doing that for good. I think that there is a way to make it work the way he's done it, and I'm willing to let it play out, right? but I can understand why people who like would react
I mean,
the way that they are reacting.
I'm not saying that I don't understand anyone not liking it, but I'm just talking about sort of objectively criticizing what we have so far. But I wanted to ask you a question because I haven't read the books. In like what perspectives are in what perspective is the book written? Is it sort of an omniscient third person perspective,
It's
or does it change?
It's a third person.
Okay, so it's written just by someone who knows everything.
Yeah, Paul did this. Chani said this. The Baron cackled and
except for Irulan, every chapter opens with Irulan's reading her history book, but the book is not written like a history book. I'm sorry, the book is written sort of like that. It's not like from the perspective of anybody, really.
Yeah, Irulan writes a history while she's married to Paul, and all of every chapter opens with a new like passage from that history that gives you sort of world building details and everything like that.
Okay, so I need to respond to Cecil in chat. It says the point is the change was made because modern day women strong, not concubines. I don't agree with that in the slightest.
I don't know.
I don't agree that was the reason. Well, the reason
because Jessica is a concubine in the movie. Oh,
well,
sorry, Mark.
but the change for Chani, that is.
I know, but if the argument is that I don't know, it's like woke or something, well, then why is Jessica a concubine? Why didn't they change that for her too? It's not because
that's a definite part of it. The other change is it didn't occur to me at all that the point was, oh, she needs to be a strong woman. It's like this sort of strong woman syndrome approach to writing female characters wouldn't have them be emotional and vulnerable, which is what she is in this moment.
Yep.
She gets really upset about it.
And she loses everything. She lost.
Yeah.
Paul won.
So no, I don't agree with that in the slightest.
Yeah. It's not. It is to improve upon her character maybe a little bit, give her more. I actually think it's to the whole theme of the Messiah complex, like being afraid of this person, is very narration heavy and monologue heavy in the book, and the only way to make that happen in the movie and get that point across is if you distill that into like a character, which they did with Chani.
Yeah,
that's why I think
perspective. Yes,
that's why I think and that's why I think he wrote her that way so that she could be relatable, so we could relate to that fear of a Messiah. Otherwise, the whole point of the book would be gone in the movie, wouldn't even exist,
Yeah,
that's why she changed.
So he says that Chani was far more prominent. That's why she goes off on her own in the end. Let's be honest here. I think we are being honest about this. I don't think it's a strong woman type situation. I think she is there to I think she's there to be the signpost, if you like, for this theme of like not wanting him to be like, because I think one of there's a lot of articles that you can find about Dune Messiah about how people reacted very negatively to Paul sort of being cast in a more villainous light once you get into the second book, because people viewed the first one, like the first one's a very straightforward kind of hero's journey, right? Like they dropped the ideas of the jihad and everything like that, but it's not really, it doesn't resolve in the way of like cluing you in that he's about to go kill billions of people, right? So like they
interpreted it like he's a messiah, not a false messiah.
Yeah. So I think that the way that they do Chani here is a way of keeping that character, giving that character a little more substance or a little more to do, and then also sort of giving the audience that kind of person to identify with, as like looking at Paul from the outside in, right? Like she's
the voice of the anti-messiah prophet thing, like the voice of that perspective is her in the movie.
Yes,
right. Yeah. He's the person who doesn't want him to become so obsessed with power that he becomes something that he's not. She really admires him in the beginning and falls in love with who he is, and then sort of sees him going down a path that leads to something that she doesn't believe in. So like without her and her perspective in this movie, you don't really have anyone to voice the strong concern against what's going to happen other than Paul's own sort of concern in the
Which
beginning.
Is how it works in the book. Is it's all in Paul's head, this sort of like internal narration of like, oh man, I really need to be careful here because otherwise I could launch an entire holy jihad that burns the like humanity.
And her being there to realize that he's sort of gone off the rails, or that he's gone too far down that path now, and to feel the betrayal of it and the loss of it. Like, I really like these moments with her, especially towards the end, and I find it very reductive to say that the only reason to make that change for her is because strong woman. I feel like it adds a lot of drama and really strong character moments to the story.
If anything, another it's like they even turned Jessica is not this way in the book at all. She is more demonic in this movie for sure. She's way more sympathetic towards Paul at the end of the book. She's more supportive. She even says, "Please marry Chani. Don't do the you know." But she doesn't. Did you guys get a sense in the book that she was trying to manipulate Paul the whole time? I mean, sorry, in the movie, in this movie, that Jessica was trying to manipulate Paul, and she never broke away from that. Like up until the very end of the movie, that was her goal. Because in the book that's
what you
different.
mean by manipulate him, because she certainly does try to present him with information in a way that makes him
look more like a god.
That makes him want to do the things that she wants him to do.
Yeah.
So you can argue that as manipulative, but it's also like, well, I mean, you have to tell people things somehow, right?
Right. Well, I was just bringing this up because
to put it to them as
but in the book she dials this back. Like, who's the other person that read this book? I can't remember. In this stream, you back me up. You know what I'm talking about, right? Like, doesn't she at one point say, "Oh, I went too far," with my pushing him too far? Is a big part at the end of the book.
Yeah, there's moments where she's always worried about that throughout the whole thing, but there are moments where she's worried about what's happening. And about him losing. Like, she's the one who sort of like gets more worried about the whole thing. They kind of removed that and put that on Chani. They moved it.
During his speech too. Like when he has that big speech in front of all the Fremen, you see her say, "Slow down! Like you're pushing too hard." Like she does kind of have that moment where she's like, "Oh my God, no! He's gonna like drive this whole thing off the rails." Like she has a moment where she's actually afraid of him.
Yeah. I took that to mean more that she was worried he was going like too fast, too soon, kind of thing. Not that she was worried that he would go too far down the path. In this, she seems to have been rather utterly consumed by the Bene Gesserit agenda, for lack of a better term. And she's become that now. She's kind of lost the individual humanity, mother of Paul side of her.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
And she's lost that part of her. The mother part, that's why I wanted to chime in, because in the book, when Aaliyah's born, she has this moment with Aaliyah where she realizes that she did so much, caused so much trauma to Aaliyah in the womb, and how she feels horrible about it in the book. And she's like, they're calling her an abomination, and the fact that she, as a fetus, she was like experiencing all of this trauma with like her brain, like, becoming, and
while her brain is forming, she's experiencing like all the aspects of life as a woman on this planet. Yeah.
They call it like grape in the book. They call it like she was being assaulted, mind fucked. And Jessica feels horrible, and there's a beautiful moment where Aaliyah's like, "Am I a freak?" And she's like, "No," but all of that is gone too. So she has no sympathy for her child. She's like talking to it. She's like just acting like it's normal the whole movie. I'm just bringing this up because, like, if they were gonna do some sort of like woke stuff with this character stuff, they would have made her way more sympathetic.
And you could have literally had a 3-year-old girl daughter who's got, a literal Legend of Korra come in and stab the Baron in the throat.
It also just works so much better with her being less sympathetic. Like,
I like it.
Yeah,
I really like this here. And
I like him looking at.
I totally disagree that Chani has been anything like character assassinated here.
Yeah, no, I don't. I think the main thing that it does is just throw into question where the next one is going to go, right? Like what plot events are going to be the driving factor.
Maybe we'll get a time jump for the next one. I guess that would make sense. And then just see what happened off screen, I guess. Just get a little explanation. Like, it's been 5 years and we did Holy War and stuff, and it was great.
That's pretty much how it goes in the book too. It's like it's been
okay. Well, there you go.
Here you go. It is now 10 years later. The Holy War has happened. Now it is. Now here we go. Now it's time to do some cloning.
I'm the Baron Stabber. You got to deal with it. So back to the scene. We're so close. I can feel it. So
I can feel it.
He tells the Emperor, put forth a champion or stand yourself. And so Fade offers himself because
he's like, "Oh, I like fighting. I'll do it.
I love fighting." Yeah, and when he kills the Baron, Fade has this look like he almost came in his pants. He's a little.
He loved.
Yeah. He's a big fan of Paul. He's intrigued by him.
Austin Butler, by the way, killing it in this role. Really good.
100%.
I really like him.
Really good. Really good.
So he steps forth to challenge Paul. And I think Gurney tries to say, like, let me stand in your place. Like, you should
don't waste yourself on this animal. Yeah.
And he's like, no, this is my burden. So it's time for the fight. And I believe there's even a moment where Gurney says to Stilgar, he says, like, why does he take such risks? And Stilgar just says, he's on that's like 90% of his dialogue at this point. I love it. So it's time for the duel. What'd you guys think of the duel?
I think it was pretty fucking good. It was a really good fighting scene. There's something about the way the fights go, like the one-on-one fights in this, like the style they're in. They're really nice and stylized while also being pretty easy to follow. Like I can tell what is happening, like the blocks and the kicks and how things are moving. Which obviously the way it's directed is a big part of this. I mean, I've seen enough action scenes in the last couple of years where it's like, I don't know what happened, but the good guy won. Okay.
This is one of the best action scenes, like one-on-one fights since. Oh man, you got to go back a long time, really. Besides, maybe Winter Soldier. Maybe I don't know. Like
I want to talk about the ending specifically.
Where his hand disappears and then.
We'll get to that in a second, but I want to mention something that we skipped over right before the fight starts. When they're having the argument, the Bene Gesserit lady is talking back to Paul, and he says silence in the void. I must say, watching this movie in like a Dolby screening, like your silence shake whenever people use the voice. Oh, it hits really hard. But when he uses the voice on her, and it's a great little moment. It's just a nice little sort of answer to the moment when he first meets her in the first movie, when she uses the voice on him and he says, how dare you use the voice on me? He kind of gets to get her back in the end, and I like that.
And she like kind of cows and says, abominate.
Yeah. That was kind of funny. Anyway, it's just a little detail I liked. Back to the fight. I thought 90% of the fight was very good. I have some questions about the ending. Did anyone else find how the very, very end of the fight was filmed a bit confusing in terms of what actually happened?
The knife?
Yeah.
You mean?
I don't know how. Yeah. So the guys.
I know what happened. I know what happened.
Okay.
You're talking about when I think he pulled the knife out and then stabbed him with the knife that was inside of his.
Yes. Okay. So let's set it up. So the fight is happening, and they're going back and forth. Fade gets a good stab on Paul. He stabs him. I'd say it's sort of in the abdomen on his left side.
Yes. This is the side you would want to get hit if you want to still keep moving, because there's not a lot of important structures over there. It's just
the medic.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Your spleen is way further into the middle, and that's the only thing on that side that you really have to worry about all that much.
Nice.
Yeah, so he gets stabbed there, but he's still standing. He's going, making those kind of noises. Fade kind of circles the crowd a little bit, showboating a little bit, and then he comes to stab him again. Paul grabs the knife in Fade's hand.
He grabs the blade of the knife.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. So he's holding on to it, but Fade's like pushing it closer and closer and closer. And then I understand what happened now, but I did not after the first time watching the movie. It was only after watching it a second time that I actually understand what happened here. Because how it looks when you first watch it is he's got the knife, the knife in question, the one being held in their hands, goes below the screen, and then there's like a push forward, and you're like, oh no, did he stab him again? And we cut out, and the knife is actually in Fade now in his stomach, and it's like, oh, you fought well, Atreides, and then he collapses over dead. And I found it kind of awkwardly filmed the first time. Now that I actually understand what happened was off screen in that brief second, Paul pulled the knife out of his own side and stabbed Fade with that, while Fade, his knife, stabbed Paul in his right shoulder.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Did anyone else have trouble with that the first time? Or
Yes.
Yeah, it was a little jarring, especially because the rest of the fight went quite well. I thought that I thought that it was a really good fight scene, and then the end it seemed a little confusing to me. But I mean, I don't know.
I kind of got it. I understood what happened.
I think
I
think it just took me like 10 seconds to figure it out. I had to think about it, and then I figured it out.
Yeah.
I mean, because I think it wasn't that a callback to when he did a sparring match with Gurney in the beginning?
Right. Yeah.
Yes, there's a parallel there for sure.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The slow blade that kills, something like that. He says.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're not fighting with shields in this fight scene, to be clear. But yes,
Right.
you have a moment at the end of the first training fight with Gurney where they both have the knives. They both have like a killing blow on each other.
Right.
And it's similar to that. I would have liked it to be a little more clear how that happened and how it happened in that amount of time.
That's fair.
I can see how you get confused.
Because it was just a little jumbled, and I felt like that's the big moment, and I was like, wait, what? How? What?
So there were a lot in my theater. There was a couple of people sitting next to me who, when that happened, like quite a few people went, wait, what? Huh?
Yes.
And,
you get audible whats in the theater.
and then you hear somebody leaning over. It's like, he pulled the knife out. The knife is okay.
Just someone stands up in the cinema, goes from the screen. It's like, okay, listen, he got the knife out, and then he stabbed him back.
he pulled the knife out. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Yeah. We pause the screen and be like, okay, if you look closely, you'll see that where Paul is stabbed is actually on the opposite shoulders. That's a different knife. You see, he pulled the knife out and turned it around real quick. And something about that was just a little awkward, that if it was a little more clear, it could have made the moment a little more impactful, I think. Obviously, not everyone will be confused by it, but enough people are like, what happened?
Especially because of the rest of the fight scene is so well choreographed. It's so clear what's happening, and the clashes are great. I love when Paul does that spinning flip away from the thing. Like, that wasn't Timothy, obviously. That was a gymnast, but stuntman. Yeah. Tom Holland could have done it. He's a gymnast. Does his own stunts.
Tom Holland should have been.
Spider-Man. It's better. It's better.
I think a reason why I knew what was happening is like as soon as he got stabbed and stood back up with the thing in his belly, I was like, he's going to use that to stab the other guy, 100%.
And I like that. That's fine. I actually really like that a lot. Because it makes his victory like harder to earn. You know, he takes.
That's something I really like anyway. When there's a fight scene and there's actually like both parties are getting beat up. Like stakes.
Yeah, his face gets bloodied. He gets stabbed, non-fatally, but he does get stabbed. I like that, and I also like the idea that the knife that he gets stabbed with is the one he uses to kill the other guy. That's a nice detail. It was a little confusingly filmed, which
I can see that.
Strange because so much of the movie is so incredibly well filmed that I never felt like I was confused logistically about any other aspect of the movie, and it just sort of took a little bit of the impact off of that. Someone mentioned that possibly that might have been a PG-13 editing decision. I don't know. It seemed intentional to have it be a reveal that's how it worked out. I'm not sure. It's possible.
Maybe I gotta watch it again, but personally, I wouldn't describe the end of the fight as like jumbled or confusing, but it was clearly shot in a way that doesn't sell the killing blow at all. And it just when you just slowly realize it, and it's like, oh, okay, it's over.
I guess he got him.
Aragorn at the end of Fellowship of the Ring with the Uruk-hai. It just like slices his head off. Like, I mean, I'm saying that he could have sliced Fade's head off, but you know what I mean. An impactful end to a fight is, it's valuable.
It is valuable. And then the only other small detail that I would quibble with, I know, obviously, location is everything for getting stabbed, but the fact that like Paul gets stabbed and then the way he kills Fade is just to stab him in a similar, not exactly the same, but he just stabs him once and that kills him, but it didn't kill Paul. Obviously, location matters, but it was just a little, I don't know, it was a little easy, maybe?
Lisa Nalgaib.
I don't know. Maybe that's more of a nitpick, but it's just.
I saw it as just like the way of shooting it is just meant to reflect, by whatever his name is, his sort of realization of it. Like even he is, like he doesn't even see the blade going in, and then he doesn't even realize until it's too late. Kind of like the audience, and it's like, oh. And it's meant to be deliberately a bit anticlimactic. It doesn't have that shot where you have the insert plunging in, to the guy's side.
Yeah.
But it has right after, but Alston's line, Fade's line at the end was cool. He was like, you did what? He was like,
fought well
today. So, that was cool. Like that was a great ending.
Gladiator scene. Yeah. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Also, apparently in the book, Paul stabs Fade up under his jaw and through his head.
Yes, exactly.
God damn,
that's pretty gnarly.
He did that with the Emperor instead. I mean, with the Vladimir, he sort of stabbed him in the face instead. But I love
he killed
that scene.
Fade, and it was a very good scene, except for a little bit of confusion.
And maybe a small misstep on the ending for some people. I mean, definitely for a good portion of people in my theater, they seemed like they were confused by it. So. Not exactly what you want from the end of your fight scene, but it still works out pretty well.
Yes.
Yeah.
So he kills Fade, and then we kind of rush through a couple things. Suddenly, we're told over, they're communicating with the ships up in orbit, and they say they don't accept your ascension. Oh, no, sorry, I am skipping briefly. After the fight, he walks up to
kill the Emperor. Yeah.
He walks up to kill the Emperor, and his daughter, the Emperor's daughter, says, like, spare him his life, please. And so he decides to let him live on the, condition that he kneel down and kiss his ring. And that was a nice moment. That was a cool moment too.
And this is when we find out, that the other houses refuse to accept his ascension.
I just like that he has the Atreides. The Atreides ring specifically,
It's the inversion of what the princess says that they need to do to him. It's like you can't kill him, you can't just martyr him, because then there's going to be a lot of people who will rally around the idea of him. You have to get him to like bow to you. That's why he's like, no, like you're doing this.
Yeah. Fade says GG. That's the long and short of it.
GG no read.
And then we find out the other houses have not accepted his ascension. Now, I don't know about you, that I don't quite understand that.
I mean, I don't know how the rules work in general with those houses. Like, if the current emperor says you're the big boy now, I guess that doesn't count for anything. I just don't even understand how their system works in general.
I understand that they want to get to and now we're going off to do the jihad holy war thing.
Sure.
I understand that, but I also understand that the heads of these houses have not heard Paul's side of the story yet. That's something he threatened to tell them. Mm-hmm. All he has told them is, if you come invade right now, I'll blow up the spice fields. So I suppose from their perspective, I don't even know if they know it's Paul Atreides yet. Do they know that, you think?
I'm not sure, actually.
What's the line in the movie? What did they say about refusing his ascension?
The other houses refuse to acknowledge your ascension, and then he says,
"Yeah, but who told him that?"
Gurney Halleck.
I think Gurney was on the comms.
Yeah, Josh Brolin.
He
Josh
also
Brolin
threatened
says,
him earlier that, hey, we're gonna do a thing.
We're gonna blow up. We're gonna nuke the spice if you don't. If you don't accept our ascension.
I gotta just imagine what Gurney's call was like. He's like, yeah, so I'm here on Arrakis. Paul Atreides is now the Emperor.
May have heard
And
of him.
Emperor just sat down and kissed his ring. And
Yeah.
the other families are probably just like, no,
Yeah,
you
fuck
know.
yourself.
What I would
fuck off, Gurney.
He was like, okay, fine, yourself. The other houses didn't acknowledge your ascension. I mean, the moment before that line could have been really funny.
what I hope happens, I mean, we might have a time jump, so maybe we'll miss this part, but I'd like to think that they wouldn't immediately just start the war. Like, surely you have some more things to talk about first.
He might be going to do a parlay up in space.
He is absolutely not going to do a part. He says send them to paradise at the end of this thing. That I don't think there's any way to interpret
paradise.
that.
Oh, I forgot about that. I had to watch the movie again. There's too much to go on to remember.
So that feels like an abrupt turn.
And very
maybe...
much so, because we talked about this a little bit before, but just to refresh, the book does not end this way. The book ends with them being like, well, what can we do? You know, you've got nukes aimed at the spice. We can't let that happen. So I guess we just have to let it happen. We have to let you become the emperor. And then they start plotting behind the scenes to get him off the throne without killing him. So
yes.
Okay, so
very different.
Villeneuve said he's been back and forth about this, but it's very he wasn't sure he was going to make Messiah. He wanted to make part 1 and 2 a complete thing if it never happened. Am I wrong about that? So
that's what I mentioned at the beginning of the stream. That I think this ending is the dark version of the Matrix.
The dark version.
And then
send them to paradise is like, that's dark. That's a dark ending. And I think that's fine. It could end there, and I'm fine with it.
I mean, it's what happens at the end of the Matrix, but he's talking to the machines. He's like, I'm going to tear down your whole system. And then he flies at the camera and Rage Against the Machine plays.
Right.
Shame
and then, so now he's fucked, maybe. I guess now he's going to have to rewrite around that for Messiah somehow.
I don't know how okay I would be with this being the ending of the whole thing. I think there are still a few too many ends that are not tied up here.
I'm conflicted. I keep going back and forth. I don't know.
I'm like all that's going to be able to tell is if Messiah sucks. If Messiah's terrible, then we're all going to be like, they should have just stopped.
Probably.
Then keep going.
Hindsight is 2020.
I know.
My thoughts with this ending, it seems like we're rushing into the Holy War when they probably obviously I still think, what the book does where they immediately agree to let him be emperor and then they plot behind the scenes would make more sense than what happens here. Now, future context could improve this if we find out that he didn't immediately just start firing into them, but went up to
tell his side of the story, maybe.
That's the sort of thing that I feel like we're skipping if we just immediately start. Just now we're at war.
Well, I think
we skipped a couple steps there.
I think he could just fight them, and I think they could fight him in orbit just now. I don't think he has the firepower. If there's how many people, how many houses are there? 7 or how many were it?
They don't. There's a lot.
They have millions of people.
There's a lot. Okay, so
I guess they have all the Emperor's tech that's on the planet right now from the.
But there's I don't know how many ships in orbit right now, and they have some small ships. I assume they all have bigger ships up there. So I don't know how he would fight them immediately from down here. I don't know with what weaponry he could do that.
Bring the worms to space.
Space worms.
Space worm.
And then also, the Irulan marriage is in question now.
Sorry, Lofti, I just wanted to, before we get too far away from the knife fight, Wolf just mentioned in our chat that in the book, Paul stabs Fade under the jaw and through his head.
We said that already.
I read that out 10 minutes ago. God.
I totally didn't catch that. I just read it.
In the brain, that's how he dies.
But
that would be pretty brutal. That would
sounds pretty
fun.
gnarly.
But I like that instead of that, we got that line from Fade. That was a nice part, because he can't say that line if he's in the good stuff.
Well, he can kind of gargle through it,
It's like Batman in the Dark Knight. But no, the Irulan marriage is now in question too. That's a totally other, like, why even marry her now if they're going to go to war?
Yeah, if like the whole point was to get legitimacy
for
the throne, then they immediately said, "Yeah, fuck you, buddy," and then they're like, "Well, then I'll just kick your
Chani,
ass."
come back, Chani.
Hey, Chani, wait, babe, wait, I made a mistake. Hold on now, come on. Okay,
we gotta fight.
Chill. Why are you acting so crazy?
Turns around and stabs the emperor and the daughter on the spot. It's like, well, sorry.
Sorry, the argument though that if he marries the emperor's daughter, how long can he be at war with the universe as the emperor before people start being like, okay, well maybe
some of the houses will change their mind.
Fighting him.
Maybe, yeah. I think as it is, I'm worried that they kind of rushed into the Holy War part. If we find out in the next movie that no, there wasn't really anything in between, they just started the war immediately, I'll be like, I don't know if that's very good. I think we need a little something in between.
It's a little like you're taking a character who has a plan basically to extort a position on the throne and turning it into like, I'll just kick down your door then and take it if I want it, right? Like
we've done such a good job subtly building up his arc that this feels like a big leap right at the end.
I know. Isn't it weird though that like whether or not this movie is like, I don't know, just like whether or not you love this movie or not depends on what happens in the next movie. I always like, I don't know, I always try to avoid thinking that way. But
but like it also lends a little bit of credence to the idea that we probably wouldn't be okay with it just ending here.
Yeah.
Especially after the first movie, if that was all there ever was, I'd be like, well, this is just not a story. This is not a whole story at all. This one,
I feel like they're definitely going to do it now. I mean, I think Warner Brothers is definitely going to do it. Yeah. I think Denis will do it. I hope he does. But if he doesn't, I suspect that Warner Brothers would find someone else to do it just to get it done anyway.
Yeah,
right.
Warner Brothers is like, oh, people actually like something we made. Oh my goodness.
Oh, I don't know what to do.
This is unfamiliar territory.
This feels similar to like, you know, the original Star Wars trilogy or Lord of the Rings, where it's just like we've got two dope like movies that made a lot of money. We'd be stupid not to wrap this up with a third one that'll act as the conclusion, and then we'll make even more money than maybe the second and first one combined.
Think about even if Villeneuve doesn't want to do it, the fourth one, Children of Dune, he wants to stop at Messiah. I think Matt Reeves could pick up because he's already worked with Greg Fraser on the Batman, and Matt Reeves could do Dune, Children of Dune, and he works for Warner Brothers. I just think I think it's going to happen. I think they're going to make all of them.
Oh boy,
that's my
well, like if 3 comes out and it's even more successful than 1 and 2, they'll certainly want to keep going. Whether they'll be able to or not is another question. Yeah, what's the deal? Okay, well, that's basically the end of the movie. We see Chani. She's running away because she's going back.
She's going to catch a sandworm. We can say it's unclear what exactly is going on. She's either going for a drive to clear her head, or she's really mad at Paul and she's not coming back. And there's going to be some issues to either one to resolve this conflict moving further.
Yeah. Or she put down the thumper to kill herself.
Oh no!
Oh Jesus!
That's the real dark ending.
He walked in and threw the copy of the book on the table of Dune Messiah, and the guy was like, "What's this?" He goes, "Forget about it. None of that's getting made."
Ryan Johnson, God Emperor of Dune. Oh god,
doesn't want to come back.
Paul and the Fremen going off to fight the Holy War. Chani is leaving and she's not happy about it. That's the end of the movie. We did it. We came to the end of the film. Before we go off into any other tangents, I wanted to actually finally finish it because we're so close.
Done.
We did it. Dune
I'm actually
2.
drawing a blank on the very end. Like, I can't remember if rockets start flying or ships just take off at
Ships
the end.
take off.
Ships take off. I don't remember rockets.
Oh, okay.
Stilgar
No.
and some Fremen peeps, they all board ships and then they're off to space, which is probably very exciting for them because they never left this planet, from what I understand.
Yeah.
They never have.
Right.
No, that is an interesting thing. They're gonna have to adapt to space combat, and they're also piloting these ships. Presumably, the only thing they've ever driven before is sandworms. So I don't know if
No, the ornithopters.
Oh, the ornithopters. That's right. They do know how to drive.
Well,
We've seen them
there's people from the Emperor there that have to acknowledge him now, or that do acknowledge him. They all kneel down, so I guess they fly the things, probably, possibly. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm just
that.
guessing. Just throwing
Yeah,
some
that
ideas
that
out there.
seems like the likeliest option.
Yeah.
Right?
We see them get aboard the ships and go off towards space to go presumably fight the Holy War. We don't see any shots fired yet. Also, not clear whether Paul is on the ships with them. That is not shown. And then the very, very last shot is Chani calling a sandworm, who we push in on her face, and then we cut to black. So
Right, yeah.
My theater applauded at that moment. I don't know about your guys' theater.
There was some light applause the second time I watched it.
One guy clapped.
What? My whole theater went nuts.
No one claps in German theaters.
Oh no, you guys are so
That's
serious.
That's not a thing in Europe, like in general, I feel like.
Jeez. Are there any German comedians? Is that a thing?
Yeah, but they suck.
Oh, Amon Goth.
Stackenblacken.
So that is Dune 2. Did anyone's opinion on the film change significantly?
Yeah, I hate it
after
now.
going
It's a
through?
terrible
Oh,
movie.
Okay.
2 out of 10.
No, but it sounds
no.
like your opinions could change depending on what they do in 5 years from now, which is interesting. Like it's tough. Well, because I'm the same way too. Like I don't even know. My opinion might change, but it's just weird that it's like we have to hold this like ambiguous feeling about this franchise for another 5 years, and we won't get like a definitive. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of weird.
I don't think it's that weird, and I'll tell you why it's not weird. Because this is not a complete story yet.
Yeah.
And so judging the story, kind of like you gotta wait till it's over. Surely you feel that after part 1, don't you?
But I felt that after Dune the book. Like I felt that it didn't feel like it was over, but also it was a really good book. So that's how I feel sort of the same about this movie.
I
the
think
first
this
5
one-
hours of this, part 1 and 2, is a really good science fiction movie. Like it's a complete story, but like
Oh, so you think 1 and 2 is a
together
complete
is
story?
definitely a complete saga that I think.
No, I think
It's
it's very
gonna
clearly
stand.
like.
I mean, I think that ending serves that purpose, but I still don't want it to be over. Like I do.
No, I don't want it to be over either.
Very much.
And it's not okay. And to make another thing clear, I don't have some nebulous, ambiguous feeling. I like the movie. I've talked about what I think is really good and what I think is not as good. The point being that the ultimate end of some of these plot threads can be fully assessed once we see their conclusion. There are things. For example, let's think about Paul's future seeing ability. Are we going to find out that he can actually see the future and that everything works out once he has the sight, he can see everything perfectly, or is there going to be any sort of twist to that? Like what happens once the Holy Wars? There's so many things. There's so many threads that haven't been tied up yet. That it's just like, well, what happens later can affect these earlier plot points.
Yeah, how crazy is all the killing going to be? Like, I'm just interested to see what decisions he has to make.
Exactly. Because
he knows from what I understand, he knows what he has to do. So he probably has to do some very fucked up choices to actually get to the goal he has in mind.
Yep.
Yeah, I think some people assume what I'm saying is that, like, oh, you can't just judge, like, the Two Towers on its own. It's like, yeah, but, like, if you had seen only Fellowship in Two Towers, there would be a sense that, like, oh, well, I can't wait to see how it ends because, like, there are things that haven't been resolved yet and I'm curious about. And let's say, for example, The Return of the King actually kind of shit the bed as an ending. It would, or if certain threads that you thought were going to go one way don't end up going that way, it probably would impact how you feel about the first 2 movies.
Well, I don't feel that way about the original Star Wars trilogy. I see. I don't. You probably don't either. But like a lot of people do, are like, I can't watch them anymore because of where where the characters end up, and I'm just like, well, then we'll
The
just
Disney
pretend that
movies
it's
don't
not
count.
canon. You know?
Yeah.
No, I agree. I have no
But with
problems not
yeah.
considering Jake
Oh,
Skywalker,
yeah.
Luke Skywalker, for example. But
Yeah,
let's
that's
say
different
if
though.
yeah, it is different, I think, because if let's say the character assassinated Luke in the third of the original
Return of the
movies,
Jedi.
that would be different, I think.
Sure.
That would be harder to cleave off because that's the end of the story of the trilogy, if that makes sense.
Well, another thing is the books. A lot of people think the books go into this weird, bizarre territory. They don't even like a lot of the books, and that so they're you know, I've heard people say the first Dune is all you need to read, and it's like I agree. It's one of the best sci-fi books I've ever read, but it is sort of also still incomplete. Like I jumped right into Dune Messiah yesterday on my audiobook.
I'm gonna disagree with you on that one. I don't think that the first Dune book is an incomplete story. I think you can read the first one and never touch the others and have like a pretty complete understanding of what that story is about. I'm with you in the idea that like it's a cool universe. You want to know more. You want to dive a little deeper. It's not there are no narrative threads at the end of the first book like there are at the end of this movie that are left hanging with you being like, well, wait a minute, where's Chani gonna go? How's the relationship between Chani and Paul going to turn out? They kind of tell you what's gonna happen right there at the end, right, with everything that's going on. They give you the conclusion that you need, and then they move forward. It's not the changes that they make between book and movie here are to lead maybe more fluidly into the Messiah story, which is an interesting it's an interesting choice, and I'm interested to see where it goes. But but I don't think that the end of the first book feels like the end of this movie when it comes to the ambiguity.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, the Holy War is still like what's going to happen, but what you're saying about the threads being like sort of neatly tied up is true at the end of the book. But yeah,
tied up neater than they are here in this
little
version.
bit neater. Yeah, definitely.
But that also leads to the problem of Messiah, for me, feeling kind of, disconnected, right? Like when I got into it, I was like, it's a little, I don't know. It doesn't feel like and for a lot of people, apparently, if you go and look at the articles where people are like, well, it's really meant to sort of be a bridge chapter between, 1 and 3. So it's not like, 3 is really where the story is going to pick up more steam. Like, Messiah doesn't feel as necessary for a lot of people. So I think that the changes here might be toward facilitating that feeling out of people, right? Like, let's make Messiah feel like a more necessary part, like an actual conclusion, as opposed to a bridge chapter between 2 and 3.
Time will tell. In
5
the
years.
meantime,
5 more years. More
in the meantime,
Dune.
I think Dune 2 is good despite the problems I have with it. I like it a lot, and I'd recommend it to most people. It's
Same.
a very,
Very
very
good.
enjoyable theater-going experience, and the stuff that's great here is fantastic as far as I'm concerned. So it's an easy recommend for me.
Yeah.
I wonder how willing Warner Brothers is to like postpone the release of like 3. Like, 'cause you think the sooner they do it, the better.
Realistically, I don't think they can wait 10 years for it, right? Because you don't want people to to be like, wait a minute, where's the next bit? And then it finally comes out, and everybody's sort of like forgotten about it. Oh yeah, that's right, Dune came out a while ago. Yeah, you don't want to miss the bus. Capitalizing.
Right. I mean, that could be a huge profit loss just to look at it in terms of the money that they'd be pulling in. But like, I understand the story necessity for like letting the actors age a bit if you're gonna like, if the next part of the story takes place 10 years or something after. I mean, I guess you could like.
Well, they've already changed enough of it
on the actors.
They've already changed enough of it. They probably could get away with speeding up the time. I don't think they need to go a full 10 years or anything like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Well.
I can't wait for
You
the
did it.
game. There's a new game coming out. It's a survival game. It takes place on Arrakis.
Ooh.
Oh, that sounds
Excited
neat.
for it.
How
Yeah,
world
so-
of sandworms.
Well, yeah, like Conan Exiles, but on Arrakis.
Interesting. Very interesting. I've been playing a little bit of the tabletop Dune game. That was kind of, or I was for a while. That's kind of a cool. Like establish your house and control spice fields and stuff like that.
Yep, it's fun.
Well, we did it. Crossover event achieved.
That's true.
Hooray.
We
I am
crossed
Iron Man.
streams.
We crossed streams and no one died. That's good.
Yet.
It's always a risk. Thank you guys in chat for hanging out with us for so long. We appreciate it. I think
Been a long boy.
I'll want to respond to some of the super chats we got, but we can kind of go separately.
We only had one that is a £10 one with no message. So
Yeah, it was just
thanks
a
for that.
donation.
Wow. Okay.
What was
Well,
the
then
name
I'll
on it,
know.
Metal?
Oh, it was Diane Seaborn.
Thank you very much, Diane.
Thank you very much.
Lisan Al Gaib.
Lisan Al Gaib.
That's what I got.
He is so selfless.
Allahu Akbar. I mean,
I mean, Lisan Al Gaib.
Lisan
Oh my
Al
gosh.
Gaib would leave a super chat with no message.
You're right. You know what? You know what? I retract the thing from earlier. They don't really need to know how to fly those spaceships.
No. Lisan Al Gaib taught them well.
Well, there's only a couple on our end, and some of them
Well,
might
go.
have questions you guys
Yeah,
should
go
answer
for it.
as well. So we'll just go through it.
Donald
Donald Angry, thank you very much. Says episode 4 of Devs, the prophecy has foretold it. Yes, just a little while longer, the prophecy will come true.
Lisan Al Gaib.
Listen, Gaib. Hi guys says this had me feeling the same as -1. Love the film, probs the best of the year for sure, but the big hype going into it kind of killed it for me. Wait, so you loved it, but it was still overhyped?
Yeah,
That must have been a lot of hype.
Yeah.
I avoided all trailers, man. It was a good move.
Yeah, I think it's good. It's a lot of fun. I understand why people love it.
My
Hi guys,
opinion
that's
for Dune
another
2
one.
and Dune
Thank you very
1.
much. Says not sure this is plot/pacing. How has she not given birth yet? She was pregnant before Harkonnen attack in part 1, and she's still at the end of part 2. I think the only thing to assume there is that it actually hasn't been all that long, right?
Yeah,
That's all.
probably
you
like maybe half a year or so.
Yeah, she's
Maximum.
definitely more pregnant.
Yeah.
She was, she was not showing it all, and now she is. So it's been a few months. I think that's all we're really meant to assume there. And the last one, this is probably the funniest one, says, from None of Your Business, said, how many people here have seen Dune 2?
Oh, I haven't. I lied.
6.
I was just making
6
it.
of us.
Well,
6
I
of
guess
us
that was
have
meant
seen.
for all the chatters, I assume.
I suppose. Well, thank you. Thank you. I don't know if anyone in chat responded to your question, but we've seen Dune 2.
We sure did.
We sure
talked
did.
a little bit about it.
Just a bit.
That was a good time. Thanks for
It
joining
was.
us, friendos.
Yeah, thanks
No
for hanging
problem.
out, everybody.
Thank you.
We'll see you in somewhere between 5 and 10 years.
5 to 10
for
years.
Dune, part 3.
We're not streaming ever again until
Never
this comes
again.
out. Because Lisan
Yeah.
Al Gaib has taught us so.
We'll be on
Yeah,
a
part
stream
3.
fast until then. Yes.
Yeah, fuck
Oh, yeah.
Furiosa.
Hang on, there was a super chat coming in right now with 10 Canadian by Sir Raff. It was nice listening to you lads discussing Dune 2. Do you think what maybe holds back Dune's mass appeal potential is the lack of diverse environments? I don't know.
Too much desert. You know what? That's a fair point.
Well, I mean, with all
Well, the
the
thing is-
Star Wars content taking place on Tatooine, I think I could forgive some people for being like, "Oh God, another desert space movie."
Well, I would probably rather ask the question, what do you mean with mass appeal? Because it's been pretty successful already.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing, and just that's why people like us, and by that I don't mean people on the stream. I mean anyone who's seen the movie. Just tell people about it. Be like, yeah, you should go see that movie in a theater. It's worth the money. Buy yourself some popcorn.
absolutely.
Definitely. Tell Hollywood this is what kinds of movies we want to watch.
More desert
money.
movies, man.
With your money.
I mean, if you want to go out with your family and your 2 children, you probably don't want to watch Dune 2 or 1. Probably watch
Yeah.
Barbie's Farmhouse or whatever. I don't know.
And a whole family of 5 came in to watch this one with in my theater.
Really?
Yeah,
Well,
it was a dad.
I stand
Like,
corrected.
there was like I think there was like an 8-year-old who was sitting there watching this movie, really into it. So
All right.
the Star Wars of our generation. It's certainly not Star Wars.
The person who sent that last super chat says, "I mean, it's successful, but I don't imagine Dune ever becoming a Star Wars, if that makes sense."
No, probably not.
I think a big
There will
part
never
of
be a
it.
Star Wars again. Like nothing will ever be on the scale that Star Wars was because there's too many options now. It's like, I don't think it's possible, really.
Would you not say that like the Lord of the Rings movies kind of did that?
I mean, yeah, I think I could, yeah.
At the same time, I guess it's different because Lord of the Rings never had that massive merchandising thrust behind it, making it
just
as
video games, but not really.
Not as well. I mean, I had a lot of Lord of the Rings toys when I was a kid. That was like I had a lot of like action figures of the Uruk-hai or Faramir or like all that kind of stuff. But I think that George Lucas, like you're definitely right in that though, because George Lucas really pushed for the merchandising of Star Wars.
I think I guess my point is I think that only happened because of its time and place in history, or not that it only happened, but it primarily happened because of that. So I think something ever being on the scale is Star Wars. Honestly, I think the closest thing that we've had Marvel is probably the only thing that really challenges it, and even then it's a different it takes a different angle. You know, it's not the same. It's not just, hey, here's 3 good movies. Like, you know? Right.
Yeah. It's a whole nother level. I will say though, I think part of the reason, let's say for the sake of argument that these movies are of the same quality as the original Star Wars movies. Just assume it for the sake of argument, right?
Fine, I'll do it.
I think part of the reason why Star Wars will have more appeal is that it's more of like the positive heroic story rather than sort of like a darker sort of tragic version. I just think it has a little bit less appeal in that regard because it's a bit more of a downer.
It is a much better idea for you to learn your morality from Yoda than from Paul.
Yeah.
If you're a little kid and you want a favorite sci-fi movie, that's
Game of Thrones had a big appeal, global appeal. Game of Thrones.
And then it failed to stick the ending.
Yeah. I think I think it's totally possible that with the perfect conditions you could get something on the level of Star Wars again.
Right.
Just like the original, not the not everything that's come since minus Andor. I think it's totally possible. It just seems unlikely at this point because very few filmmakers are gonna
I wonder about that appeal, because like I know what you mean, but I wonder, like, I think we live in a time now of like cynicism and anti-heroes and stuff where like downer shit
memes and memes. Nobody takes anything seriously anymore. Everything's a meme.
Yeah.
Everything's a joke.
I mean, I guess I'm old, but I take it seriously. Arguably,
I know, but we're old.
You know what I mean, right? Like people like things taking a dark turn. Like,
yes,
there's a greater appreciation for that now than say when Star Wars came out.
Well, the prequels did that, but yeah,
prequels,
right? That's true. Yeah.
Also, video game adaptations. I think video game adaptations are one of them is going to strike gold. I don't know which one, but one of them is going to blow up.
A good Star Wars game came out this week. Dark Forces Remastered. It's good.
I just mean like if they adapt Mass Effect or Metal Gear Solid or something, one of them is gonna just be globally dominant. You know, it could be Zelda. I don't know. We don't know yet.
Yeah, maybe
that's the next frontier.
Zelda is such a bad idea. I hate that they're doing live.
But that's the next frontier for movies, though. It just is for sure. Video game adaptations. There's so many of them coming out.
Well, all right.
Oh yes.
Okay, yeah. I guess we could wrap it up there.
Good a place as any, I would say. Thank you all for hanging out for so long.
Yeah, exactly.
Chunky boy.
No worries.
Thank you very much, everybody.
I was talking to the chat, not to you, John.
My chat.
Wow.
You're welcome.
Maybe shut the fuck up. No. It's been fun. Thank you all very much for joining us. We'll at least on our channel, we'll be here next Sunday. We'll be competing next week, I'm sure.
Oh my
for
god.
your attention rather than
cooperating.
If you don't watch us, we're gonna beat you up. Lisa Nalgai taught me that everybody needs to watch our stream.
All right. Goodbye, friends.
Goodbye.
We'll see you next
See you around. Bye bye.